Welcome to Flow State. Sorry that I'm late. I was over at Raging Tomatoes. Right when I was about to leave, it got into Drag Queen Story Hour, and so I had to give my 2 cents on that. All right. Last night, last night on Nachiketta's channel. God, that was a long stream. Got into it with a few people, but the one at the very end of my time there was a guy I'd never met before. His name was Ethan. He's the guy in the thumbnail. I accused him of being basically a Fed, which I still believe he is. But I want to review that, and to help me out, I've got Rose. Welcome, Rose.
What's up, Flo? How's it going tonight? Great to be here.
Going well. And I've also got Nachiketa. And Sasquatch, I see his avatar back there. He can join at his leisure. Any thoughts before we start looking at it?
Well, I was going to take the position that he's actually not a federal agent, and that there's a whole sea of people that say exactly what he says, in the same way that you and I know that there are other people out there that are just parroting phrases that they memorized from a plethora of different resources. So what I was hoping to do tonight, at any time that's convenient for you, is kind of go over who those teachers are and where they fit into the timeline of how this narrative began, and whether or not they are helping people, or if they're one of the people that are going to be seriously responsible for a lot of people getting in a lot of trouble.
So the reason that I think that he's a Fed is it's only got some things to do with the subject matter. I agree there's a ton of people out here parroting this stuff, and most of them are well-intentioned people who think with their hearts and not with their heads. But we can go into it. Notch, do you have any thoughts? What did you think about? You didn't think he was a Fed either, did you?
No, I mean, for me, like Rose, we've heard like this information is getting out more often, and a lot of people, even over at Z's channel, there was a guy by the name of something party something. I've forgotten his name, but he was also talking about similar things as Ethan last night. So,
and something the guy that put his head into a microwave.
There's that dude.
Oh yeah. That's right. I forgot about that.
But something that I think does happen, that I think a lot of people undervalue the fact that there's tons and tons and tons of law enforcement agencies across the world whose job it is to find criminals, and even if they have to make them. I actually I have an article saved with 5 just examples of times when the FBI has entrapped citizens. One of them was the DeLorean, the guy who made the DeLorean car, right? And there's some pretty egregious examples of entrapment, and I don't think I think that people operate with that not in any part of their head, right? Maybe I'm paranoid. Paranoia has served me well in my life, but I'm open.
Let me ask. Let me ask Rose a question, because she's more familiar with this, and I didn't really know much about it until I started listening to Crow 777 Radio, and they've already interviewed a bunch of people, some successful and some not so successful. Rose knows people who actually, you probably do, right? You know people who went to jail for doing wrong stuff, playing around with this kind of stuff. Do you not, or no? Rose, are you there? Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Okay, so there are people exactly what Flo described. There are people that go to jail for a certain thing, and then while they're in jail, they read all these books and learn all of this. They gain all this information from some guy who's been in there for decades and has been like a guru in the law library. And then they come out and they run a scam, basically using a lot of true information. There is a lot of correct information, but it's being used to trick people and prey on their gullibility and greediness. And then there's another category, Flo and Nachiketa, which is there are people who they go to jail, and then while they're in jail, they're basically like telling all of their followers that they're learning so much and they discovered the thing that the missing piece. And now they're going to be able to save the world when they get out. So it's like a career thing where it's almost like they've convinced their followers that them going to jail is something to be proud of because it makes them learn more.
We heard this before. We heard somebody does say that you got to go to jail to be a man in this world. You know, it's a badge of honor to go to jail, right?
Yeah, that would be Paul Enslaved. And I want to say martyrdom is revered in our culture, or it's idolized. And I think that practically martyrdom is the stupidest option anybody has. The faster you martyr yourself, the faster you're out of the game, whatever your game is. It's always a bad strategy. So to just hit that claim real quick, that you're right, it is a lot. Going to jail for driving without a license does not help anybody except for the cops that arrested you and the system that gets paid to house you. Don't do that. Okay. Sasquatch, I see you cammed up. There you are. Do you have any thoughts?
Rose was just talking, but she was muted.
Oh.
Well, go ahead. Now that you're here, I want to hear what you were going to say.
I just got here with my coffee. I'm sorry.
All right, cool. Well, I saw this video of this lovely lady who clearly had a lot of knowledge, historical knowledge about how this country was formed and how everything came to be today with the birth certificate and trust accounts. And I guess before her husband had died, the two of them together were really into this shit. So then when she ends up getting arrested, kind of because I guess my interpretation is that like, for her husband, for her dead husband, she didn't want to put her wet signature on because that would be under duress and it would be against her spiritual conviction that she acquired over the years of being into this stuff. And it was just horrible because she's like a 70-year-old woman and because she just wouldn't sign the paper, she's in there for like 17 days. And the story about what happened to her is horrific. And it's a testament to inhumane things that happen in jail. But honestly, it was just so unnecessary for her to put herself through that. And there's literally no outcome in the end, except the judge kind of respecting that she stood for something, but it doesn't have an outcome. So I don't want to go on to a long diatribe about the historical thing and all of the teachers I was going to tell you about, but I really wanted to delineate how people like that lady came to be, because she's not a federal agent, but she's suffering from people that could be federal agents and the career scammers, and then the people who legitimately have good information who are helping people that get thrown into the mix.
So then let me ask you this, because you have information and knowledge about all these things that I don't, so I don't really know what you've got. Should we start watching some of this, or do you want to go into what you know right now about these things, or how does your part fit best into the lay of the land? You're muted.
Sorry about that. I want to do my thing first, because the reason why I want to tell you about all these people is because this is my evidence for why I don't think that he's a federal agent. He's just a guy that knows, who's been following all these people. But you're still right. Like, it still could be that he is a federal agent as well.
That's fine. But first of all, did he ever say who he's following? Did he?
So I knew who it was because of phrases that he said, but instead of just saying the two that I thought it was, I said 4 people, which included 2 people that I knew it wasn't. So I said KL, Brandon Joe Williams, Christopher Hauser, and Kurt Kallenbach, knowing that it was Brandon Joe Williams and Christopher Hauser. And I was right.
All right. Well, then go ahead.
Okay. So when I joined Crow 777 Radio in 2016 was the year when everybody was learning about the fact that there is a findable trust account associated with your social security number. And also people started focusing on things like, oh, you can send a letter from the post office for only 2 cents if you write things in a specific way. And the reason why that is has to go back to definitions and why the post office is the way it is. And it just so happens that there are 3 unhelpful people that are perpetuating nonsense that were all becoming popular in 2016. And it just so happens that all of them have a bad haircut. So I call it the Bad Haircut People Club. First is David Wynn Miller from Hawaii, RIP, also believes in aliens and could potentially be like an idiot savant when it comes to certain things. But he developed something called syntax grammar. So anytime you see someone in this so-called freedom movement who has a colon in their name, that's syntax grammar, courtesy of David Wynn Miller. And he's just one of the people that you can locate many court documents with judges saying that everything that he's talking about is completely frivolous and useless. And ever since 2016, nothing has come of it. Then we have Russell J. Gould. Now, because Russell J. Gould knows the cool fact about sending a letter through the post office for only 2, that's David Wynn Miller.
That's David Wynn Miller, and that's not real hair. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you for letting me know.
That's a rug.
Sometimes it goes down like this in spikes.
Wait a minute. I thought it was a semicolon, not a colon. Isn't that a semicolon in the name?
See, you're going to go to jail.
No, he's got colons. I'm looking at other things on the search results, and it's got colons.
Yeah. Like look up the phrases syntax grammar, and you'll just see stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's cool that you came up with your own language and way to like express yourself through punctuation. But the court system isn't going to acknowledge that. Okay.
And who's the second one you said?
Russell J. Gould, Gould. Now, Russell J. Gould, he discovered the 2 cents thing, but because of that, he's claimed that now he's the new Postmaster General. Thank you. I love being funny. So then the third person, and I'm so sorry that this is going to offend the most people because the most people are following this lady, and her name is Anna von Reitz, but that's not even her real name. It's supposed to sound like von Reitz, but her real name is Anne Reitzier. And she calls herself a retired judge, Flo, and you know that'll grab them, right? But guess what? She's not really a retired judge. She just calls herself based on her own definition of what a judge is. And a lot of people that follow her don't even know that. And she swears her allegiance to the Pope, and she puts her fingerprint saying like, oh, I it's the weirdest stuff. And so she talks about the National Assembly and changing your status, which is a thing. You can change your status, and that is a way that you can correctly decline the voluntary income taxes. However, she likes to call other people that I know when she's having a nervous breakdown and doesn't know what the hell she's doing and doesn't know which shit to copy and paste to fool people. And so she is not successful, and nothing has come of anything that she's done, except sometimes she gathers money together and she'll use that money to help bail people out of jail so then they feel loyal to her. So those are the 3 people from 2016. Now, off to the side laterally,
you say all those are bullshit.
Yeah. All those 3 people. Now we have laterally other people that think they're right and know that those 3 people are wrong, but they have their own interesting take on things. So Kurt Kallenbach, his shtick is that he talks about the Sestake Trust that was mentioned on Nachiketa's show from 1666. And you can go into that and interpret it however you want, but it's basically a social contract. And he talks about how fertilization is the scientific proof of our connection to God because of the spontaneous existence of the single-celled zygote. So mom and dad drop off the building blocks, and from that, magically, science can't explain exactly how the zygote pops into existence. And he points out, and so everyone get emotional, okay? Because it is required for you to be into this. If you get the birth certificate and acknowledge the birthday, you're denying that moment of fertilization and the zygote, which is your connection to your godly origin, that you are connected to God and not part of this Vatican black pen to white paper man-made matrix. And so he goes into this symbolism of how the placenta is like the second coming of Christ. And once you recognize your placenta, you're whole and you've entered the new world and you're not in their jurisdiction. Now, the interesting weird thing is that people have used some of Kurt Kallenbach's information in order to have success. But here's what I think about that. They would have had the success anyway, because in all of those instances, those people were right and didn't do anything wrong. Okay. Any questions?
And so he's also, just to be clear, all four of the people you've listed so far, you think that they're all fraudulent?
I don't think that Kurt Kallenbach is fraudulent. I think he is correct that it's that's very nice that he acknowledges that fertilization is more important than the birthday, and that we should acknowledge that there were 9 months in the womb that we existed that we do not account for. And
but that's not useful in a court.
I know, but I can't tell you everything from like 10 hours of Kurt Kallenbach info. I'm just saying there's some things that he's uncovered that people have put into their documents and have found success. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's intentionally trying to fool people or lead anyone in the wrong direction. But the thing about Kurt Kallenbach is he's one of those people that wants to be out of the system, but he's like me. He's out of the system, but it's only because his significant other has their name on the house and the car. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not really out of the system, though.
Yes,
I just want to. Come on, but we want to know some successful cases. I mean, like real, like stand on their rights, successful cases. Because like with Ethan, he's claiming that in a couple months, 2 to 6 months, that he's going to be, having unlimited money. And he's going to be all in the trust and stuff like this. And I told him, hey, good luck to you. Come back when you're successful. And I want to know, because he can't be the only.
Cutting out.
Yeah.
If this is actually true, we must have some examples.
I've met a lot of people who have made the claim, but I've never met anyone who's done it.
I'm really getting to it, and I'm sorry if I'm taking too long, but let's fast forward to someone named Winston Shrout, who did the same thing that Christopher Hauser is doing. And I'm just mentioning him because he went to jail for 10 years in, I think, 2018 or 19 or something. And what I've heard from multiple other people is that they've seen that people doing this get rounded up approximately every 7 years. And that's enough time for them to convince a lot of people to do it. And then they get everybody in trouble all at once. So right now, Christopher Hauser is someone who got out of jail, got popular on YouTube very, very, very fast. And unfortunately, I had something to do with it because I saw a video of him talking about legal tender. So legal tender is a concept that makes sense. Like, oh, money should only be legal tender, but obviously we're on fiat now. So yeah, it sucks that we're on fiat now, and it makes people angry and they want to only deal in gold and silver. And so I had him on Code 777 Radio to talk about that. But in that episode, which we had to delete, he mentioned something that is very unhelpful that people are using, and some people are claiming to be successful with it, but the only evidence I've seen is people who lost the things that they got for free, which is filling out a 1099-A, which isn't even for this purpose, in order to get free stuff like free cars and free houses. And just fundamentally within your soul, just for a moment, think to yourself, how could it be that the government would allow anyone to be able to just get free stuff in the system that we're in, and the system would completely fall apart if everyone started doing this. But for some reason, he's getting so much popularity and filling out these forms that aren't meant for what he's telling people to fill them out. So this is what happened to Christopher Hauser. And this used to be a really inside story because he just told this to me, but then maybe I leaked it too much. And so then he just came forward and told everyone himself. But one day, he was on the phone with the Treasury Department trying to tell them that they owe him $136 million. So now is the time that I'm going to explain to you why these people think that they can get free money. They think that they can get free money because you can go onto a website, or you used to, they changed it now probably because they didn't want people to get confused for this reason, but like fidelitybenefits.com or something like that. You can type in your social security number and a number does populate. In my opinion, this number does represent something that has to do with maybe what you've already paid into the account and your age, and it does represent a number. So there is an account that is associated with your social security number, and it's like everyone's being traded on the stock market like chattel. But the idea that we have access to that account is complete poppycock. And they're saying that this is where you're going to get your money from the trust account associated with your social security number when you were registered with your birth certificate. So I'm going to tell you about what this Treasury Department did. They immediately flagged him, and they're like, oh, we're going to have an agent get back to you right away about this. And an individual agent was assigned to him, and he called him and he says, I'm going to come down and we're going to have a talk. And they met in this like Airbnb extended stay America or something like that. And the Treasury Department agent said, I'm going to make you the spigot as we bring in a new banking system, and you're going to be the funnel for that, Christopher Hauser. Do you see how they're playing on his ego?
Yep.
You're saying, you're doing such a great job, and we just need to teach you how to be a bank, and you're going to teach people how to access their own banking capabilities. And all you have to do is get your friends together and do this and this and this and read this 945-page document. So just become an expert on this 945-page document, and we'll get back to you. And then like that's where they're at with that. So that is an example of someone who is leading people astray, in my opinion, in a direction that is not only immoral and doesn't make sense in the society that we're living in, but it's not going to go over well in the end. However, let me just now explain to you something that it is correct, something that I do support. I have a friend named KL. KL, we've brought onto Crow 777 Radio, and the first episode was 256. And honestly, that one episode is what everybody should listen to, in my opinion, to get the whole entire history of the United States from a useful perspective. And
which episode is it?
256. And I can grab that link for you right now.
Okay, I just typed the number in the thing.
Okay, yeah, it's 256, 274, 374.5, 393.5, 394.5, and especially 484 and 551. And if you're a member of Crow 777 Radio, I have all of the prerequisites for what you need to do before you become a student of KL if you want to do that. However, don't do the prerequisites to be a student of KL unless you want to be a student, because some of the stuff in there is provable BS, because part of the education is explaining to you why it's wrong. So here we go. I have to log out in order to get the free hour for that, but I'll do that in a second. Let me just continue. So KL, what he has people do is, instead of having the birth certificate, he gets you to locate from the state that you're from, get the certificate of live birth. Those are two different things. There's the birth certificate and the certificate of live birth. The one that you want is the one that's actually signed by the doctor who saw you were born. And then I'm just going to make this so short that it's probably not going to make sense, but you send it to the governor sends it back, you send it to this guy, you send it to this back, and you basically tell the whole world that you have this, that you're a member of the state instead of a federal citizen, and then you're like officially on the record declining income taxes. And so
what does that do for you?
You don't have to pay taxes. You create a trust and something called a DBA, called a doing business as, and an LLC. Things that you heard Ethan say, right? You heard him say those things and it sounded crazy. But basically, what people don't understand is this is not to get free money, you dummies. Stay down there, you poor people.
So it's to get out of federal income tax.
Yeah.
And then what benefits do you lose? Like, what's the whole thing?
But you wouldn't get Social Security anymore.
You won't get Social Security.
Probably wouldn't get VA benefits.
I mean, how do you what is it, interstate reciprocity or whatever, how like one driver's license is accepted in another state, like does what
KL has a driver's license, but on it, it's in pink letters, it says beneficiary. And I don't know why, but a lot of people, they choose not to have a driver's license, but it's like, you're not
how
trying
long
to
have you known him for?
anyone since 2020. And he's been doing this for 30 years, and he's a doctor, so he's able to do this with a business, but he doesn't, I don't know what the answer is about whatever money he makes from the business, from the doctor's practice, but income taxes he doesn't pay. And I know a lot of people who think KL is, I know people who think KL is stupid, like no offense, like not to like be awkward or anything, but like Brandon Big Sib, he's all about working within the system as a pro se litigant, right? So within the system, not KL. And he also has figured out a way to decline income taxes. So there's multiple ways to skin that cat and peel that potato. But there's so much BS that it's my contention that almost everybody looking into the stuff is going to fail and get in trouble because they're not doing it right.
Yeah, and something else, the free money thing, right? So whether it's intentional or unintentional, the first person to get free unlimited money would immediately buy everything, right? So the fact that hasn't happened yet, the fact that we don't have one global emperor shows that that's never been done.
And Christopher Hauser hasn't gotten his 136 million.
Christopher Hauser, I've seen him. I was subscribed to him for a while, but I started looking into, because I do my own, I've got an economics degree. I was a bank officer for 10 years. I've done my own taxes my whole life. I understand these systems that they're talking about. And Chris Hauser sounded good at first, and then I started listening to him. And he's telling you to use tax forms to address your citizenship. That's not at all correct. So, and welcome, Monograph. Oh, go ahead.
Why would you want to use, if you're trying to be out of the system, why are you using their paperwork to even prove anything? Like, just as an example, during the COVID thing, when people were like, when we were helping people to get out, like to help people, assisting them when they were trying to be forced to do things. I'm trying not to get censored to get you in trouble here, but just, I won't say the word COVID again, but they would say, oh, fill out this form to explain why you can't do this and this and this. And so what I would always tell people to do is write on that form, see attachment, and make your own document and your own affidavit and your own conditional acceptance or your own notice of liability. And I have shit to say about those things too. But now that Monograph is here, and I feel like I've been talking for a long time, I don't know if you've heard enough. I could honestly go on so much longer to tell you funny stories about all these people, but I feel like I've gotten a lot of points across.
Let me respond to this comment, and then welcome Monograph, and then we'll try to get into the video at some point in time. Mitch, I can tell that you're a fan of Christopher Hauser. Christopher Hauser is not legit. I'm not going to cite it because this video isn't about Christopher Hauser. He just came up in passing, and I'm telling you my experience with him. The man is absolutely full of shit. Welcome, Monograph.
Yay, is not helpful. Hi, Monograph.
How's it going? I did want to chime in because I heard Rose talking about the financial end. Now, I do know a lot about that part of history, and because I've investigated that ad nauseum during the whole Harvey Dent situation that occurred. Do you remember the whole Harvey Dent situation, Rose?
No.
Oh, you're not aware of it?
No.
Okay, so basically what it boils down to, there is an account that does represent you. And how it works is, before you'd go to fidelity.com, which is true, and you would enter your personal information dealing specifically with the number on your birth certificate and then your Social Security card, essentially. But what it is I investigated this so thoroughly that I can tell you the facts of it, and anybody that wants to refute it, please do. But this is what I found during my investigation. There are 12 subsidiaries of the Federal Reserve throughout the United States. There's one in St. Louis, there's one in San Francisco, one in Atlanta, tons of them all over the United States. Those subsidiaries house all of the information, the financials of every citizen that was born in the United States. That's it. Now, how
you're talking about the regional Fed branches?
Yes, yes. Okay, so there's 12 of them. So you have the main Federal Reserve, which is located in Washington, D.C. What people have to understand is, under the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the United States used to read, United States for America. And then they changed it to of. So the meaning of and for are two different contexts. They are. So here's the thing. Under the Act of 1871, this is where theoretically the United States went from a country to a literal business, literally.
That's correct. It's a corporate.
Okay, so what I'm saying is then you have the whole Federal Reserve nonsense dealing with Jekyll Island, dealing with, it was December 23rd, 1913, where they signed over the Federal Reserve and the whole bullshit. The Federal Reserve is not federal, it is a cabal. And of those 5 families that essentially run the Federal Reserve, they have afforded themselves a way to make money indefinitely by charging interest, even though that money is being printed at various mints throughout the United States, one in Pennsylvania, one in Denver. They're over the United States, and they've changed, intermittently. All I'm just trying to say is that account that this man is referencing does exist. Now, here's the problem. Harvey Dent did get money out of that years ago, and he proved that he did. And a lot of people were watching that as it went down. The problem is, let me explain to you how it works in detail. When you go and you can see on the Fidelity, now I don't know if this feature is available. I think they discontinued it, but you can definitely see that there's money in your personal account. Now, how did it work? Well, you were in finance there, Flow State, so you're going to understand this a lot better than the average Joe. I've never been in finance, but I do know a lot about finance, fintech, that sort of thing. So let's go back to the beginning. You're born, and then you have the manifest, and then it's like, okay, you were born from a vessel. Where's the vessel? Well, let's do the math. That's from your mother. Your mother and father have to sign this thing called a birth certificate. They are oblivious to the contractual agreement based on that financial document, because your birth certificate is a financial instrument for sure. Yeah. Okay. Now the thing is, again, your being, your person, you are collateral. You are listed as chattel in the United States Bill of Rights and or Constitution. Chattel is a slave, buddy. If you look under your deed for your house, you're a tenant. Excuse me, a tenant is not an owner. A tenant is a tenant.
Hey, Monty, where does it say that we're listed as chattel? I want to look that up.
Yeah, look up chattel. Chattel, the word chattel is somewhere in the Constitution and or the Bill of Rights. Okay, so all I'm just trying to say is chattel means slave. Tenant is not an owner. So these are all technicalities and legalese and all this bullshit. But what I wanted to address with Rose is she's absolutely right. This account does exist. However, the fiduciary duty is forwarded to the individual subsidiary Federal Reserve Bank. They own the fiduciary duty. And how do you find out which bank it is associated to you? Well, let me explain it to you. Your Social Security number is going to be the account number. If you turn your Social Security card on the back, you're going to see a alpha, which is one letter, and then you're going to see a bunch of numbers behind it. That's the routing number. You're going to translate the alpha to numeric and add it to the numeric. That number associated with the account number does go to a different account, goes to your account specifically. That alpha, the first letter on the back of your Social Security card, is going to line up with one of the Federal Reserve banks of 12 in the United States. Go check. Go check.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, St. Louis. Okay, you can, but what I'm saying is, if you're going into the financials and you're going to try to take money out, you can't do it because you don't have the fiduciary duty. The reason why they rarely prosecute people for this is because it is illegal under the law to be rolling funds in an account that's not of your name, even under a fiduciary duty, because I did not afford you the right to do it via signature. So you see, you open up all kinds of cans of worms. This is why nobody's going to be prosecuted for that. They'll be prosecuted for embezzlement. In other words, I know how to do it. I can go to my bank today and say, give me $5 million. I'd give them the account number, which I know what it is. I'd give them the routing number, which I know what it is. They told me on my Social Security card.
Yeah.
I know how to do it. Okay, now hold on. This is what will happen. My bank will say, oh, the account does exist. I'm sorry, Mr. Quest, we can only give you 10%. We need to hold this for 10 days on your signature. That's a bigger scam right there. But anyway, I'll be like, okay, so what does that mean? They're going to give me $500,000 in cash or a certified check, and they're going to hold on for 10 days. Guess what happens next? The individual bank, the subsidiary bank, is going to do what is called a charge back. That means you owe them suddenly $500,000. But you don't, but you do. And then they shut down and they freeze all of your accounts for the rest of your life. And then they come after you for fraud somehow.
Please, may I just...
You're never, hold on a second. You're never going to be able to prove that they're liars or this or this or that because of three factors. One, you could have a dirt nap. You could have slip and fall. Or you better take that damn plea bargain or you're going to have one of the two.
Okay, Rose, do you want to jump in?
Hold on a second. Wait. Rose, let me show you how you beat the system because I crack systems. That's what I do.
To what end?
I know how to crack the system.
All right,
I know how to beat this system. Are you ready? Watch this.
Fine. And it'll come back to you. Let Rose get in. I want to get into.
Hold on. No, I gotta say this because this is why I interrupted her. I gotta say this one part, please. Can I say it, Flo? Can I say it, Rose? Give me permission.
I know what you're saying. Continue.
No, you don't know what I'm gonna say. How you beat the system? Wait, Rose. How you beat the system is you go to your bank and you say, I want to add $10 to that account. Now give me the receipt of the balance. That's how you beat the system. Because it proves unequivocally that that account does exist in your name because your Social Security number is attached with your name.
We already proved it in 2016. We paid a cell phone bill with the account.
No. That's ACH. I don't care about that. I'm not talking about paying for a bill. I'm saying
just saying to prove the account exists. We paid a bill with the money.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, excuse me, you said Fidelity doesn't do it anymore, and I agree with you. They don't. If you add $10 to it, you're not taking money out, so they can't prosecute you. When you add $10 to something, you say, I need the balance. They have to give you the balance, right?
Right. That's a great way of proving it because
now that's all I want to say.
Okay.
Do you believe that I know what I'm talking about?
Of course I know. You know, you're doing a wonderful job.
I don't believe if either of you know what you're talking about.
What?
I don't know that I think either of you know what you're talking about. Did you?
No,
you
I do know what I'm talking about. Go ahead and try it. Go look on the back of your Social Security card. You'll see that I'm right.
I'm telling you, I've worked in banks, and if that were the case, then everybody who's got a Social Security number would have a bank account.
They do.
Right?
They do.
And there's lots and lots of people, because I've worked in the systems, I can put in your name, and the bank you worked at, or I worked at, you probably don't have a bank account in. There are plenty of people.
You don't need a bank account. You're going to the subsidiary bank of the Federal Reserve, buddy. You don't need to have a bank account.
Can I just? I've been trying to say this one sentence. In 2006 flow state, everybody figured out this loophole, and a lot of people paid a bill with it, and then they figured it out and they stopped it so that you can't do it anymore. It is like a loophole in the system where people were using that account number to pay things, but then too many people. So now because they figured it out and they're like, oh, we can't let them do that anymore because the numbers match up. The way to prove that the account exists is like what Montegraph said, which is to add something to it and then get the account balance. But don't mess with this stuff. You're going to get in trouble in one way or another. They're going to build a case against you for something, especially now with AI and surveillance and everything.
Well, luckily, I'm here to be the poo-pooer on it and say that everybody that the Federal Reserve branches, they don't do personal banking. You cannot go and open a bank account at the Federal Reserve of Kansas City.
You're absolutely right. You can't.
So you can't pay a bill from it, and you can't add money to your balance there because you don't have a balance there that you can access in any way.
You can. People have already done the ACH, buddy. ACH, it happens all the time. If you know what you're doing, you can do it. What I'm saying is, I agree with Rose. You're going to be prosecuted for sure. That is true. And they're going to freeze all your accounts in your regular normal banking. They'll disallow you from banking because all the banks are they work together as a cabal, buddy.
They work together as a cabal, but the Federal Reserve banks only bank other banks. And the private banks I'm telling you from a lot of experience, do not have an account listed for every U.S. citizen.
That's right. You're right. They don't, because that's different, buddy. I didn't say that they did. I said the individual Federal Reserve banks are the ones that hold the fiduciary duty of each individual.
So
That's what I'm
how do you
saying.
add, where do you go to add $10 to your balance?
I just told you, your Social Security card. How many numbers on your Social Security number? La, 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 la.
A.
How many
Where
numbers
do I
on your
take
Social
that's
Security
but
card?
that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, where can I take this and add it to my balance to get a receipt?
You take it. Okay, you go to your bank and
Mhm.
you give them an account number. You say the bank that here's your bank. You don't have any of your paperwork because there's a flood. You go to your bank, so you take the alpha, which is the first letter on the back of your Social Security number. You're going to translate that to one of the subsidiary Federal Reserve banks. So let's say C. So you're going to go to St. Louis. You're going to say, okay, this is where the account is. It's at the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Here's the account number. La, 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 whatever the hell it is, your Social Security number is going to be your account number. The number on the back of your Social Security number is going to be the routing number, with a translation of the alpha back to numeric, buddy. I mean, I know you don't understand what I'm saying. I would show you if I could show you my Social Security card, okay? Anyway, so then what you do is you say, I want to add $10 to my account. They're going to tape all that stuff in. They're going to find out that that account does exist. When you add $10 to it, you're not stealing, so they can't prosecute you for theft. They can't prosecute you for making an ACH payment. They can't prosecute you for taking money out or trying to take money out. You're putting money in. So how can they prosecute you? They can't. And then when you put the $10 in, you say, can I have a receipt for my balance? And you'll be in shock. I already looked at mine. Mine had like $53 million in it.
Mine is 30 something in 2016.
And I'm telling you that if you guys went to a Federal Reserve branch and said, take my deposit, they'd say, we don't do that. And if you
You're
went
not going to the Federal Reserve.
and if you went to my, and if you went to the bank that I worked at, I would have looked up that account number and said, we don't have an account with this number.
It doesn't matter if you have an account with that number. You're adding to money to a Federal Reserve bank. All of the Federal Reserve banks work in conjunction with all the other banks because it's a cabal. Do you agree with that or not?
I do agree with that.
There
But
you go.
that doesn't mean that every bank doesn't have access to every bank's information. So there may be, you may have an account or something at a Federal Reserve bank just by virtue of being a citizen. But branch banks that take deposits for individual customers is not going to have access to that.
They will have access to it. If I write myself a check using that account, okay, who's on the check? Who's the guy issuing the check? Steve Quest is issuing the check. Who signed for the check? Steve Quest signed for the check. What's the account number? Well, there's the account number. What's the routing number? Here's a routing number. I want to put $10 in this account from my bank. Tell me I can't do that. It's called a wire transfer. Hello, it happens every single second. You can't do that? You can't do that from your bank? Tell me what bank you go to, and I'll be sure to stay away from it, because they're not in, they're not working like a regular bank. I can cash my own check. Would you agree with that?
You can cash your own check? Yes.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, yes, but you can't come to just any bank and say, this is my
I didn't
account.
say any bank. I said my bank.
Yeah, because you have an account there that you opened it. That's my point. But what you're saying is that all of us have accounts essentially at any bank because it's at the Federal Reserve Bank.
No, sir. I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth. Pay
Okay,
attention.
so at our bank.
I said everybody has an account in association with the alpha, translated to the numeric, that goes to the 12 subsidiary Federal Reserve banks throughout the United States. That's what I said. I said, depending on what your alpha, C, A, B, C, D. Okay, let's go ahead and pick a letter. Well, let's pick A. Federal Reserve Bank. All right, what is A? Oh, maybe that's not a good one to do. Let's do K. Let's find out what K is. Washington, D.C. Okay, there we go. We got K. K is a Federal Reserve for Washington, D.C. Say, what Federal Reserve is K? I'm sorry, it says San Francisco Fed right there. Okay. So let's say on the back of your Social Security card, it says K, and then it says 1272724 or whatever. It's going to be a round number, buddy. You translate the K into a number. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. So that'd be 11. 1, 1. Then you add the rest of the numbers to the back of your Social Security. That's going to be your routing number. That's what I'm trying to tell you, but you're not
What's the
understanding.
account number?
The account number is your Social Security number.
I thought that was the routing number.
No, I said that's the account number. The routing number is the number on the back. It's going to be an alphanumeric on the back of your Social Security card. Go check. It's going to be in red or blue, the ink. If you call up the Social Security Administration, they'll tell you, oh, that number is just for the card stuff. They're full of shit. Because those, according, Rose has it right. Those accounts exist. People have made ACH payments, and they know that they have.
First of all, let me thank Jim from Florida for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate it, Jim. All right.
Rose has it right.
Before we continue on, I'm absolutely convinced that both of you are, I'll be generous to say you're confused. I don't mean that as an insult, but I don't think either of you know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying that I'm perpetuating this. I'm just the truther secretary, and I have all the information of what all these people are saying, and I have memorized what they say. So I'm giving you the full picture of what they're saying to help you discern whether or not it's correct, Flo.
And I appreciate that. And I'm just putting that out there for my audience's sake that I'm not co-signing any of this. I hope that I'm wrong. You know, like I told the dude yesterday, I hope that I'm wrong. If I find out that I can get a ton of money, that's better than just being right. So
Montegraph and I are telling you that you can't.
Yeah, I know, but it's in the same vein, right? I may be wrong is all I'm saying, but I'm not co-signing any of the information.
The scammers are the people that are going to try and convince you that you can gain access to this trust account that was created from your birth certificate in some way, shape, or form when you can't. And anyone who's trying to tell you that you can get anything for free is lying. And it's not even good spiritually. Since when does anything come out well when you get it for free? So it's just like people should use their intuition to know what is right. Now, the idea of income taxes being involuntary and that people have successfully declined it, Flo, I can tell you confidently that I know many people have done that using different ways. And I also know people who didn't know what the heck they were doing and they've got in trouble. Both of those things are true.
So let me ask you guys all this then. If you cannot access the money, are we really talking about anything more than just a mental exercise or a piece of novelty?
That's what I'm saying is it's a mental exercise that people are using to justify going in a certain direction at all. You have to be passionate about the mental exercise to want to put into practice any of these steps that I explained. To like, no one would be a state national if they didn't have like a spiritual reason because they're upset that they were deceived at birth and didn't know that the system was created off of, you know, the cut of the umbilical cord at the port of entry. Like Montegraph, I purposefully said port of entry there because I know you know what I'm saying at that point. And I'm harkening back to the Jordan Maxwell stuff. So what I was going to ask you, Montegraph, is everything that you were saying will sound completely crazy to someone who hasn't been listening to everything and learning everything from its foundation, like episode 46 of Crow 777 Radio that was done in 2016 called "You Are Traded on the Stock Market Like Chattel." This is like years and years and years. And when you're regurgitating it all at once to someone, it's really hard for them to see the big picture. So that's why I like to reference people back to the actual source material so they can go on the journey themselves to discover how it's so weird because I know you're looking at me, but I'm looking at the side of your head and I keep wanting to go like that or that. But
that's just the way I'm watching the chat log. I'm reading the chat log because my camera's here and my chat log's there. That's why I do that.
So there was just two more things I wanted to mention, Flow State, and then I'm totally done with things that I feel like I can get off.
Go ahead.
Number one, someone got their $10,000 Discover card balance taken off, but it was due to this technicality, and that they knew in advance that this is what they were going to do, and they properly executed it, but it only worked because the employee made a mistake. And that was that they had the balance and they wrote in a letter with a check for $1,000, and they said, I'm experiencing a financial hardship and I'd like to settle this balance with this payment of $1,000. And if you accept the $1,000, we're all good. And they deposited the money, but then said no. But then since they deposited the money, he had this huge back and forth and paperwork battle with the CEO, and it all.
I got you. Yeah, okay. They're saying that the deposit was the acceptance of the terms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that was the argument, but it was still rough to finish. Like maybe a couple of months and a lot of back and forth email. And then finally, the last thing I wanted you to look into, this is kind of like a side note from the infinite money thing, but this is the idea of a nation, the definition of a nation, and that it doesn't actually mean a physical location. And there's something that was created, and it's so funny if I can share my screen really fast, and it's called the Republic of Slowjamistan. And so it's a sultan, and they've got like one rule, which is that you're not allowed to wear Crocs. And it's just lovely. But even though it's funny, this couldn't exist if some of the shit that the people that you've been listening to the past 24 hours didn't have some truth based in it.
And now from the Slowjamistan Ministry of Community.
Is this copyrighted?
This is a special.
I don't know, but this is Slowjamistan, and he speaks in a fake accent too. And this is an actual nation. This is a real country in America.
Where? In America?
Yeah. It's its own, I want to just play it, but I don't know, Flo. I don't know what's going to happen if I play it. But here, let's just type in.
Play short blibs if you want.
Slowjamistan. The Republic of Slowjamistan is a micronation or self-proclaimed independent country in Imperial County, Southern California. It was founded in 2021 by Randy R. Williams, a San Diego radio DJ who also goes by the Sultan of Slowjamistan. The micronation is located on 11.7 acres of desert land between the towns of Ocotillo Wells and Westmoreland, just off the state Route 78.
That's absurd.
And that's it. That ends my presentation of the
all right. I'd like to chime in on something there.
Yeah.
Can I chime in on something?
Please do.
Okay. Here's the thing. It's possible that I got it mixed up. It's possible that the alphanumeric number on the back of your Social Security card is the actual account number, and your Social Security number is the routing number. Okay, because hold on a second. Let me. If I'm not mistaken, you were in banking, so you tell me. If I'm not mistaken, for an account number, it's between 8 and 12 digits. Is that right? And for a routing number, it's 9 always. It's always
a routing number. So a routing number is always 9, and it identifies the bank.
Right.
Okay. An account number can be any number of digits.
Oh, okay. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say that the Social Security number itself is going to be a routing number, because looking at a Social Security card, there's 9 numbers on the Social Security card always. However, on the back of the Social Security card, there's going to be an alpha. There will be a letter. That letter is going to be translated by the letter to a specific Federal Reserve bank, one of 12 in the United States, and there's going to have numbers after that. That is going to be the account number, starting just like that, because it's going to identify the specific bank, and then by name, okay, Steve Quest, whatever C is, maybe it's St. Louis or whatever letter I got, then I'm going to give them here's my account number, here's the routing number, and I'm signing myself. I want to put $10 in my account from here because I'm not in St. Louis. I want to do a wire transfer. And when I'm done giving $10 to my own account, I would like the balance of my account.
All right. I
Does that
hear
make
you.
sense?
It makes some sense. I think it's incorrect still, but I hear you and I respect that
I'll tell you what, would you like me to videotape the process of me doing it at my bank?
Sure. Yes, that would clear up a
I
lot.
don't think I can't do it. You know why? It's illegal for me to videotape any sort of financial because that violates the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act of 1999. So I can't do that.
You can film your own
You know
transactions.
that, right?
You can film your own transactions.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you are allowed to now your bank might not like you taking a camera in there, but you are allowed to put out whatever information of your own that you want. So anyway,
I'll ask him about it.
But just to take a step back from the big picture on these sort of things, I guess where I would say, and I think everybody will agree with this probably, is that anything you don't understand, but nevertheless feel impassioned about, is ripe for exploitation. Most people don't understand law. Most people don't understand theology. Most people don't understand banking. And all these things get intertwined and mingled together and mixed up in a weird way. And then people get their greed appealed to. Free money, unlimited free money. And this is the paradigm in which the victim also acts as the perp, because it takes two people to pull off any con, the con man and the victim who knew better but did some dumb shit anyways.
And now here's the bad thing about it. As far as your account is concerned, this is kind of how it works. When you go to get a house, for example, and I'm glad you're in banking, Flo, because you can either corroborate or dispute what I'm saying. When you go to get a house, you got to give these knuckleheads, the creditor or the bank, your social security number. And it takes days for them to do that paperwork. Well, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but when they determine that suddenly they're going to give you $300,000 for that house that you can't afford anyway, against your FICO score and against your debt to income ratio, they're going to say, okay, we're going to give you $300,000 at 8% interest or whatever the interest they decide or you decide upon. And once they do that and give you that loan, they pay the other party in full for the price of that house. Is that true? Yes or no?
Yes, the core of what you said is true. There were some things in there that I disagree with, but they were all trivial.
Well, okay, hold on. So anyway, moving right along, when they gave $300,000 to the person that owned the house, even though they bought the house at $18,000, 35 years ago, whatever, how did they do that? Did the bank just give them $300,000? No, that $300,000 was taken out of your personal account over there at the Federal Reserve, buddy, that has $53 million in there or whatever the hell it is.
Now I disagree with you.
Okay, you can disagree all you want. Hold on a second. You can disagree all you want. That $300,000 was given to them. All of the payments that are being made to my bank for the $300,000 is all secret bullshit. The house has already been paid for. It sure has. And I'm paying it again every month for 30 years. This is what's keeping the United States afloat. That's what it's always kept this country afloat, is the car and house sales. They do it with cars too. You got a $50,000 truck and you got a FICO score of 675. How the hell is it possible for you to afford a $50,000 truck? But I tell you what, a car salesman, they'll make it happen, because when they pull your frickin' FICO score for TransUnion, Equifax, Experian, they make it work. It's like magic. And then suddenly your car payment is $3,000. Your income to debt ratio is so freaking high you can't even move, but they make it work. Where did they get $50,000 to give to that car outfit? Did they get it from your
finance company or the bank? It doesn't come from a magic secret account.
Where did it come from? It came from your personal account, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That $50,000 was given.
Wrong.
Where'd the money come from then? Where'd it come from?
The bank or the finance company.
The bank gave the car place $50,000 based on a FICO score of 675. No, they didn't.
Oh yes. Okay.
No, they didn't.
Yes,
dude.
they do. That's how loans work.
No.
You borrow money from an institution and you promise to repay.
You mean to tell me a bank is going to give that car establishment 50 grand on a high risk credit score? No, they're not.
Yes, with
That
collateral,
came out of
yes,
my
they
personal
are.
account. That's why they need my social security number.
Okay, you're just wrong about that. They absolutely do that all the time.
Really?
You're just wrong. Yes, you are.
And so that $50,000 coming from the bank, do they do the same thing with the homes too?
That's how basically all loans are made. It's not made out of a secret personal account. They're not giving you your own money. They're extending credit in return for it's like buying a security for the bank. They're buying the debt obligation. You're now obligated to repay them plus interest, right? So they're making money that way. The fallback is the collateral. They're not actually extending $60,000 worth of entire risk if it's collateralized.
I have no collateral. I have a FICO score of 675, and you just paid the car dealership 50 grand on a high risk. No, you didn't. That money came out of my account.
The vehicle is the collateral.
Excuse me, that vehicle is the collateral. I understand that, but I have to have insurance. I could wreck that vehicle as soon as it goes off the lot. 10 grand is lost. Do you agree?
Sure. Yep. And if you have that sort of a credit score, you're not getting 100% loan to value.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will, because they'll make it work. It's like magic.
There are some finance companies and some that are willing to take higher risks than others. Everything's a risk, right? But
yes, but what I'm saying is these houses that they're selling for $1 million in California, the same house for the square footage in Massachusetts is half that. The same square footage house in the Midwest is 1/3 of that. You listen, what you're saying is all of those banks would be broke in 10 transactions, because that'd be like $50 million just gone like that. There's no way, buddy. That money's coming from everybody's individual accounts, bud. That's how they're doing it.
That's not true. That's not correct. The money, there is a risk, but it's not 100% risk. If you have $100 million, if you have $1 million mortgage go belly up, you still have a house that's worth, say, $800,000. Even after the repo expenses and all that stuff. So they're not risking the entire chunk.
Well, they are, because they're paying it to the other person. If the other person wants $1 million for the house and you agree to it and you get a loan for $1 million, that bank, according to you, is giving that person over there $1 million for being paid. Is that right?
That is correct. And
that's 100%.
In exchange, they're getting this. Basically, you can look at it as a security. It's like an investment, right? They're investing now for payout over time. They're buying an annuity, and the security, the fallback, is the house, the real estate. If that loan goes belly,
listen, Flo, I understand what you're saying. I know exactly how it works. What I'm just trying to tell you is, you think that money is coming from the bank. Banks are liars. They're bullshit artists. They work on fractional banking, and you know that they do. If I give them $100, they're loaning out $1,000, and you know that they are. It's a scam. The whole thing's a fraud. All of it's a fraud.
It is a scam. I will give you that. It is a scam, but in a different way than you're saying. It's a scam, and really the whole financial system, the central bank system, is all a scam, because, and this is, I think, where people are correct in a way, but then they confuse it and twist it up. We are the collateral for the loan. The U.S. has to borrow the dollars that go into existence. What are they borrowing against? Future tax revenue. That's us. That's our work, our tax revenue. So in that sense, we are the collateral to the nation's debt.
Well, here's the thing on that. This is why when you file bankrupt, you can't file bankruptcy for another 7 years, right? All I'm just trying to tell you is, I know you don't believe me. You think I'm full of shit. You think I don't know any better. But you're gonna know, being in banking, they told you when you were in banking. I bet you when you went to school for finances, I bet you when you went to trade school, or when you were at some some freaking meeting somewhere, I bet you they didn't tell you that the Federal Reserve is not federal. I bet you they didn't tell you that it was a private organization. Bet you they didn't. I bet you they didn't tell you that their headquarters is offshore. Did they tell you that? Bet you they didn't.
Where's the headquarters?
For the Federal Reserve, it's in Washington, D.C. It's in a territory. Okay. It's not even in a state.
I was wondering if that's what you meant when you said offshore. They did teach us that, but it doesn't change the reality of it.
It does change the reality, because what's going to happen next, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but recently they put a wall around the Federal Reserve in Washington, D.C., because there's going to be a really bad situation that's going to go down with the U.S. dollar. I'm sure you're aware of it now, that the contractual agreement between Saudi Arabia and the United States has not been renewed. That happened last month.
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay, well, that's true. That the petrodollar contractual agreement that was held with Saudi Arabia has been deleted. It's gone. It's not going to be renewed. We also have issue with China. We have issue with Russia, and they have started their own little banking thing called BRICS that includes Brazil.
I know about BRICS.
Okay, right. Okay, yeah. So there you have that. More and more countries are throwing in to go to the BRICS. What people are not understanding is we're so close to doing a transition from fiat into cryptocurrency. When that happens, it's over. You don't know what slavery is until that happens.
Right. And I do, like, if you understand the paradigm of the central bank system and how the first dollar was loaned into existence at interest, right? You understand that the economic model that the whole world is on really is a temporary one. The dollar is temporary, and it was designed to be such. It's a tool to extract wealth of the country into private hands. That is temporary. And fuck, I lost my second point. Anyways, but back to the topic regarding the whole, and I know that sovereign and citizens, I think regarding the whole finance topic, there are concepts that are not necessarily wrong. The specifics and the particulars, I'm yet to meet anybody who's pulled them off properly. So let's go ahead and start this up. This video from yesterday. Did you hear the beginning monograph of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Okay, so yeah, so this is on Nachiketa's channel yesterday. We were talking about basically the driving without a license topic of driver's licenses turned into the free money accounts, and I accused the guy who came in talking this shit of being basically a spook. So I'm kind of curious, and am I paranoid, or does anybody agree with me? So I want to kind of review this.
Grocery store or whatever. And property
this is right
tax,
before he comes
so
in.
if you don't pay property tax, then they have the right to take your home.
There he is. Maybe.
Rival, right?
Got it.
Something they got to be responsible for.
All right. 1 second, everybody. Hello. Is that what is this? Ethan W. Are you with us? Hello. Ethan, can you unmute and say something? Hello. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? Hello.
Me too.
Can I add something to what Sean said there? I just
yes. Go ahead.
When you say things like, "I made the choice to live there," okay, you have, as a being, right? You have to have shelter. It's kind of one of the main things for just general well-being and even possibly being happy with your life. You could say the same argument. Hey, you chose to breathe. We're taxing the air now. You don't have to breathe if you don't want to, but if you need to breathe, it's going to be taxed. So this is this slippery slope.
He is new.
Nobody
just
justified
ever
the whole.
met
It's
him
like,
before,
well, we
I've
got
asked.
to fill the pothole, so that means now we got to have policy enforcers running around making sure that you got the right light bulb and the right, muffler system on your car, and you got the right, and so this all becomes justified because we're trying to be safe and convenient, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason we identify and recognize fundamental rights. Because if you don't have a line in the sand where you say, no, you can't cross this line, then tyranny ensues, and that's exactly what we're experiencing right now.
I want to make something clear because
that's another reason to have the castle dog.
It's more of just a correction. I don't agree with all of them. There are certain taxes that I do agree with. Not all of them, I do understand that there are taxes that don't go to anything they promote that they're going to. It's not that situation. I'm making it clear that there are certain ones, or forget the certain ones. But wherever you live,
Bottom
where they do
left, his
change,
name is
you would just
Ethan.
move to where
He
you
comes up
agree with it. And
in a
like
little
I said,
bit.
there are places you can go where you can just not have to deal with those things altogether.
Hey,
You
is
have
it
that choice.
echoing now?
You're not
Is it
a
echoing
slave.
now,
Oh, and
Max,
push
with
up
my,
the likes. There's twice as
with the
many
mute
people
off?
watching right now as there
I'm
are
not getting the
live.
echo, right? It's fixed.
I think you're okay now. Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
fixed now.
good. Right. So there's certain ones that you disagree with. So if you were the king of reality, you could sit on the throne and say, here's what you should pay and here's what you shouldn't pay. But could you imagine a society where a city that wanted to have great roads, people through voluntarism determined that, hey, this is great for our economy, this is great for our society, we're going to pitch into the kitty to the pool to have roads built, and it would be a voluntary process? Does it always have to be a forced mechanism, and you're right to have these taxes extracted from the people?
I am in so much agreement with you. I think that the idea of currency, is just a way of getting your neighbors is just a way for your neighbors and you not to trade anymore, to barter anymore. The only thing I would say is that there, unfortunately, there are people that think like that. There are a lot of probably more selfish people on this planet. Earth. I'm sorry. I apologize. There are more selfish people on this earth, and it would take an overall equal agreement on those, because I agree with you. I think my community that I just moved to, I think that if my road has a pothole in it, I shouldn't have to call the city, who may or may not come out and fix it. I should be able to go get some coal patches. I know exactly how to do it, and I'll do it myself. And that's how we'll figure it out. And the best part is hey, I can go, hey, my fence just fell, neighbor. I just fixed that road, and I noticed you're a carpenter. Do you think maybe you can fix my fence since I helped our road? And that's how it should be. Right.
Well, I mean, okay, like we can talk about how it should be, but we actually need to talk about like how it is in the first place.
Thank you, Nash. But I also before you drop it, I have a question for Sean. You said you agree with some taxes and you disagree with others. What is guiding your decision on what you agree with and what you don't, aside from just personal arbitrary preference?
Exactly what I said. Most people don't care about infrastructure. They just want to use it. And because of that, because we don't have a society where we can.
But how are you sussing out? That's
again, I got to finish first. And because we can't depend on society and as a whole to take care of these things, we do need an infrastructure that will take care of it until as a whole we do so.
You're answering the wrong question though. Like, no, I understand the justification for taxes, but that same reason, well, we need to do it, applies to all taxes, including the ones you disagree with. How do you decide when it's appropriate to coercively take stuff from people and when it's not?
What is it going to? I mean, are you actually using it to go there?
So it's just personal. I do like this expense. I don't like that expense.
Is it justified or not?
Okay. So you recognize then with how your personal assessment of what is valued and taken, or is what's worth stealing from somebody else. In the same way, you're denying it's arbitrary. It's arbitrary.
Yeah, because when you yell at Dick Strawman over and over again, and then you use the same tactic, it's very weird.
Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, hold on 1 second. And look, like taxes and inflation is theft. You do understand that, right?
Not in the same sense. The same way he calls it. The same way you said call it arbitrary. It's the same thing. You're just using stealing. It's not stealing.
Okay, let me explain why.
Literally, for instance, I live in California and I pay income tax, and you would say income tax is stealing, right? Well, as a Californian, if you had talked to me and said, "Hey, Sean, you live in California and you're paying this thing called income tax, and this is why it's stealing from you," and I would go, "Oh shit, I don't agree with that." I may agree with my township's road taxes, right? Because that's one of them I would agree with, but I don't agree with this income tax shit. I would go, "Hey, honey, let's move to Texas because I hear they don't force you to pay income tax." So that would be more in line with my beliefs on what I should and should not pay based on whether you want to call it stealing or not, right?
Okay,
yeah, but you don't have income, bro. It's coercive.
I have income. What are you talking about?
No, you don't. You think you have income, but you don't have income.
Myself. I don't have a boss. I choose
Sean,
you have dollar bills.
1 second.
All right, so I think Ethan just joined the conversation. He's the one saying you don't have income, and he's going to move the whole conversation into a financial direction.
1 second, Sean. And Ethan, 1 second. Let Flo respond. I'm going to give the mic to you. Go ahead, Flo.
Okay. Stealing is when one party coercively takes something of value from another party. It is not optional. Stealing applies in both places. Just because you get something back, they tell you what you get back, right? It'd be like, it's just like a mob shakedown. It's no.
Hank with the $2 says taxation is rent. He's not necessarily wrong in a sense. Thank you, Hank.
I have a misunderstanding of what's going on here, bro. Income is not defined. You have debt notes. Don't cut me off, dude. I know what I'm talking about here. You have income. You have debt notes. The debt notes are fiat currencies. The only constitutionally sound.
All right, yeah. This guy talking now with the umbrella. This is the one in question, and he just started talking about the currency shit.
Tender of payment in America is gold and silver coins. That's constitutional. You don't have any income. You have literally zero. You have debt notes. You have evidences of a debt.
Okay.
Debt that the United States of America Corporation owes to
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
The only tender of payment that's legal is gold and silver coins. When they took away all the gold and silver, they said we have the infinite capacity to discharge all of our debts to the books of the United States of America Corporation, who generates revenue by taxing imports. Those are the tariffs. That's how they make money. They don't make money off of us. We giving them their money. We giving them their own fiat currency dollar bills back. It's a form of slavery, and they've tricked everyone into thinking this.
Yeah. And then also the fractional reserve banking, et cetera, et cetera. You know, okay. Yes, go ahead.
Like I said, I can go to Alaska, and that is the other level of.
1 second, sir. Go ahead.
Oh,
I mean, me and Sean were in the middle of something, and then Ethan just dove in with something that was off topic. You saw that, right?
It's completely off topic. He said he has income. He doesn't have any income. He has zero income. He has debt notes. That's it. So
good point. Good point. Sean, no, it would not be stealing if we agreed to it. That said, that's not how income tax works here.
Okay, but I don't pay. Like I said, it's not. I don't pay.
I'm referring to income tax. Income tax is really what I'm discussing. So if it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply. But it still stands.
It doesn't apply to anyone ever. You can't pay a debt with a debt.
Oh my God, you're so fucking obnoxious. You're right. You're right. It's all debt notes. Nothing matters.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Okay, I'm saying nothing matters, but I am right about what I'm saying.
I can answer Ethan real quick. As far as it's concerned, I can go to the ladder where I don't want to work. I don't want to pay taxes. I can go somewhere and do it that way. But as a person that lives in this current society, who enjoys the 3 monitors with the computer screen in the house that I just bought, I am choosing to play their quote unquote game, right? To live how I choose to live. And that is just how a majority of people live. That is why these taxes and et cetera
are there. And get on with it. Let someone else chime in, because you're making a lot of points that need to be rebutted.
Dude, you just went on for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
that's false. Seconds. I'm watching the time right now.
You're autistic as fuck, Ethan.
Fuck you, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. You're lost.
I do know what I'm talking about.
Okay, what's the name of the book that has all the laws of it for the United States of America? What's the name of that book?
Why don't we talk about debt notes? Whose debt
exactly.
is it?
You don't know what you're talking about. It's called the United States Code, and it's a policy book of codes and statutes.
Let's talk about debt notes. Let's talk about debt notes, you shifting motherfucker.
Because you're spreading disinformation. That's why.
No, I'm responding to your points one at a time. Debt notes. It is not your debt. It's not your debt directly.
Yeah, exactly. It's the debt that belongs to the United States of America. They owe the people that money. The United States, the people, the actual living, breathing people.
No.
We are not citizens. Yes, they do. They do. We're the creditors. They're the borrowers. They borrow the money from us when they asked us to turn in all the gold.
They borrow from the Federal Reserve Bank. They borrow it from the Federal Reserve Bank. We are the collateral. Our income is the collateral.
Exactly. The income is not the collateral. The only collateral that they can be paid back in is gold and silver coins.
Future taxes is the security for the money loaned to the U.S. government by the fucking Federal Reserve. I know what I'm talking about.
The Federal Reserve has nothing to do with America. It's a private for-profit corporation that's
where do dollars come from, motherfucker?
Dollars of what? Dollars are a unit of measure, bitch. It's a unit of measure. Dollars of what? A dollar of silver, a dollar of gold.
You guys don't know what you're talking about.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my God.
All right, so this is the first point where he doesn't know what he's talking about. A dollar is a specific currency denomination.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You're lost. You're spreading all this bullshit information.
When you say a dollar of silver, what you're referencing is the amount of silver a dollar could buy. The dollar doesn't change. There isn't a dollar of silver. There isn't a dollar of gold. There's a dollar.
Can I interject a little bit, please?
And this is a good one.
Yes, please do.
Okay. I did want to agree with that young man just a little bit. The reason why he might have said that is because he was thinking pre-1971. You got to remember, Nixon took us off the gold standard in 1971. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Well, and sure, if this was 50 years ago, then he would have been right, but it's not, and he's not 50 years old. So I got to assume that he's wrong. He's wrong. You could make it correct if you change the context in which he's speaking.
Website. This is Nacho's a good channel, and you're fucking this up.
Okay, let me just ask a question, Ethan. So Sean left.
That's
Ethan,
the first time that he tries to.
If you have a point that you want to make, please make a point. Make it succinct so that we can share the mic with other people. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I don't have much to say, but I do want to respond to some of these points because these guys are saying the wrong things. Something like saying that they have income. That's not true. There's no such thing as income. Nobody has income.
Okay, you're being
no one has a tax liability.
Mm-hmm.
You're being pedantic.
Everything about the American code system, which is the U.S. code, the United States code, is all about definitions. If you go look up the word if you go look up the term income, you can't even find a clear, concise definition of what that is. But if you look at the Constitution, The only tender of payment is gold and silver coins. They made it illegal.
I understand. We know this. We know this. Okay, we know this information.
That part of the Constitution is ratified.
Yeah,
everything else is then null and void.
But we have kind of like a colloquialism where we have common speech. So when Flo is saying income, maybe we should ask him what he means by income.
Great question.
We should not ask that because we all know what I mean by income.
Of course, you don't want to answer that because you can't.
And because the section of the Constitution you're talking about has been ratified.
And this is another point that I want to make. When people use jargon to confuse you, and semantic games is a good way to deflect and keep people off the topic. He does this the whole fucking interaction. He continuously wants to play word games. That's really where he wants to go, is to play word games.
With the Federal Reserve Act.
Do you know what corporation is in business?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Who are you asking?
I was asking Flo if he understood what corporation was in business.
I do understand what a corporation is. I'm not sure that you understand what a corporation is.
Bank. Okay, you worked in a bank, Miss Big Pam. All right. So what's an OC10 window for?
Sorry, ma'am. I hate to say this, but what you're saying is irrelevant because according to the United States
Code, I'm asking Flo State. Excuse me. I'm asking Flo State. He worked in a bank, and so he should know what an OC10 window or agreement is for. The OC10 agreement at the bank.
Refresh me. I don't remember. What's an OC10?
The OC10 agreement makes people a private banker.
Thank you.
And you can go in and you can take promissory notes and cash them in for Federal Reserve notes.
Boom. You don't know what you're talking about. She does. You need to stop talking and listen. Other people know more than you. And that's
You're
okay
a troll.
too.
This dude is a troll.
That's okay. I'm not a troll.
No,
You're a troll.
Not. I wish you would listen. Flo.
Do you know him?
Very smart. No, I don't. But you are a very smart person. I've sat and listened to you.
Well,
and so I do know that you have some knowledge.
Has anybody ever met this dude
I'm
before?
not here to put you down. Okay. I just want you to realize that you worked in a banking industry. So promissory notes, Federal Reserve notes, a Federal Reserve note is a debt note.
You're talking about the loan documents.
And God bless Dreamy. I like Dreamy. She's well-intentioned. She has no idea what she's talking about here. She just used bank notes, debt notes, promissory notes interchangeably almost. They're not interchangeable. Anytime that you don't understand something, feeling impassioned about it is not a good substitute for it. It's a shitty one. It's how you get yourself in trouble. Do you have any thoughts, Monograph, so far? You're muted.
No, I'm just listening to what she's saying, and the promissory note that is null and void these days. If you get a promissory note, you got to go to court.
I mean, a promissory note is the actual loan document. Like if you take out a loan, the central contract, the promise to repay, is spelled out in the promissory note. But
I know, but that's a contract. What I got from her is that somebody would write an IOU like on a little piece of paper or something, and then suddenly you're going to take that to the bank. No, that's called a contract between you and you. So go to court.
Right.
Banks make loans.
A Federal Reserve
promissory note
to pay.
I will make this make sense as well. The term United States business means U.S. citizen. The term citizen means corporation. U.S. citizen, business, and corporation are all the same thing. Everyone's confusing. Look it up in the United States Code. It's exactly what it means. It's 15 U.S.C. 1426, Section E1, motherfucker. Go check me right now. It's exactly what it is. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're saying the wrong shit, and you're not even listening to her. She's right, and I'm right by the definitions of the thing. We are not citizens. We are living men and women. Citizens are corporations, period. When they're talking about the corporations and all these people, they're paying attention. Sure, that's fine. But that ain't me. That ain't you. That ain't us. We're not citizens.
How have you been able to use these pedantic word games to improve your life? Did you crack the code? Do I think that you and Dreamy are the two motherfuckers who figured out the secret cheat code to beat the system? I don't think so.
Do you realize that they are censoring all this information? People are just now finding all this stuff out now. like within the last 6 to 8 months. And yeah, I am working on it. And I am going to have infinity debt notes here pretty fucking soon. And in fact, I have my birth certificate right now that's not only apostilled by my state, but it's also authenticated by the federal government. And it says full faith and credit of the United States of America. So yeah, I will have the capacity to discharge all of my debts infinitely. And you will be the slave as long as you identify as your citizenship.
Yeah, right.
You will be.
Dreamy.
You'll be
little troll. Dreamy.
Okay.
What is a promissory note? How do I take in promissory notes to get dollars from them?
See, you don't even know. You're asking questions and you're acting like you know everything. You're asking questions.
A promissory note is a promise to pay at some point down the road. And he's right. That when they took the gold, and then I believe it was when Nixon was.
I don't need the history.
Listen, wait a minute.
Would you listen, bro? Listen to her. She's dead right.
You don't even know what you're going to say.
I
asked a question. You're answering a different question, just like you were.
No, she's not. She's asking.
I do want to know.
Everybody stay with it. You know exactly what you're talking about.
Everybody mute up.
Sorry.
Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Dreamy, go ahead.
A promissory note is a promise to pay. According to the Federal Reserve, the United States dollar, the Federal Reserve note, has no value. And so a remedy was written, I believe that HJR 19210, right? Okay. So a remedy was written.
Ethan, we don't need to hear your agreements.
I was kind of asking him because I was making sure I had it right. Sorry.
All good, all good.
Go ahead.
But anyways, so a remedy was written when they took all our gold. Remember back, I don't know if you remember the movie, It's a Wonderful Life, when they were having the banking emergency, right? Well, they stopped the circulation of gold and they asked everybody to turn in their gold. So then, according to the Constitution, where money is gold and silver, right? We no longer had use of that. And when President Nixon was president, he ended using the silver certificate. And so we don't have any money. We don't have anything other than the Federal Reserve note, which is only a promise to pay, or AKA a debt note. You can't pay a debt with a debt. So when you're asking,
okay, go ahead, finish, and then because I know where you're going with this, but go ahead.
So when you're asking, about the promissory note, we can all write promissory notes to promise to pay, or in other words, like Ethan was saying, we can discharge that because we have that's our only remedy to pay or accept their offer.
Okay. All right, Flo, go ahead.
So my question, that wasn't my question. Like I said, you were answering the wrong question. I want to know how I can do what you said initially, which is take a promissory note in and exchange it for dollars. And I'm happy for you or Ethan the troll to answer.
I can answer.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. Let's not call him a troll. I don't think he's a troll myself, but he's a little bit feminine, but that's fine. I'm okay with it. I'm also a little bit feminine. But go ahead, Ethan.
Okay, so here's how you do this. You have to first establish that you're not the citizen. Everyone must expatriate their citizenship. And I know that sounds insane because, I'm going to get kicked out. But look what's happening at the southern border. Everyone's pouring in. They kick you out. You walk right back in. They're not going to kick you out. They might kick you out of the corporation called United States of America. But who cares? Because the definition of United States of America is it's located in the 10 square miles of District of Columbia. So cool, let them kick you out. You live on the landmass of the state that you live in. Then what? Okay. Let me just finish.
Yeah.
Then you establish yourself as the living man by way of affidavit, authentication, certification, affidavit of ownership. You make a claim on your estate, your account, which is your name in all capital letters. Once you make the claim on your account, you set up your UCC1 agreement and your security agreement and your bond. And
did you follow anybody's talking about UCC1 agreement, security agreement, bond? Are you following any of this?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening to the whole thing. I'm laughing. Oh, he said, the guy sounds feminine.
So for those who don't know, the security agreement, he's referencing loan docs. Basically, a security agreement is the document, the legal document that is called perfection, that perfects collateral in a loan transaction. That is a security agreement. A corresponding form that does the same thing is a UCC1. The difference is that a security agreement is a broad claim, right? Like I have as my collateral all of this business's accounts receivables, for instance. whereas a UCC1 identifies and claims specific items. None of that has anything to do with your citizenship, nor does it have anything to do with bond, which is how you get out of jail. You know, there's just a hodgepodge of legal documents that do not fit together into a unified picture.
And once you have those,
and hold on a second, where to go, Hank? Thank you, Hank, for helping compensate me for presenting this terrible information to us all. I appreciate the support. Let me hit some bombs on you. All right, let's carry on. And Mitch, I don't know who you're talking to, but if you're telling me to go cite someone's claim, no, I'm not doing your homework for you. You go cite something if you determine I'm wrong.
Bonds, then you go to the bank, you apply for a credit card, they give you the credit, they decline you for the credit card, you sue them, then once you sue them, they give you the unlimited credit card.
Yeah, you don't have to do any of that.
1 second.
You don't have to do any of that.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Ethan, I'm going to give you time to finish. Please land the plane, and then I'm going to give the mic to somebody else.
Give me max 30 seconds. After you do that, they give you your Infinity credit card. The banks are public transmitting utilities. You use your unlimited credit card to then purchase things, and then you endorse every bill that comes to your house. And after you endorse it, they discharge their debts, which are your notes, to the United States of America Corporation. They send it to the Treasury, and the Treasury discharges it. The United States of America.
Are we still entertaining the troll?
Yes, sir. We are.
The United
Can
States
you tell
of
us
America
about his accomplishments, about his life? How much wealth
The
is he
United
have?
States of the United
techniques.
I will
United
give the
States
mic to you. Go ahead. Finish up. Go ahead.
The United States of America Treasury will discharge the debts to the books of the United States of America Corporation. They are the ones that owe the Federal Reserve all these fake monies back. They're the ones in debt. We give them the credit. They are the borrowers. We are the creditors. They
This
owe
is the
us
stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Well, you're a fucking idiot, so fuck yourself. Go
That's
fuck
fine.
yourself.
It's fine, but it's fine. But like, I just need to give people the space to be able to express themselves, even if it is stupid or not. Right? That's just being fair. Okay, Ethan, are you finished, sir? Can I give the mic to Dick?
I am. Notch, would you mind if I dropped resources?
This was yesterday on Nachiqueta's channel. I'll drop the link here in a second. Fuck, I forgot what else I was gonna say. But all that shit was word salad. There was no information there that was actionable.
For the people in the chat, for the people who actually care for
You
this.
are more than welcome to put it in the private chat, and then I will be happy to share the resources that you've shared with me here.
Got it. Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Dick, go ahead, sir.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not looking at it.
I shouldn't shoot you down, man. If that's the ritual you need to go through to feel clear in your conscience that you're doing the right thing, and you've done all the research, and this is your conclusion, is going through this reestablishing your identity by defining it correctly, I think it's a limiting concept. I think it's another way to crawl back into another box, and it actually takes you away from the direct connection to source that we all have inherently in us. And so instead of listening to that spirit that we walk with, we end up looking for these outward entities because we want them to recognize us. We want them to know us, but we don't even know ourselves. If we knew ourselves, we'd know we don't need a label. It's absurd. And all this fucking nonsense is to obfuscate you or conflate the ideas so you don't actually get to the meat of the issue, which is you have to stand on who you are. You have to discern your points, make a case for them. And if you're wrong in error, move to another position. But the reality is, if you can't stand on it because of your own conviction, you're not even a man. You're just, floating in the wind of anybody else's collective consciousness or somebody else's ideas.
Okay. Are you done, sir? Flo?
Well, I would like to challenge him to just kind of know, what does his life look like? What are his accomplishments? What has he done?
Sure.
Notable that would give him credibility.
We can cross that.
Does he have an unlimited credit card?
Okay.
And has he employed any of those ideas, right?
Yeah. These are fair
questions.
I mean, that's up to him. I'm not going to force him to. But Flo, did you want to say something? And then let me 1 second. Let Flo say something, and then I'll give the mic back to you.
Yeah, all the things that he just said it's an insane process of jargon. It doesn't make any sense, not because it's confusing, because it actually doesn't make sense. I understand what these documents are that you're discussing, and it does not make sense. So if you could explain who you filing this shit with, or why you're filing it, like the security agreement, the bond. Where's this stuff being filed, and what is the purpose of it? That would help clarify, but I don't think it can.
Okay, so Ethan, because of based on good faith, and you have knowledge, and have you gone through the process, and how does it reflect your livelihood and all this kind of stuff? So do you want to address some of these questions?
Yeah, I'll chime in. Okay, so let me ask you this. You don't answer, because the answer is obvious. If you walked up to a homeless man on the street and asked him to recite the alphabet, and then he recites the alphabet A through Z in perfect order, would you say that that's wrong just because he's a bum? No, that's not true at all. If he recites the alphabet.
All right, let me clarify something real quick, because I'm having multiple conversations. I called Mitch a dumbass and a faggot. Faggot was censored out by StreamYard, even though I maintain it applies to Mitch entirely. He's a faggot. Miss Lockhart, I did not call you a dumbass, but the shoe's fitting at the moment. And both of you have links.
And it's true. The information itself is true. Obviously, I don't have infinity credit because I'm here talking to you guys. I'm here on this live chat. This information is just now being publicly released, acknowledged, and being reviewed. And
Monograph, if you want to chime in at any time, just let me know.
They'll point to you all the laws, all the rules, and all the regulations that support what I'm saying. If you guys do some digging and do some do a basic
so you're
search
saying
on the
you're
internet.
a bum that has life-changing information that one day you'll put into actual effect and show us all, but at this point,
no, not for you, not for you. Not for you, but for the people that are watching this channel because they want to help themselves out. Absolutely. You guys are potentially fucking trolls and agents, so you guys can go fuck yourselves. And if you're not, then you guys are cognitive dissonant retards, and you're listening to information and automatically
that's not much of a choice.
Information.
That's
calling them names is not going to help us solve this issue.
Okay, that's
go ahead.
I just need anger.
Welcome, Mrs. Lockhart.
Hey, everybody.
Hey. Do you have anything you want to say, or should we continue on with the...
No. Please continue on. Continue on. I'm listening.
Fair, but these guys are on a good channel, not just a good dude.
I get that.
Diligently.
The thing is, it's just like all the people that believe they live on a ball spinning around in space, okay?
Exactly.
It's the lack of knowledge. It's not that it's not there. But I would like to point out that this is a very, very old system. And they used to hold these seminars where they were selling crap or whatever. But then at the end of the seminar, they get a bunch of people to show up. And then at the end of the seminar, they would tell anybody that had $10,000 or more to invest to stay after, and they could meet in the back room. This is the system they were teaching way back whenever I was like 14, 15, whenever I was drugged to some of these seminars that they had, so this is not new. They used to charge a mint to get this information. Now it's all over the internet.
Sounds like a scam.
It's not a scam. It's been being used. That's how somebody that
but neither of you have used it.
Day, are you going to keep interrupting me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's all over the internet. People are sharing it freely now because they want people out of debt. That debt is not ours to pay. It's owed to us for the theft.
All right, Mitch, what do you got to say? Why are you being a faggot?
It's not that I'm defending Chris or Anna or anything like that, because I don't really know those people, but I have done some research and I have looked into this extensively for years. And the fact that I do respect the truth that they present doesn't mean I'm gullible or a faggot or any of that. I'm just here to rebut the false narratives that are being presented in their name, that I feel like is intentionally being done to obscure. So, like,
why would I have an interest in smearing people that I've only heard of one of these people?
I don't know for sure that you do have. I can't say what your intent is, but I suspect that it's intentional because I know you're smarter than this. And so, to put forth this narrative that Chris, you were following Chris and there was some legitimacy to him. And then you stop following him because he told people to use a tax form to address citizenship.
I was subscribed to him. He sounded good at first glance, but the minute I sat down and listened to a whole stream, I quickly lost interest in him. And I saw you said something about the security agreements, the USC one or the UCC ones.
I didn't say anything about UCC one. I never used that terminology. I never mentioned the UCC I never.
You said
I never
that I was
know that.
taught those things by the Federal Reserve System. I've used all these documents personally in the way I said a bunch of times. I know how they work.
I didn't. I wasn't talking to you. You might be mistaking me with somebody else. But
all right. Well, maybe I am. All right.
I was just really wanting to address that, because Chris does present a lot of very good factual information, and if you do have a legitimate, discrepancy with the truth that he does present, then I'd be happy to hear it. But when you say that, it lends no credence to your argument. So I ask you to substantiate your claims. That's all. You don't have to if you don't want to, and it's the same with Rose.
I fully intend not to. This isn't about Chris at all. He came up in passing. So no, I'm not going to substantiate it. I don't even remember what my specific objection to him was. I'm just saying my opinion from what I've observed. I believe him to be entirely full of shit. I'm not substantiating it. I'm not resting much on that claim. Just my opinion.
May I add something?
That's fine.
Yes.
So I think that one of the reasons why this is so mind-boggling, the whole entire thing, is because somewhere along the line, we'd have to admit we were lied to, because everything we've ever been taught goes in a totally different direction. Now, to be fair, I did do exactly what Monograph mentioned, and I did exactly what Rose did. And it made me absolutely angry. I was horrified.
What did you do?
What I did was I utilized both the Social Security number and the number on the back of the card, Social Security card. I went there to this Federal Reserve, all that. I did all that back in, like she said, about 2016. And when I went there, I didn't do it just for my name. I used my daughter's. I pulled, my then husband's. I put it all in the system, and bingo bango, numbers out of this world, account numbers with my name attached, my social, were there. And it absolutely made, hold on, let me finish, because I just want to give you my experience. Here's the thing. I'm not going to tell you how it was there, because I don't know who specifically put it there. What I'm saying is there were unbelievable amounts of money. Some of the accounts for my daughter, as an example, there were 3 of them that showed that they were, zero balanced. Ironically, my daughter had 3 car accidents. 3 car accidents, and they totaled the same exact amounts of those accounts that were zeroed out. So I'm not saying that, I know how to access it and take it and run with it. Frankly, I believe that if anybody has gotten it and they're living with it and they're living off of it, they may not be in this country anymore. I don't know. I'm just saying everything that they are saying, including the term UCC, as you've eloquently mentioned you dealt with in banking, these are all true and real things. Your capitalization of your name on your birth certificate, the fact that it's capitalized on your Social Security card, all of these things mean that is not a human. It's not one like, here's Black's law for confusion. When I want to say person, the person, this is a corporation has their name in all caps. Whenever you open an LLC, it's always all caps. A human being, a person, you should never have your name in all caps, but that is the reason why it's done that way, because you are corporate collateral. Oh, wow, Margaret, just put it there. You literally are corporate collateral. It's a shame, but it's the truth.
How did you said you put your numbers into a system and you saw the balances. I would like you to walk me through those steps.
Oh, I'll never go back through that again. What I will tell you
I want to do it with my shit live right now. Anybody on panel can tell me how to do it.
You know what? Can I be candid? I remember that one of those numbers was your routing number. And my routing number started with a G. Something started with a G. And that's on the back of my social. It's a G.
I'm
put
looking at a
that
card right
in.
now. I see it.
Yeah.
This one's got an H.
Okay, but is it in red? It's in all red or blue? Okay.
Red.
That number, I put that in at that time. Somebody had given me the instructions on how to do it. And just to prove them wrong, I did it. And when I was done, I was pretty upset. I was upset because, you know, you're sitting here thinking, well, gee whiz, here I am trying to, you know, rob Peter to pay Paul, pull these numbers together and pay bills or whatnot. And this stuff is floating around. One thing I will tell you is, I'm not sure if you remember or not, but several years ago, the Pope took an account of all human beings on earth. Once he was done with that, he actually got a numeric amount, a monetary number that all human beings, once he got the total amount, was worth. Do you remember hearing about that? I'm going to look that up just so that I can be fair in my referencing of this. But my point is, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes here that we don't know about. A lot of things that are being done on a daily basis that, frankly, if we all knew the truth, it would make us upset. I'm going to see what I can do about finding that out for you, and then I'll give it to you.
Uncle Jeff asked if there's a name for the process, and I also would like to know if anybody at all on panel or in the chat knows how to do this in a way that we can walk through it right now.
While you guys are talking, I'll look it up.
Three people here, the two, you, Monograph, and Rose, have all said that you've done something with this. Nobody's able to tell me how to do it.
Okay, well, let's look up your, take your social security number on the back and stick it in a web browser and see if it takes you to a Federal Reserve Bank. See if it's one of their numbers. There are several.
I want to hop in here. I want to hop in here real quick.
Let me do some research on the back end here. You guys go ahead and chat, and then I'll be right back.
Okay.
I just wanted to say real quick, if I can, please, that, you know, like she mentioned, this is what I believe the underlying issue is. You know, she said, take your social security number, you know, and she also mentioned you are chattel. Well, you got to realize what the banking scheme is that they use to create all this. And so if you identify with the trust, if you think you are the chattel and you think it is your account and things like that, then that's what allows you to fall into the trap. It isn't yours. You know, it's not your account. You don't have access. There's no way to access it. Nobody has access to it.
I just want to see it. And so far, I'm striking out. I would just like to see it. So
nobody's accessed it.
I mean,
it's been
so far 3 people have said that they've seen it.
It's been confirmed that it's there. The accounts are there, but nobody can access them. They're not your accounts. You don't have the authority to access them. And that's like what Wizard's trying to do. You know, he thinks he has the authority to claim that account, and that way he has the access to it and it has the authority of it. You don't have it. It's not your account. It's not your funds. It's not your, you know, and by you identifying with it, that's what makes you essentially an ignorant, willing participant.
In the back chat, Monograph said Fidelity used to show your account in full from the creation date.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's confirmed that the account's there for sure.
I'm just trying to confirm it now. I've met so many fucking people in here who say the same thing you do, that it's real, it's confirmed, Nobody, but nevertheless, none of them are rich, none of them are sovereign, none of them have done anything with it.
Well, I'm pretty sure Social Security's
I
website
don't want anything to do with it.
Trusted. If you like ask them what Social Security is, they'll tell you straightforward that it's a trust account.
But Mitchell, I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want to. I'm the type of person that, yeah, I have a lot of information. I do know of a lot of things, and this was back in 2016. For the love of Pete, I don't even remember what I ate yesterday.
But you want the benefit,
lunch, let alone
I know you don't want anything to do with it.
No. Here's the reason why these types of things interest me. They interest me because it allows me more and more every day to know about the place that I'm in. That's what it allows me to know and to understand that there's a lot of stuff going on here and I didn't know nothing about it. And it just helps me to really be able to decipher everything that I'm dealing with on a daily basis. I don't want to have anything to do with it because I watch people go to jail on YouTube while they were going out buying RVs and
It lets you know more about the world you're in if you're right about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you're right about it.
They get out there, Monograph's back.
Mm-hmm.
But do you understand the concept that it's not your social security number? You know, it's not your trust account.
Yeah, this is all just perspective and semantic games. What I'm looking for, what I'm interested in primarily is something actionable. I want the mechanics because we can shift perspectives and word meanings all day long. You can say that's not money, that's a debt note. Okay, that's fine. It's not wrong, but you haven't exposed any functionality here. There's nothing to do with this except for just look at it from a novel perspective. And that's all that I've seen any of this stuff be is just shifts in perspectives and linguistic games.
I really wish that I could remember the name of the people who were actually running around doing this in 2016. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was going to pull it up right now.
Where you need to go, Flo, you need to go to fidelity.com.
Okay. Here, I'll share screen.
The issue is fidelity.com, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2017 or 18, because the problem was so vast, I believe that they took the feature down, and I'm being totally honest. But you can look online and you can see people doing it. So all you got to do is type in Fidelity pulling personal accounts, and people are doing it live, and you can review those videos. It's not BS.
Okay, well, I mean, if I can't do it, I can't do it, and I don't know which. I'm not going to go rummage around right now in the middle of a stream for maybe some videos.
Here's another factor. I did something. Now, Felicia was talking about been lied to and that sort of thing. Well, here, let me show you where it's irrefutable evidence for yourself there, Flo.
I don't want evidence. I want to do it on demonstration.
Okay, hold on a second. No,
I mean, go ahead and give me the evidence.
I'm giving you the evidence. The evidence, you want evidence, all right? You're saying that what we're saying is bullshit. But what I'm saying is the evidence is, in fact, your Social Security card. The reason why that's evidence is because according to you, according to the state, your Social Security card is to do with Social Security. Is that right?
It's not your Social Security card. It says it right on there. It says this is not yours.
I understand. Hold on a second. I'm saying in literal form, according to all Americans, your Social Security card is to do with Social Security. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
Okay. So, Flo, answer me this one question. Why is it then that on the back of your Social Security card, the alpha, in other words, the letter, lines up perfectly to a Federal Reserve Bank, one of 12 in the United States? One is not the other. The Federal Reserve is a private cabal.
What does H line up to, and how do you know it lines up to that?
And I'll get you H. One moment. I'll get you H, not a problem. Hold on. H is going to be, let me go ahead and pull it up. H.
You can share screen if you want.
Is going to be St. Louis.
You can share screen if you want.
No, that's all right. H is St. Louis.
What are you looking at to figure that out?
Okay, all you got to do is type in a Google search that says the 12 letters A through L, Federal Reserve banks, and it'll give you what they are. In other words, it'll say, for example, let's go through them. A is Boston, B is New York, C is Philadelphia, D is Cleveland, E is Richmond, that'd be Virginia, F is Atlanta, G is Chicago, H is St. Louis, I is Minneapolis, J is Kansas City, K is Dallas, and L is San Francisco. So again, going back to what Felicia is saying about we're being lied to, well, you bet your ass you're being lied to, because your Social Security is definitely a government entity where the Federal Reserve is not.
That does say
Correct.
San Francisco. That is
There's your evidence right there, buddy. How are you getting both? Because it's bullshit. They'll tell you that the alphanumeric on the back of your social security number is to do with a card stock number. That's bullshit. Your social security card, buddy, goes to a specific account allotted to you. You can contact the Social Security Administration. They'll tell you how much money you got in your account for Social Security. They're not going to tell you the number that you have in your Federal Reserve Bank account, because the Federal Reserve Bank account, they do not have fiduciary duty over that account. Only the Federal Reserve does, not you and not the Social Security.
And you technically don't have the right to know until the trust has matured.
That is right. That is absolutely correct.
Let's see. The Fed's website, the Federal Reserve's website states a recent hoax circulating on the internet asserts that the Federal Reserve maintains accounts for individuals that are tied to the individual's social security number, and that individuals can access these accounts to pay bills and obtain money. These claims are false.
And let me guess, that's going to be USA Today, right?
Yeah, it is.
And you know
I knew
what?
it was USA
You'll notice in their claim they say our research, they've determined. USA Today is for-profit entity. They are a news website. They're garbage. I can prove to you that the account does exist.
They might be
want
garbage.
You to know it exists.
They
you
might
can't
be
do anything
garbage.
about it anyway once you find out it does exist.
They might be garbage, but they're citing actual.
Our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people, along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. As we say in our statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy, we view maximum employment as a broad-based and inclusive goal. With regard to interest rates, we continue to expect it will be appropriate to maintain.
I think he's going to address it. It's on the
0 to 1/4% target range for the federal funds rate until labor market conditions have reached.
Okay, well, I guess he's not going to.
Flo, what I'm trying to say to you is this. They don't want the common man knowing that these accounts exist because they're going to piss them off. People
So all three,
hey, where's my money? Well, it's not it's your money, but it's not your money because you didn't set up the $7,500 initial payment when you were born. Somebody else
are
did.
all three of you sitting here saying that all the institutions are lying to us and you all have figured it out, but nobody here can demonstrate it?
Sir, you can listen. It's not that you're making it sound like it's a grand conspiracy, which it actually is. Because when you go back to Jekyll Island, here we go again, of the Federal Reserve being set up, a couple of days before Christmas back in 1913. Yeah. Well, go find out what that's all about. Then you got all of the petrodollar bullshit. Then go ahead and look at the when Nixon took us off the gold standard. In other words, this promissory note, you're talking about the greenback, the dollar, it's backed by nothing. Man, we don't know what lies are. The lies are so freaking big, it's pathetic. What I want you to do for me, Flo, is if you could respond to my evidence. How is it that Social Security, which is a federal government, that is their own entity, how is it somehow that they're lined up magically to our Social Security card with the Federal Reserve?
I don't think they are lined up magically.
They are. They are, dude.
Then show me where you got this correlation.
Well, look on the back of your own Social Security card. There's going to be
I'm looking at the fucking number right here. I'm looking at the number. You told me H corresponds to St. Louis. Okay. How did you find that correspondence?
I just told you. Go do it. Here, I'll do it for
I did do a Google search.
Let me go get it.
It's on the seal. That L seal says San Francisco. That's the correspondence, man.
Right.
Are you saying how?
Hold on a second.
Are you saying how does that tie into the Social Security card?
All letters that correspond.
What? There's no. So, well, there's nothing. Where am I at? There's nothing on this.
To the Federal.
It's on the other side.
Reserve.
Yeah. Bank. What's that seal say?
There's not a letter on it. It says United States Federal Reserve System.
Oh, interesting. That is
Here
interesting.
it is right here. Are you ready? Here's the link. Share it with the class. Pretty please with sugar on top. Here's the freaking link. I'm going to put it in the side chat.
Mm-hmm.
There it is right there. I don't know if it'll fit, but there it is right there. When you go to it, you can see the banks also have a number. They are Boston. One is A. New York is B. See right there? It's a translation of the alpha to numeric, or numeric to the alpha. It's on the back of your Social Security card. What I'm trying to say is I'm responding to Alicia, how she's saying we've been lied to. Oh boy, that's an understatement. Again, how did you go from the Social Security, which is a federal agency, somehow to a private cabal all in one card? How did that happen?
Okay, so if my last name starts with an H, does that also mean that I'm owned by St. Louis? Like, just because the Fed uses corresponding letters doesn't mean it stretches to every application.
Yes, it does, because you're what this man is saying, that you brought him up, he's absolutely right. Your straw name is all your capital letters. I'll bet you $5 million every bill that you have, either from a banking institution, a credit card agency, a freaking, a light bill, I don't care what it is, it's going to be all capital letters, all of it. Because you're a corporation, your name is in fact a part of the corporation. You're a subsidiary, technically. You are collateral. You're a corporate collateral. Go check. Go look on your driver's license, all capital letters for your name. Go look.
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to find anything.
Go look at banking statements, all capital letters.
You support the claims. Everybody here is.
I just supported the claim.
All you did was show that the Federal Reserve uses letters.
There's a link in the back chat.
You didn't connect it to anything.
There's a link in the back chat.
There's a link in the back chat.
I clicked
Click on
it. I shared screen on it.
Okay. So how is it possible that my Social Security card lines up just magically
has an H with
the Federal Reserve?
Not every alphanumeric code comes back to the Federal Reserve.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. On the Social Security card, yes, it does. Ask everybody in the chat to look at their own Social Security card and tell the number. I bet you nobody's going to go beyond L, because nobody goes beyond L. It's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. There's not anything beyond L.
Look at it.
You mean to tell me it's all by happenstance? Everybody's Social Security card, the alpha on the back of the Social Security card just happens to line up with the 12 individual subsidiaries of the Federal Reserve?
What you've demonstrated is that the Federal Reserve uses an alphabet code to designate its branches. That is correct.
That's what I just said. I told you that. Yes, I told you that.
You've established. Now, what you're claiming, though, is that it corresponds to the Social Security card. You haven't supported that.
Juxtapose your Social Security card to the list.
Alicia said, you're being lied to. That's a lie right there. They're saying that it doesn't go to your own account. Well, it does go to your own account. I just told you. Call the Social Security Administration. Ask them how much money is in your personal Social Security account. They'll be able to tell you. They'll be able to tell you how much money throughout your life that you put into your little account because they took it out of your freaking taxes along with your taxes.
They can tell how much you paid in.
Federal taxes, Social Security.
You should get a statement every year with.
I'm getting too much money.
Thank you, Fortnite Kid, for the super sticker. And thank you, Hank, for the $2 super chat. He says, search the 12 Federal Reserve districts. I understand there are 12 Federal Reserve districts. I understand they designate them with alphabets. That does not mean that the Social Security Administration. It doesn't mean that one side is the other.
Guys like you that have been here's a problem. I'm not saying you're a problem. I'm just saying guys that have been in banking, they flip out when they know this information because they can't understand how is a guy worth a popsicle stick and a shoestring, or these other people in your room that you just look as being trolls. How do they know more than you? And you were in banking. I understand. That's why you get so angry.
I'm not confused by that. I think you're all hopeful morons. I was just being polite and not saying it. I think every last one of you has got your own bullshit. Every last one of you is
morons. We just know more of it than you do.
Then demonstrate it. Demonstrate it. Show that you know more. Show you know more.
I just
Let
told
me ask you
you.
this.
I just told you. You never listen, Flo. You never knew that the back of your Social Security card had a freaking registered with one of 12 banks. You didn't even know that. Here, I'm proving it to
Do
you.
you not
Now you're pissed off
understand
at me.
the opposition I'm
Listen, dude,
making?
I'm just telling you. What,
Mm-hmm.
excuse me. What I'm trying to say is you have your own account. Would you agree you have a Social Security account? Would you say that?
I have a Social Security number. I'll agree to that.
No. Would you say that you have a specific amount of money in your personal Social Security account? Yes or no?
No, I will not say that. They may be true, but it has not been demonstrated. I will not make that claim.
In your own
Okay, I'm
Social
making that
Security
claim.
account? Certainly you
Listen,
do.
I'm telling you unequivocally
How
that
about
you
this?
and the rest of the people that pay taxes, we have in our own specific, individualized Social Security accounts.
All right.
This is why at the age of 40,
Let me do it
hold on a
this
second.
way.
Hold on, let me finish. This is why at the age of 40, they will send you a declaration from the Social Security Administration that will give you an estimation that if you were to go on Social Security today, this is the amount that you would be paid monthly.
Exactly.
They do that every time you hit the age of 40. You're only going to hit it
Well,
once.
it's based on work
Conveniently, I
credit.
don't have that. Why doesn't somebody on here stop explaining shit and start demonstrating shit?
Okay, let me
Throw me in
clarify
the
something. Let me clarify something, because here's what I think we're conflating. We're not saying that your Social Security account that he's referencing from the Social Security Administration is the exact same thing as what we're talking about for the routing numbers and all of that. Your Social Security account is your personal Social Security that you pay into if you have a W-2 job. That W-2 job gleans a few things from you when you get your paycheck. FICA, Social Security, Medicare, and all of that. Whenever they
Correct.
take that Social Security out of your check, it goes into a little bitty account that is assigned to you. So every time you turn 40 and then another couple of years down the road, they'll send you a statement saying, hey, Flow State, this is the amount based on the amount of years that you've worked, based on the amount of money that you put into your Social Security account is what you would get per month if you were to draw your Social Security today. That is something that is normal. It is public record, and everybody, if they
Except
are,
it's not based on the money
hold
you
on,
put
hold
in.
on,
It's
hold
on a
on.
work. It's
Let
on a
me
credit
finish.
system. You
Let
earn
me
work
finish.
credit. You earn credits.
So the problem
That's
is
how
that
it
if
works.
we
It's not
keep
in an
cutting
account.
each
It goes
other
into a
off,
general fund.
that's not what I'm
That's
saying.
not
What
how
I'm
it
trying,
works.
can I explain it to him so that he gets
Yeah.
it?
If you could demonstrate it, can
Oh,
you demonstrate
baby,
it? Like
sweetie,
cite your
it's okay.
sources?
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
So do you understand what I'm saying, Flow State? What I'm saying is every time you have, so that's what he's talking about right there. Those are two different animals altogether, because everybody that has a W-2 job
Yeah, but hold on a
does
second,
pay
Felicia.
Social Security. Yes.
Felicia, let me interject on that. I'm also saying that your Social Security number and the information on the back also goes to the Federal Reserve, where you have your main account, that it lines up with your birth certificate, lines up with your straw name and your Social Security. This is how your Social Security, all of that information is in the primary account that is being held at the one of 12 subsidiary Federal Reserve banks throughout the United States. Yes,
That's correct.
where it
Yeah.
is being held.
Yeah.
The primary account, which is how do you get your primary account? Well, let's see. On the back of your freaking Social Security card is going to be your freaking bank account. Your Social Security number is the routing number, because there's 9. There's always 9 numbers in a routing number. Not 10, not 8, 9. That's the routing number. The account number is on the back of the card in association with the alpha, the letter, and then all the numbers after that is the account freaking number.
So do you see what we're saying? But I just wanted to stress that you do have that. If you've worked a W-2 job, you do have that. That's something that's coming to. Son, I'm not speaking to you. I'm 60 years old.
It
I'm
doesn't
really, I'm
matter.
giving
It
you your
doesn't matter. I'm
respect.
very
I
familiar
have
with
given you
Social
your respect,
Security,
but
and
I am
it's based on
addressing
work
flow
credits.
states,
It's on
sir.
a you earn
Sir,
credit.
I
You
am
earn credits,
addressing
right?
flow states so that we don't
Right.
have this
It's not based
ongoing
on you don't get a
confusion.
personal
So that
account.
we don't
You
have
don't
the
get a
ongoing
personal Social
confusion.
Security account. That's
Wow, that's
fraud.
not what we're
You're fraud.
talking
And
about.
if you fuck around, see, you want the benefits, but then you say you don't want anything to
What
do with
planet
it
is he on?
because you're a fraud. You want to manipulate this system for your benefit and then claim it's a fraud. You're the fraud. That's
You
it.
don't know what you're talking about,
Right,
sir.
exactly.
You're
You
on a
don't know what
totally
you're
different
talking about. Now
planet.
demonstrate it. You keep repeating that you have this
I
account,
think he's
right?
been on
And
something. Bless
you
his heart.
pay in, and
Bless
that
your
they
heart.
create your own personal account based on how much you pay in. That's not true. Show that account. If anyone can show that account, I'll take your word for it.
Young man, actually, I can prove it to you. It's really easy. In other
Do
words,
it.
if
We're
I were to
waiting.
die and I'm married, then my spouse gets that money. If it was going
Oh,
through a
that
general
doesn't
slush
prove.
fund, excuse
No,
me,
no, no,
if
no.
it was going through a general slush fund,
How the insurance
it wouldn't
policy
matter.
works through Social Security. I understand how the insurance policy works through Social Security. I get it. It's an insurance policy, right? I totally get that. What I'm refuting is
No.
that you have your own personal account based on how many dollars you put into it, right? Now, if anyone can show that account, I'll take their word for it.
I
I
don't
can show
think
the
we're
account.
talking about the
You
same
can go to
thing
the
here.
Social
Otherwise,
Security
it's just hearsay.
Administration.
It's just fucking hearsay. It's not
It's not
true.
hearsay, young man. You can go
It
to
is.
the Social Security Administration and see what's in
Social
your personal
Security
account. You can do it
works
yourself. You
on
can go to the
work
website.
credit. Otherwise, you're eligible for
It's not a
state
credit, sir.
subsidized welfare.
It's
But
not a credit.
what you're
It's not a
talking
credit.
about, the Social Security it's an insurance policy, right? And they
No,
work
sir,
on
it's
work.
not
You
an
earn
insurance policy.
credits.
No.
You earn credits. Yes, it is. It's not an
No,
account.
it is not an
It's
insurance
not an
policy,
account.
sir.
You earn credits, right? That determines how much you get paid if you retire or you become disabled. It's a credit system, right? You earn credits, work credit.
No, it's not a credit
Right.
system. It's
It's
not
not
insurance
based on
either.
how many dollar bills you put into this account.
It's not
So why
insurance.
do they take
It's not
Social
insurance.
Security out of your check, sir?
It's a general fund.
Right.
Yes, that's
But
a
you
general
And it
put
fund.
doesn't mean that
into
they're
it.
putting it into your personal Social Security
Yes, they
account
are
held at
putting
the
it into
Federal
your
Reserve.
personal.
And if you
Yes,
can
yes.
demonstrate that,
Wow.
I might consider it. But until you can demonstrate that, you're just talking
You
out
can
your
go
ass.
to the Social Security Administration and get it yourself through your Social Security number.
I know how many work credits I have. I'm telling you.
It
I have
doesn't
the
matter how
document.
much you have.
I have the
You can go
document.
and
I can
find
pull
out
I
under
can go get
your
the
personal
document if I
account,
wanted
buddy.
to
What's wrong
fucking
with you?
publish it. But you can go get your own for your damn self. I know how
Yes,
it
you
works.
can get your own. You
Right.
can get your own.
I
Yes.
know how it fucking works. It's based on work
Well,
credits. You
here,
earn
let me
work
ask you a
credits.
question, young man. Listen,
Right.
is there any interest made off of that money? You bet your
No,
ass
fuck
there
yeah,
is.
there
But
is.
do you get the interest? No, you do not.
No, you do
You
not.
don't. You don't get the interest.
Right. You're not doing the investment. They're great. They're
That's
great
right.
at
It's not an
investing.
investment. It goes to your own. So who
They're
gets the
investing the money. Yes, they
gets
are. That's what they're
interest?
doing.
Who gets the interest? Who gets the interest?
Who gets the interest? The interest is paid right
Yeah.
to the bank.
No, the interest is in the bank. Social Security is not a bank. Your
Sure it
Social
is.
Security account is of you. It is a slush fund. Yes, I agree. But you have your own individualized account. Where is the interest that is being made?
No,
Where is
you
that
don't.
interest going? It's going into the slush fund, buddy. In other words,
Yeah,
as you
there is.
work, you're paying
What you're
for
talking,
the elderly
what you're
people. As the
convoluted,
elderly people die.
what you're getting convoluted is the Cesta KV trust and all that bullshit.
No, that's not what we were talking
That's
about.
it. That's what
When
it
I
is.
interjected, Mitch, I want to say that I think you and I got off on the wrong foot, and I think we
I
are
don't give a
possibly
fuck. It's
talking
not
about the
personal.
same
I
thing.
don't know you and I
So
don't
what
care
I was
about
saying
you.
to
But until you want to address the facts,
Can I
I don't really
finish?
care. I'm not here
Can
to
I
be your
finish?
friend. I'm not
Can I
here.
finish?
I'm not
Because we
here to
can all
fucking.
get
I'm not here
ignorant.
to listen
Trust
to
me,
you
we
fucking
can.
mentally masturbate. I don't give a
Oh.
fuck about your feelings, buddy. You're
Buddy.
presenting bogus fucking facts.
You're not even listening to what I'm trying to
Right.
tell you, which tells me that, Flo, I'm only going to talk to you,
I
okay?
have listened
Because
to
I'm
you
not going to
multiple
get
times
ignorant
try
with
to
this
tell
dude.
people
Because if he wants me to get ignorant,
you
you
have
and
a
I both
personal
know I
account
can.
based on
What I
how
was
many
trying to
dollar
explain
bills
to
you
you,
paid
Flow
into this
State,
system.
was
And I'm
what
telling you
Monograph
how
was
they
sharing
determine
originally.
your
He was
eligibility for Social
utilizing the
Security.
idea
How
of
they
just your
determine your
social
eligibility for Social
security
Security.
number,
Hold on,
right?
Mitch.
How they
That's what he was talking
All right,
about.
Mitch, hold
He
on a
was talking
second.
about
Hold on
the
a second.
social security number. That's what we were referring to. We weren't talking about the other stuff. We were just talking about when you have your social security and it's taken out of your check that you can go and see how much. They'll send it to you. As soon as you hit 40, you'll see them send you this little letter. It'll come from Social Security Administration. They'll have your name on there and they'll just say, hey, based on the amount of years, and it'll show like how many years you started working.
Based
For
on
me,
the
it'll
year,
say
not the dollars.
in
Based on the
1982,
years.
it'll show me 1982, I earned this much money, and it'll go all the way down, all the way up until the last quarter that they cut it off, right? As far as when they printed it. And so they send that to you and it'll tell you exactly how much that you're earning, that you've earned over your lifetime of working. That is what he was speaking about. And by he, I mean Monograph. That's what he was speaking about originally when I wanted to make the delineation between the two topics, if that makes sense. And I know we sort of veered off, but that's the one thing I'm talking about. And what he's saying is, yeah, you can call them and they will tell you exactly what's what. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure this out now here. It's what I'm hearing is a lot of people use a lot of words and a lot of jargon and touching on a lot of complex different areas without pulling them together in a demonstrable way. And that's what's frustrating me. Chuck with $10 or with 5 says, where's the proof that the number translates to a letter? Thank you, Chuck. That is what I was asking as
Flow
well.
State, can you highlight enslaved by truth's statement? Enslaved by Truth said Social Security monies collected by paychecks are placed in 2 different trust funds backed by the U.S. Treasury bonds. I get what he's saying. What we were talking about is based on the question that you posed, I don't know, several minutes ago. And it was when you were talking specifically about how we know how much money is in our personal Social Security accounts, meaning how many years have we worked, how much money has been accumulated over these amount of years. Now, there are some people who have not worked enough. Say, for example, they have to get Social Security disability. They may not have worked enough years or enough jobs in order for them to have in order for them to have amassed enough to get Social Security disability.
To
So
earn those credits.
then they'll
It's
just
based
go
on
to
a credit system, not how much you paid into
that's
it.
fine, sir. I like the fact
That's
that
all
you're
I've been saying.
okay.
That's all
Okay,
I've
well
been
then hold
saying.
on to the
It's
credits.
pretty fucking simple, bitch.
Mitch,
You
dial it
stupid
down.
motherfucker. I knew your ass didn't have no goddamn sense. I don't know who the fuck you think you talking to, but you can kiss my whole black ass, you crazy ass high motherfucker.
You ugly fucking bitch.
You goddamn crackhead motherfucker.
You ugly
You
fucking bitch.
crackhead
You just trying to get
motherfucker.
some
You
free
just did it.
government money.
You goddamn
You
crackhead
fucking
son of a
welfare
gun.
lifer.
You go ahead.
You goddamn
You
welfare
goddamn
lifer trying to get some
motherfucker.
of
There
that
you
free
go. You said
government
it.
cheese.
You said it. Now
You
you
just
get
want
it.
some of that government.
Holy shit. All right, let's take a moment and cool off and let me get through some super chats. That sounds like a good idea. Let's see. Fortnite Kid brought in 2 more super stickers, so thank you for those. I do appreciate it. Let's see. I lost my tab. Let's see. I already did Chuck's. Rude Mud Crab. Thank you for the $5. Australia says this is why attempting to self-medicate schizophrenia is a bad idea. Kids, stay in school. Thank you for that. There I am. All right. Let's try this again. Oh, and Rose is backstage. Okay, guys, let's try this again. You're all crackheads and you're all retarded.
Mr. President, Mr.
What?
Can you please check your email? I have the proof that you're at.
Autograph, I've been sending him so much stuff that I want him to watch that it wouldn't be fair if he looked at your stuff first. It's not fair if you look at his email first before all of my documents, like the collateralization of America. I sent him the notes from episode 256, Jason. Flo, I have Jason here, and I wanted him to tell you the story of his cell phone bill.
Okay, let Jason tell me the story. I'll pull that email up here in a second. And really, before Jason dives in, what I'm really interested in is a demonstration of it. I'm not interested in calling any place. I'm not interested. Anyways, I'd like to hear the story, but really what I'm looking for is somebody to just share screen and walk me straight the fuck through it. For as many people as I've met who say they've done this, I'm still trying like a motherfucker to find somebody who can do it.
You'll never.
Jason, are you looking at your cell phone like that because you're finding a way to show him how to do it?
Two things I'm going to tell him.
Hold on. Let me just hand him my laptop so that
Okay.
he
Yeah,
can
you're
answer
good. I'm
whatever
here.
questions you have, because what I wanted him to do might not be as good as what you guys end up saying to each other here.
All right, so there's two things relating to the Social Security card that I can tell you about that I did myself. And I'm looking for the pictures because it's from like 5-6 years ago now. Let me see if I can find it. So the first thing I can tell you about was I was following a video online that I think is still there. And I think it was fidelity.com was the website he used. And you can trace back your Social Security number and the numbers that are on the Social Security card, and you can actually find registration of bonds. And I did that and took pictures of it. I'm just trying to find it here.
I could text it to him if you text it to me.
I'm looking. I got a billion pictures on my phone. So
they already talked about.
Well, my whole point is I don't know exactly what it means, but it did prove that those numbers worked, that bonds would exist for the dates applicable, because that's what came up. It didn't tell me it was not applicable, like it didn't work.
The applicable dates being when you were born, or
correct. And then what the maturation of the bonds were, which is why I'm trying to find it, because I haven't looked at this in years and I just don't remember anymore. But I can tell you that it worked, that something came up, which really surprised me. I was like, okay, so there's something to this. I don't
and
know.
you did it at fidelity.com, you said, which is where
I think that's what it was, but that's why I'm trying to find the picture. I didn't realize I was going to be put on right this very second. That's why I wasn't quite ready. So give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
I'm flipping through my phone here. So that's the first one anyway. When I pull those pictures up, wherever the hell they're at on my billion pictures on the phone. Oh wait, here's one, I think.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry, treasurydirect.gov. Treasurydirect.gov.
All right.
That's what it was. And I did this 8/2017, and there was, here it is. So I put in the number off of the Social Security card, like the numbers that are printed on them that are either in black or red. I put that in, and it came up as a $5,000 bond, and it says total value $23,000. $23,064, and then it said total interest $18,064, and it says final maturity 05/2015, and I was born in 73. Oh, it was issued in 05/85, which is weird because I was born in 73. So that's one of them. I know I have some other stuff on here too. So that's one of the things that a bond represented by my Social Security, not the number, not my actual dash 1 2 3 4, but the other number that was on there. Here it is. Okay. These ones were done from my actual birth. Yeah, here it is. Issue date 373. I was born March 7th.
Is there any way that you can share these or share screen or send them, have Rose? I mean, I guess I don't want to. I don't know if it's got your social in it or what you're doing, but
it does have personal info on here. So yeah.
But can I send it to him on his cell phone so he could look at it, just so he knows? Is that okay, Jason? Or do you mark out your social?
I don't know.
Hold on a second. Hear me out. Says in the super chat, don't tell me this is Sovsit. And I would say that yes, it is at least tangentially Sovsit stuff.
What is that?
The whole topic.
Sovereign citizen. I don't know what exactly this means. I was looking at all this stuff to see if there's any validity, because I'm very objective about all this stuff. So I was just looking to see, okay, is there any validity to all these claims about bonds and things that are taken out? And all this showed was that there were bonds taken out at my birth that matched to that number. That's all I can tell you. I don't know exactly what it means. So I'll read you the numbers. It says the denomination, issue date 3/1973, and I was born March 7th, 1973. It says denomination 10,000. Final maturity is 3/2003, and then it says issue price 7,500, and then it says interest 44,456, and then it says value $51,956. So I'm assuming that means whenever that bond fulfilled whatever time limit they put on it, that was the way this looks. That was its final value, that particular bond. So that's what I found out of all this stuff. I don't know exactly what it means, but it shows it's something fishy with the banking system tied to the number on my Social Security card existed. The second thing I can tell you is I tried another one of the things that people talk about, which is use your Social Security number plus one of the zip codes of the what do you call it? Federal Reserve. One of the Federal Reserve banks. There's 12 of them. Yeah.
Talked about that too.
Yeah. So I used those numbers on my AT&T bill. This is going back probably about 6-7 years now, and it accepted them as payment. Now, I got a little nervous afterwards because I didn't want to get flagged and start having questions asked, so I called an hour later and canceled it and paid it with regular money. But a friend of mine did the exact same thing because she was curious too, because she's a friend I used to talk to about this stuff all the time. And she's like, boo, I let it ride. And a week later, it came charged back and she had to pay it. So it accepted it just like it accepted mine. And then a week later.
But you put in the numbers as if they were checking account numbers. Like you didn't
Right. And it accepted it. And then, like I said, I canceled mine just because I didn't want to get flagged in any systems and have problems. But my friend who did it, she just let it ride, and it took a week, and then it got charged back, and she had to pay the bill anyway.
And there's many people that have gone to prison for that.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't verify that it's real. That, in fact, does the opposite. All
Yeah,
you're
it
doing
sounds like a technical loophole that has since been rectified.
No, it's not a technical loophole. It's because it's not going to anything. It's a fraudulent. It's basically a fraudulent check. You invented an account.
The guy that just talked about that, it does prove that the account exists, because if you type in the wrong information, it won't even go through. The electronic handshake will say, sorry, that account doesn't exist. So it proves it does exist.
It won't know it doesn't exist until it tries to process the payment.
You know what I do?
Well,
that is
it
not
took
true.
weeks
That is not
to
true.
get charged back.
Type in
That's
the
all I
wrong
can tell you.
information and watch what happens next. Nothing.
All I can tell you is that it accepted
depends
it.
on which field. It depends on which on which information field you enter wrong and how it's wrong. They entered the right number of digits in a place. This system doesn't have access to every bank account in America. It doesn't.
Flo, no, you're wrong about that again. Hold on a second. Let me explain to
AT&T
you
does
about
not
that.
have access to all the combinations of account numbers.
Wrong. The POS systems, what is called point of sale. When you have a point of sale credit card reader, that has access to every account in association with that bank, that credit card, everything to do with you dealing with that certain card, whether it be a debit card, whether it be a credit card, whether it be whatever kind of card.
If you swipe a
They do have
Visa,
access to account. What I'm saying is, if that young man typed in one digit wrong, and he can try it, he'll find out. If you do one digit wrong, you got it wrong, it will deny it right there on the spot.
look, that's the reason that some places take Visa, for instance, and some don't, because it's what they're programmed to. The Visa credit card is tied to an internal account on a machine that's accessing the Visa machines. AT&T, the phone company, does not have access to every commercial bank in America that you could write a check off of. So it accepts the information fields until it tries to process them.
You know what? When you open a Treasury Direct account, I know that you have to tie it to your personal bank account. Is that maybe a step that we might be missing as we all try to dig into this?
I don't. I was distracted by the super chats. Hold on, let me do these for a second.
Hold on a second.
Go
On
ahead.
that there, I wanted to tell you there, Flo. The young man that is talking about an ACH payment. That's what they do online, and it's like a clearinghouse that uses that electronic. It's kind of like a wire transfer electronically. I'm telling you, if you do one digit wrong, you'll be denied immediately on the spot. Yes, you will be. So for a chargeback to happen, that would mean the account doesn't, the account holder has rejected to pay the settlement. That's all that means.
Have
But
you
the
ever
account
tried to
exists,
have
so
you
it
ever
would've
tried
gone
to
through.
charge back a check on your checking account after it's processed through?
Have I tried to do that to somebody else?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a check, but when you're talking about electronics, it's different. A paper check,
An
yeah, that'll
e-check
work.
operates the same way as a check. That's why they have the phrase e-check. It does convert it into an ACH payment, but the point that I'm making is that you, as the account holder, don't get notified before things come in. And if you've ever looked at your online banking, well, where it says something is pending, you can't return that. It's not an option.
Ooh, that's a good point, Flo.
That's a very good point.
But wait a minute. Hold on a second. If I type in the wrong information of a credit card and I miss one letter, excuse me, if I miss one number and I get it out of sequence, I will get that payment will be rejected instantaneously.
With a credit card, yes, because that's actually hitting your account, that specific account, in real time. With a check, including with an e-check, as long as you got the right number of digits, it won't know until it tries to process it. And most banks do, it's called batch processing, one time a day at the end of the day. So they won't know. It's absolutely no surprise that his friend got bounced back in a week, which is about how long you'd expect a paper check to come back. And his didn't get bounced at all because he canceled it before it had time to actually leave the receiving institution.
Yeah, the batch processing is how the central banking can work because all of the transactions aren't actually happening in real time and the banks are just trading amongst each other like at the end of the day.
Well, here's the thing. Did you look at your email, the email that I sent you to prove?
No, I haven't. I haven't yet. I've had a lot of different things going on.
Well, let me do you all of
let me do the super
numbers
chat
and the letters on
and
the
I'll
back
check
of
the
Social
email.
Security card.
All right.
Hear Me Out wants to come up.
Huh?
Hear Me Out wants to come up.
All right. Give me just a second. Hear me
I
out.
bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
Hear me out. Do you know my email address? It's on. It's you know what? I'll put it in the chat. Email me and I'll give you a link. I'm not doing an open panel right now, although I may in a bit. What's my email? Taylor.neroforte@gmail.com. Yeah, send me an email and I'll send you a link. Hear me out. And then after that, he says, I'm starting to think maybe you're more lucrative down there. He says, so you put fake numbers into a website that were rejected. That's what it sounds like. Also, he says, the stupidity is driving me nuts. Thank you, Jim, for 5 more memberships. He also says they typed it in as an e-check for a fake account. That's exactly what I was just saying. And he says this is a speed run to self-destruction. I think that gets me all caught up right now. You guys talk amongst yourself while I pull up this email. And Mitch, you should apologize for being mean to Miss Lockhart.
No way.
Okay.
I don't want him to apologize to me. I'm not one of those people. If a person,
I know, but
their mind,
I do because I like you both. And
but you know why? I don't think he owes me an apology. The first reason is he said what he said and he meant it. I don't believe that when a person says what they mean, they should have to apologize for it. I think that's a problem with the world right now today. Somebody says how they feel, and then everybody shouts them down and makes them say some words they really don't mean in their heart. I don't, he and we don't know each other. And I understand in the form in which he said what he said, but I just want everybody to understand I'm not no punk. So I get it. You feel me? I mean, I get it. I
Me
earned
and
it.
Kevin
no,
say
I
the
just,
same shit and
You know what I
over and
mean?
over again.
I just like you both. I was trying to, anyways, whatever. He's not
Yeah,
going to do it.
it's
You
no
don't
hard
want it.
feelings.
I appreciate that, though. Thank
Yeah.
you, Full State.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So this is the first picture. This card belongs to Social Security Administration. Yeah, the sequential control number. Okay, I'm with you on that. All you did was show me the course that this doesn't do it, Monograph.
It doesn't do it. Well, why not?
Yes, there is a digit on the back of the Social Security card. Yes,
yeah.
the Federal Reserve does use digits. Nothing here ties them fucking together.
Excuse
You're
me,
just
the
showing me that they
letter.
both use letters.
No, wrong, bud. What I'm trying to say is there's 26 letters in the English alphabet. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So if you asked everybody in the class right this second to pull out the Social Security card, I'll bet you $1 million that nobody has a letter beyond L. Don't you find that fascinating? That nobody would have a letter beyond L?
It may be fascinating. What I'm looking for
It's not fascinating. It's all adjoined. Listen, number is everything. If you need to buy a house, you got to have it. You want to buy a car, got to have it. You want to get employed, you got to have it. Bank account, you got to have it. Utilities, you got to have it. Debt, you got it. Your FICO score, you got it. Your Social Security number is set up. You have your own account with the Federal Reserve. There's this thing called settling. I don't know if you ever heard of it. You probably have. We're not talking SDR. We're talking about settling. So if I have debt and I don't pay that debt, does that mean the bank that gave that other guy 50 grand for that truck has to eat it because my FICO score is 675? No, what happens is my Social Security number, the bank goes to my personal account that is with that Federal Reserve, and the $53 million in there, and they settle it through this thing called a charge off. That's where they get the money. It's not through insurance. That's bullshit. It's nonsense.
Flow State, explain why it's wrong. I want to learn.
A charge when a bank charges off a bad loan, they do a number of things. One, they try to collect on the collateral. That's your first fallback source of revenue. The charge off means the charge off. They try to recoup on the collateral. The charged off amounts, the bank carries on its books the loans as an asset, the loan balance. That's an asset to the bank. When they charge it off, they charge it off of their balance sheet. It is no longer an asset. They write the whole thing off. They sell the right to the debt at a very discounted rate to a debt collector who will probably never make shit on it. But their sources of repayment are primarily from the collateral and secondarily a small portion from a debt collector that they sell it to. But at the end of the day, 0% is recouped by going to your personal secret Social Security account. Welcome. Hear me out. Thank you for the super chats.
Thank you. Oh my God, this is so fucking stupid. Listen to me, guys. If charge-offs were just this magical thing tied to a magical account, why was there a housing financial crisis that commercial banks went under when they could just write down, well, I'll go to the redeem account. I'll get it from the super secret account that everyone has $1 billion in. You guys are so fucking stupid.
Hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Sorry.
Stop. I just got things calmed down around here. Don't dial it back up.
Can I just
You
say,
know, give it thoughts,
hear me
sis.
out? Hey, hear me out. How have you been?
What's up, Lockhart? Pretty good.
It's good to.
I was doing great until Flo brings more socks it's on.
Well, it's good to see your avatar. It's good to see you.
It is good to see him. Now,
I'll tell you why. It's because the financial crisis of 2008, the whole thing was a fraud. You know it was a fraud. They threatened martial law behind it. It was all bullshit. And countrywide, they were the biggest fraudsters of all. While they were taking the fractional banking, they were doing fractioning freaking notes. Remember that? Yeah, so, yeah, you want to say it's all bullshit, but it's not all bullshit.
No,
That
what
young
you're
man
saying
that
is
was here, I don't know what his name is, under with Rose, he went into his own account. These accounts exist. He couldn't get into his own account if it didn't exist.
I'm an accountant.
It does exist.
I'm an accountant.
And
I know how it fucking works.
Look, how that's works. You've been manipulated. You've been taught their way. Were you taught
Yes.
that the Federal Reserve?
1 plus 1 equals 2,
It's a
not
cabal?
1
I bet you were.
minus 1,000 equals free house, free car.
The point, look, maybe, okay, sure, maybe we were taught the wrong way, but what we're saying is we've applied this shit in the real world in the way that we've been taught and that we're explaining. We've used all these things. I've charged off accounts.
You've been hoodwinked. You've been hoodwinked.
No,
That's
I've
it.
done the thing. How can you tell me I've been hoodwinked when I've actually done the thing? I've used what I'm saying in real life. I've applied
Sir,
it.
you didn't even
haven't.
know about
You
it was in
have not.
association with the Federal Reserve banks. That blows my mind. You should know that.
Are you talking about at work, Flow State?
Yes.
Yes, with me as well.
Okay, so you guys are talking in the context of an actual functioning job, not necessarily personally. Okay, I get it. I get
Correct.
But I'm talking in the terms of also
What I'm
personal
saying is
accounts, right? Personal accounts being charged off.
accountants and bankers, they get so frustrated at guys like me because you
Because
think
you're an
that,
idiot.
oh, you
Sorry.
should know everything because oh my gosh, I do it every day. Well, you've been hoodwinked and you got
We do it
scooped
every-
and got scammed yourself.
Have you done what you say you can do with these things one time? Well, you say you've done it one time, but then can't reshow it.
I looked
My
it up
point
on
is that
Fidelity, my own account, just like
it'd be
you
like
did.
if I'm a carpenter and I tell you that hammers hit nails, and you're like, no, hammers are the secret key to the universe. I'd be like, well, then show me the fucking universe because I hit a nail with it every fucking day.
It's not the same. That's it's not the same. Well, like
Actually, it's less
here's the
stupid
thing.
than you
Okay, is your Social Security number. Do you agree that your Social Security number is used as a financial instrument? Yes or no?
No.
No, it's not.
It's tracking your financial score. Everyone has
No.
one that's unique to them. That's how it's tracked. Instead of your name, which everyone else can have John Smith times a billion in the world, potentially, right? If everyone just chooses John Smith. There's only one Social Security number. That's why they're so coveted by people who don't have one.
Hear me out. Do you remember when they first? Well, no, of course, neither
Your
one of
Social
us.
Security number is a financial instrument. You cannot conduct
No,
business
it's
without it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Go set up a bank
Yes,
account
yes.
without a
People
Social
won't
Security
do
number.
it because they don't. People won't do it because they can't look up your history to know that you're a deadbeat that doesn't pay his bills because he
look at
reads a
my
stupid
history?
website that thinks he's going to get a secret account to
If you
charge
give
off his
me
debt.
if you give me your name and your date of birth, I don't need your Social Security card. I can get more about you than your mama. I don't need your Social Security card. I get your.
I won't change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Your Social Security number is a financial instrument. You can't do business
No,
without
it's
it. That's a
not.
fact. Can't get a job, can't get a bank account, can't get utilities, can't buy a car.
They're
can't
not
own a house.
checking your
Your
financial
Social Security
viability
number
when you get a
is
job.
a
They're checking your
financial
immigration status, and then they're checking your criminal history. And in some
I don't
jobs,
need,
they
you
are
don't
going to
need my
check your
Social
financial
Security number
score.
to check your criminal history. Do I need to type in my Social Security number, your Social Security number, to see if you got any sort of outstanding anything with any court system in your jurisdiction? No, I don't. All I need is your name and date of birth, and I'm done.
How do you think they verify it's you?
Oops. Did we lose somebody?
Well, excuse me
Oh,
there. Who's this? What is your name here? Who's the
Hear
guy
me
who told
out.
you? What's your name?
Okay.
It's, hear me out. Okay.
So why do
Did you know
businesses need your Social
accountant?
Security then?
Are you aware that insurance has their own personal score for you for your freaking insurance, your auto insurance? Are you aware of that?
Yes, a risk score. Yes.
Bet you're not aware of that. You're an accountant. Oh, you are?
I just said yes.
Are you aware that
It's a
they
risk
assess
score.
your payment
If you're a shitty insurance,
in association with that other financial score?
if you're a shitty person at having
that
insurance, they don't
information
want
is
you.
held down in Florida and New York under the matrix system, Mr. Accountant.
What are you talking about?
And how is that assessed? It's assessed by statistics against your what? Your name, demographic, date of birth, or your age rather, and your social.
You're talking actuarial tables. You're talking actuarial
I'm
tables
not
for life
talking
insurance.
imaginary.
You mentioned.
You have a specific.
I didn't say imaginary. I said
Association of Auto
actuarial. Do
Insurance.
you understand?
Sure
There's a
do.
word called actuarial, not imaginary.
Huh?
Actuarial. Do you understand there is a
What?
word actuarial, which you thought I said imaginary?
Well, either
So what are
way,
you talking about?
it doesn't even matter. What I'm saying
Well,
is, you're
this
getting
isn't even
worked
fair. He
up
can't even
because
hear what I'm saying. He
you're
can't even
pissed
understand.
off because you're hoodwinked. All of your life,
No,
you've been
because
hoodwinked. It's
I'm
all right.
pissed
It's
off
okay.
because you can get some moron out there to believe this shit. You've obviously bought into it.
What do I want to believe? What am I
it'll
trying
end
to
them
get
both
you to
in
believe
prison.
in?
Hear me
This
out.
shit will get people
Hopium.
in prison.
Hopium.
With
You've
Felicia,
taken the head of the hopium.
I agree
You're
with
stealing
her,
the
with
hopium.
Felicia, that you
You've got
can't
two
get
people
money
here
out
who
of
have
this
worked in
account.
the
You
industry
can't.
with
You're
you.
not going to be
How
able
long you
to.
been a
You
counting
don't
human?
have the fiduciary right to do so. You, even though your name is on the account, you do not have the keys to it.
Absolutely.
So I'm not trying to get anybody to do anything. I'm letting people know that these accounts do exist. And if they don't believe it does, well, then don't believe it. I'm not
All
trying to
that
force anybody to
happened
believe anything.
with the scenario Rose's dude said is that they tricked the system by entering a fake number. That's it. It does not verify anything. E-checks don't work the same way as credit cards. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I can only explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
You know, Flow State, we were talking about a group of people who were like getting arrested all over the place a few years ago. They were going out, they were purchasing large items, purchasing RVs, cars, all this other stuff. So those individuals were being toted out, and I'm not laughing at them. I'm just saying that it was curious, right? So they were all being arrested by doing these different things, and I think they allowed it to be seen publicly so that people would sort of back off of it. Because to be candid with you, when I did see the numbers, and I'm glad I don't remember how to get in there, but when I saw it, I was sort of freaked out. It's very shocking. But here's the thing. My main reason for saying I don't want nothing to do with it is because it's a nefarious part of the world. It's something that's sort of dark. It's nefarious. If they wanted me to know about it, I would have been born with it, but they did it. And after they did it for their own good, right? I don't want nothing to know. I don't want anything to do with any of it. And I mean that. But it is true that I saw it, and I'm not gonna deny that I saw it. I'm not gonna deny
I can't say what you
I
saw
don't want
because
nothing to
we
do
can't look at it again.
Well, I won't look at it again. Trust me, if I really stopped tomorrow and just did everything or called the person who gave me the information, I'm sure I'd come up with something. Personally, I don't want to know. I don't want it.
Do you believe that there is a scam, that there are scammers out there who exploit people's lack of knowledge in these subject areas for personal gain?
I'm going to tell you, I 110% agree. And while you were talking earlier, something came to my mind, and that was all of these lawsuits that they're popping up with, from the Camp Lejeune all the way down to the hair relaxer and all these other things. You have a group of individuals that are getting people's information from India. And I know because I saw family members falling for this crap that was on Facebook. Call us, give us your information, and we'll go after and we'll put your name on this list. Do you realize that those people were calling, getting individual social security numbers, these are Indians, people from India, calling and getting people's info, saying, "Hey, okay, give me your mother's maiden name, and if your mother's dead, okay, can I get her death certificate? Will you send me your birth certificate?" Getting information that had nothing to do with obtaining an attorney for a lawsuit. I truly believe that it was because they're taking other people's identities. I know it's a little off of what we're talking about, but to answer your question, do I believe that there are fraudulent folks running around? Yes. What Rose said earlier, or the other young lady on the video you were showing from the other night, she was absolutely right. There are a lot of people who were charging people to do this, charging people to go and file their UCC, to take their name and own their name and all this other stuff. They were doing all of that stuff. People were charging upwards of $1,500 or more to do this. So it's not to say that we are incorrect. It's just to say that it is something that they didn't know people were going to be able to find out. And when they did, they switched the game up, which is of no consequence to me because I don't want nothing to do with any of it. If I don't earn it in this physical realm that I have knowledge of, I don't want it. Because if you get caught up in their system, you're going to pay some time. And it's not going to be a little time.
Right. The reason I asked that question, though, is because do you also believe that it is easier to convince somebody easier to fool somebody than to convince them they've been fooled?
Say it again.
Do you agree that it is easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them they have been fooled?
Every single day. And
do you agree that scams, even if they don't affect even if you didn't get scammed specifically, the bad information out there can still float around?
Well, yeah, they were doing that goofy thing where everybody would go to a party and put money into a hat. And this week, it's your turn. You get the money out the hat. Then next week, everybody else come put their money in the hat, and nobody get the money. They even run off with the money.
What I'm suggesting is happening here with everybody. Like, you've got an accountant and a former banker, both telling you guys don't understand the way that these systems are operating, because we know from experience, having used them every day. And we got other people who have never used the systems saying that we've been duped. And there's something slightly absurd about that.
I feel you, and I get it. But let me just say this. It does not negate the fact that people have seen it and we've looked into it. Okay. But I think the biggest point is that there are people who want to exploit that information, and then they drag people with them, which was the reason why they were arresting all of these people online. Like I said, I think it was like 2016, 2017, people were getting arrested. They were buying these. I mean, I'm going to look them up and see who they were, because I know they were buying like all kinds of stuff. And then there was an actual YouTuber. She's still on I think she's still online, a blonde-haired lady. She was helping people to get their packets together and all this other stuff. And I get it. But the point is that if you're involved in a system that does not want you to tinker around with their deep, dark secrets, leave their stuff alone. Leave their people's stuff alone. You don't have to let them be. It doesn't mean it's not true. It means that it exists and they don't want you to know. And if they don't want you to know and they have the power to lock you up, let them have their way. Let them go.
I don't disagree with that. And then hear me out. I'm going to ask her one more question and let her answer, and then it's you. I saw you trying to get in. My question would be, and I agree. Well, I mean, whatever. If there's secrets that are being hidden from us and they don't want us to know about them, how did you find out about them?
Because of some of the people that we were just talking about. I'm not going to say the person's name, but they contacted me and they said, hey, guess what I just saw? And they broke it down and said what they saw. And I'm like, you got to be kidding. That doesn't exist. And they're like, no, it does. And it's going to freak you out. All you got to do is go here, do this, 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 and that. I hung up the phone with them after, writing down the steps. Again, this was 2016. I wrote down all the steps and I did it. And I was flabbergasted.
And if I told you, if you'd never seen a lighter, and I said that there's a dragon inside of my hand, you might believe it.
So here's the thing. I'm not going to say that what you're saying is not true. If you think that's a dragon, that's cool. But I'm telling you, I'm not going to insult you and tell you that what you have experienced in your life is not real. And
what I'm saying is that if you don't know the causes of an experience, then they can be attributed to something falsely. And that's what and everybody who's been up here tonight, I believe, are intelligent people. But I think all of you has been tricked onto something, because what has been explained to you makes sense if you're not familiar with the systems. Respond if you want, but I'm trying to give it over to hear me out, because he's been waiting.
So primarily, I must have been eating mushrooms or something. Is that what you're saying? Was I indulging?
No, you don't have to be high to be tricked.
What was up? You know what I mean?
No,
you don't have to be high to be.
I can comment on this. So, Dr. Lockhart, respectfully, I'm going to tell you, I believe that you saw what you believe you saw, But at the same time, and I think Flo State would agree with me that until he or I have seen it and it actually says what it says, our position is that you did not understand what you were looking at. And I'm not saying that I have disrespect for you. I'm saying that happens every day at my work where people think that they're looking at something and I have to explain it to them, right?
I respect
because
that.
they're just.
What I want to do, because you and I know each other, what you
Yeah.
can do is, if you don't mind, reach out to me. You know how to get my email address. It's public.
Yeah.
You know where it is. Reach out to me and send me a blank email. And what I'm going to do for you tomorrow is I am going to research all of this, and then I'm going to send you what I find, and then I'll ask you to walk me through it and explain it to me, right? Because what I believe is that there is nothing wrong with two people having a meeting of the minds, coming together to solve something, right?
Sure
So
thing.
I think
Sure
that'll
thing.
be
I will do that. I will do that.
intelligently. I appreciate you.
And then what I wanted to add on to what Flo was saying earlier, my biggest problem with stuff like this is not only the bad information out there, it's the bad decisions it causes people to make that worsens their lives. So in this example, there was a AT&T cell phone bill, but this stuff spreads around to where people that are, hey, I'm behind on my rent this month, right? Or I don't have insurance, right? They get onto these websites that convince them a way to get around the very basic facts that they need to pay their rent or they need to have car insurance. And so instead of dealing with that problem and figuring out a way to solve it or alter their life choices in terms of maybe I got to downsize, maybe we need to go to one car, we can't have two cars, right? Instead of making those choices, they go down the path of I don't have to follow the rules anymore, and they ruin their lives. They just make it worse and worse, and they dig themselves into such a hole that they cannot return out of. That is my problem with this entire basic topic. Right? Does that make sense? Because not everyone stops when they go, oh, it took my number, or I took it a cell phone. They go all in. Most of the time because of desperation. Right? But it's not an avenue out. It's an avenue for the scammer to get the money for the $200 web course, right? They're $200 more in the hole, and they've solved none of their problems, and they're about to make them all the more worse. And then they lose their house.
I just want to give a shout out to Rose, who's helping her friend sell an $1,800
Actually, I'm encouraging people not to do it.
$1,800 get out of debt package for sure, for sale by Rose.
No, pay a lawyer $500 to declare bankruptcy. That's your get out of debt package.
Or pay me $40 to drop the link.
Don't buy an $1,800 get out of debt package.
We're 3 hours in and have barely even started the interaction. So I think I'm just gonna table that video. I don't have the fucking
go
brain.
ahead. Start it while I'm here. I want
no, but what
man,
he just said was exactly what I was saying. Scam.
I'm bailing out of that for my own mental. I don't have the brain capacity. After all you motherfuckers, I don't have the brain space left for dealing with this dude for 3 hours.
Okay, well, just forgive us, mother effers.
I'm not mad at you about it. I appreciate you contributing. This was an interesting discussion, and actually, I think this is more valuable than speculating as to whether or not that guy is an agent.
So why don't we just do this? Just play it. I promise I won't interject. I'll just listen.
I'm gonna drop down because my number one interest.
No. I really at this am not interested in playing it right now. And no apology. I'm not upset at all about the thing. I'm just shifting directions. I do think these conversations have been more useful than speculating as whether or not this guy was an agent or a troll.
It's
all
not
that
me,
sort
is
of
it?
frivolous, I suppose, relatively.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Mad. I don't mean to sound mad. Ignore that. I'm not mad.
Just hear me out.
Oh,
Bye. Just hear me out.
Flo, here's the thing about that account that you got going on there. I'll do my very best I'll get with my bank because I know the people at my bank pretty well. And I'll ask them if we can go through the steps, see what they say, and see if I can videotape it. I don't think they're going to allow me to videotape it because, they want the camera on you. They don't want you to have the camera on them. But I'll try to see if there's a way. Or you know what I could do? Seeing that I get these guys' numbers, I can call up Powell himself at the Federal Reserve at his cell number, and maybe I can just have a little chatty.
If you call Powell, you better let me know beforehand so I can get on the call too.
Well, you won't be able to get on the call because you know I have to give him the 2-party notification while we're doing a live stream. He'll probably hang up. But you know, when we called up Merrick Garland, he's in charge of the Department of Justice. He answered on the first ring.
What about the time you
And I
spoke
asked
to
him if I could ask him a question. He
Fauci's
said, I don't
wife?
think so. And he hung up.
Remember when you talked to Fauci's wife?
So these guys, you know, they get a little. We'll try our best. The account exists, but what I'm saying is, you're not going to get the money out. There's no way, because you do not. In other words, you, the account holder, even though it's under your corporate freaking name and your corporate social security number and all the bullshit as your primary account, you don't have the fiduciary duties of doing anything with that money or anything associated with that account. You can put money into it. I haven't done that yet, but that's my crack around the system. If I give $10 to that account, and I have the, you know, if I have the account number and the routing number, here's $10 into my account. I want the balance, and I'm entitled to the balance because the account's under my name. I have the proper necessary numbers to get to the account. So if $10 goes into the account, would you agree the account exists from the bank?
Sure. If $10 goes in and you can demonstrate how it went into this separate account, yeah.
Yeah, because that's it. If I get a receipt back saying, "Well, Mr. Quest, you have
I don't agree to that. You're going to
$780,926.13.
Yeah, no, I don't agree to that. And here's why: because you just showed me the proof of the Social Security. You just showed me that there's a number on the back of the Social Security card, and that letters correspond to the banks without tying them together. I don't want to agree to something and have you come back with a receipt that shows a balance that's not clearly tied in. This is not a complicated situation. It shouldn't be too hard to demonstrate. If it's demonstrable.
It's not going to be a complicated situation, because what I would do is I'd take the back of my Social Security card. I would show you the actual letter in association with my actual card. I'd show you it's my name on it, and show you the letter on the back of it, which is going to correspond with, I believe it's St. Louis, whatever. And then I would go to my bank, which is a big bank. And then if I can put $10 in that account, dude, sorry, that means the account exists.
Yeah,
you know, and I'll say that. I'll say St. Louis, Steve Quest, the Federal Reserve of St. Louis, because that's a subsidiary of the Federal Reserve, one of 12. My name, I'll give them the friggin' account number. I'll give them the routing number. I'll give the $10. If they say, "Oh, well, your transaction worked," then that means the account exists. Do you agree?
Why don't you just demonstrate at whatever you can get?
Okay, let me just put it this way.
Because during this conversation, I've been looking things up, and it's called a control number, and it's an internal control on the back of the Social Security card.
It's not.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Give me a second, Flo. Will you please give me a second?
Yes.
I'm going to show you how that's bullshit. First of all, Felicia said we're all being lied to. Okay. Now that is true. She also stated that back in 2016-17, everybody was doing this, and it was a big problem. And it was a big problem. People were getting motorhomes or getting houses and cars, and some people were going to jail and some people weren't. It's really weird. But anyway, what happened next? Well, it became such a problem that the Federal Reserve Bank put out a statement, and all of the news agencies worldwide put out their statements talking about this one got arrested, that one got arrested, this one got arrested, the account doesn't exist, Have you ever met a banker that's going to be honest with you? So what they come up with, they say, "Oh, well, that number and such, that has to do with the card stock. It's just a reference number." Okay, well, here we go again. There's 12 letters, A through L. Those correspond with the 12 Federal Reserve
Monograph,
banks.
you've got to stop explaining the things you've already explained
No,
a thousand
I
times.
understand. Hold on, let me finish. What I'm saying is these guys told you bullshit because that is bullshit. And how would I prove that's bullshit? Because you mean to tell me that my Social Security card would be printed at all of these different freaking reserve banks throughout the country? I thought the Federal Reserve wasn't associated with the Social Security Administration.
It's not printed at the reserve banks.
Exactly. So for them to tell you that that's just an index number for reference of where the card stock was printed,
Yes.
that would be bullshit. Because
It
all
might
of the,
be bullshit, but you
No,
haven't
it's not might
demonstrated
be
why
bullshit.
there's a good reason to believe it's bullshit.
Okay, I'll tell you why. Because if you can find anybody in the country with the letter on the back that's an M or an S or a Q or a W or a Z, then you'll prove to me that I'm full of it. But why is it that all of the Social Security cards just happen to have A through L, which is 1 through 12? Just curious.
I don't even know that that's true. All I can say is this one has an H here. I haven't seen them all. I don't have any idea if what you're
Sir,
telling me is
if you
true.
ask, how many people in your room? 100, 120? Ask
There's
everybody that's
120.
American, what is the letter on their back? They're not
And I
revealing any
bet you that
information, believe
I
me.
bet you that maybe one of them
I
has
bet you
accuracy wrong.
nobody comes up with W or S
I
because
don't care that even if everyone has their card and everyone confirms that it's one of those numbers, that still doesn't link it to the Federal Reserve.
Okay, being a banker, why would there be 12 separate Federal Reserve banks in the United States? Why would they even be operational? For what reason?
Okay, hold on. Before we dive down another insane rabbit hole, or the same rabbit hole.
It's not the same rabbit hole.
Friction Vixen, the link, this is not an open panel. As you can see on the banner, if I get $40 collected, I will drop the link. Otherwise, I will not, and I'll end, not now, but in a short, not too long. Did you ask me why there's 12 banks?
Yeah, you're a banker, so if you could share with the class, why is there 12, specifically 12 subsidiaries?
I have no idea why.
Federal Reserve banks throughout the United States?
That's how they divided up the districts. I don't know why they did it that way.
What is their mode of operation?
I don't know.
You mean to tell me they'd have all these buildings all over the United States and you don't know why they're there?
I don't know what sense you're asking me the question.
In other words, you don't believe that every individual, according to you, you said that we don't have our own individualized account. Do you think we have our own Social Security accounts? Would you agree with that or no?
I think that we do because we've got our own numbers, right? They've got to have some internal method for, I don't know how the Social Security Administration tracks and monitors individual accounts and payments. I would imagine that, yes, they do. That
yes,
but
and
not that there's
how they do
I would
it.
say that
they
the
do
number
it through your Social Security number. That's
right.
what I'm
The
saying.
number is a tracking mechanism, but it's not an actual account. Would be how I suspect it works. It would make no sense to have individual actual accounts for everybody. It would be a tracking number.
Okay, but would you also agree that the Social Security is a slush fund in its entirety? Would you agree with that?
What do you mean by slush fund?
In other words, the young people are technically paying for what the older, that's the illusion they give you, that the young people are paying into my account, and that's bullshit. I paid into my own account. The interest that is accrued through what I put in my own account, that goes into the slush fund. The slush fund is then raped by Congress constantly. They're cutting Social Security. We've got to cut this. Excuse me, that's theft. Social Security is paid by you. It's paid by me into our own personal accounts. This is why if I die, then guess what? What I made can be allotted to my wife if I say that it needs to be. This is why that if somebody dies in the family and you are their guardian or you have guardianship over them, you are afforded their Social Security payment. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Oh, hold on a second. What was the question? Do I agree? What?
I agree.
Do you agree that the Social Security itself is a slush fund entirely?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you also agree that, in other words, what I'm saying is the illusion that they are trying to give to everybody is the younger people are paying for me? Well, that's bullshit. I paid for my own. You just agreed that I have my own account. That account, in other words, the money in that account, it was all of the money that is in my personal account has gotten there because of this thing called my Social Security number. That's how I got the job through a W-2. That's what Felicia was talking about. If you have a W-2 job, they're going to take out your taxes, your state, your federal, your Social Security, your like all that stuff, which is true. This is how they assess how much money went into your personal account. So this lie that the young people are paying for me is bullshit. It's the other way around.
Correct.
The interest that has been accrued on my account that I don't get goes into the slush fund in which Congress is raping constantly. They're playing against the stock market. They're
You're
doing
saying
it
a
for
lot
this,
of things, and
they're
some
doing
of
it
them
for
are
that.
true, and some of them are not.
Do you
I
agree that Congress
I
rapes
agree that
our
it's a
account
slush
and that's
fund.
our money? That's theft.
I don't think that you have an individual account.
You don't think I have an individual account for Social Security?
I think that you have a name and a number, and that your inputs and distributions are tracked, but I don't believe that you have an individual account.
Okay, so if I went to the Social Security, in other words, ever since you've been alive, Flo, what are you, 29? Okay, let's say you're 29.
Sure.
And so every time you went to work, they pulled out your state, your federal, your Social Security. Would you agree that it probably under subpoena, you could subpoena your entire account of every dollar that you put in your Social Security fund yourself?
I don't know. I would assume that it's accessible. I don't know that you can, but I don't know.
Of course it's accessible, because the comptroller who writes all the checks for the entire nation, here's and there, they do have this thing called account payable, but they also have the reverse end of things. This is why the Federal Reserve, which is a private cabal, is doing a lot of underhanded shit. And why do you need a Social Security number? What do you need that for?
You know, a ledger is in an account are different things, right? Like tracking a transaction is.
I understand that. I'll agree. Yes, I agree with that. I sure do. But my point is this. This is why when I die, I can give all of my Social Security to Miss Monograph. Now, how would they allocate how much money would go to Miss Monograph after I died? Because at the age of 40, you'll get that little piece of paper that says, hey, look how much money you put into your account. This is how much money you'll be allotted monthly because of the money you put in. Good job.
Bust up this loop.
You see what I mean?
I hear you again.
There's a certain balance of your own money that you put in there, Flo.
I understand. I understood the first time you told me, and the second time you told me you're not offering any new information. You're just repeating old stuff that I've already said.
Well, what I'm saying, you agreed to it. So what I'm saying to that is your master account is your Social Security number. That is a in other words, you can't do anything financially without your Social Security. Without your Social Security number, it can't be done.
That's correct, but it's not. That is correct, but it's not because you have an account that it's tied back to. That all your financial transactions actually run back to this central Social Security bank account. It's because of know your customer laws. Basically, after 9/11, in the Patriot Act, financial institutions had to identify their customers to know that they're not financing terrorism. That's why you need your Social Security number everywhere. It's not because they need to take money out of that account. Yeah.
Flow State, on a little bit of a different note, one thing that really burns me up is the fact that, and it is a little bit of a different part of the same conversation. The part that really bothers me is the fact that we have people that are coming here that are eligible for Social Security benefits, and there are people here who have worked, and for whatever reason, they have to go through all of these hoops. They got to jump through. They got to jump through all of this stuff just to get some help when they cannot physically work anymore. I've seen it happen time and time again. And I think,
so true.
As far as this topic is concerned, I just want to let that be, one of the things that I have to say about the slush fund piece of it, because I don't think there's as much money as they want us to believe left in there, no matter how much they've taken out of our checks. Okay. I don't believe that it's there. I believe that they've given it away, that they've taken it and misallocated it and stuck it over here, and again, given it to people who are not necessarily eligible for it. Those are the things, as far as something that's a tangible conversation, that I wanted to put forth.
I don't disagree. I'm about to hand it off with Chuck, but just $40 drops the link. Otherwise, I'm closing at 1:15 Central Time. We're at $6. And thank you, Friction Vixen, for the 6 towards it. Chuck?
I was just going to say, Monograph said if you die, somebody else gets your money from Social Security. That's not
Yes,
true.
I did say that. If you're married,
They can pull against their Social Security. They don't get their Social Security.
they can do what, sir?
Okay, my mom was married and her husband died. She was able to pull some off of his, but his Social Security just did not automatically go to her.
No, she had to apply for it. She had to go and give his death certificate.
I'll agree with that. You got to apply for it. Yes, that's right. But yes, they pull something from it. Yes.
Yeah, but she doesn't get the whole thing that he was getting.
Well, maybe it's not the whole thing, but what I'm saying is his Social Security, because he died, goes to her or to the heir, or however that works, because, to help her along financially. Might not be, I don't know what the amount is, but yes, it goes to her.
It's not the full thing. I know that. And let's see. I'm trying to think what else you said. Oh, I read an article from 2010 that talked about these numbers things you was talking about a while ago, and it was debunked in 2010. All it was people typing, the number just happened to match up with a routing number and banking information, but when they ran it through the e-check system, it was bogus because there is no account with money in it.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I got to revert back to what Felicia was talking about. Is it became such a problem that they had to do something, and they did do something. So you can
Fidelity.com has always been a stockbroker. It was not a government entity.
I understand that. That's where you can look up your own bonds, is what I'm trying to say, because we're all collateral. So you can look up the bonds associated with your account. That's what Rose's friend was talking about. And remember, a friend talked about the $7,500. Well, I mentioned the $7,500. The $7,500 is the initial amount of money that whoever is in charge of your account lays down. And until it comes to fruition, there's a date that they can give and say, okay, 30 years from now, it's going to mature. And because of the $7,500, I think I want to say during maturity for 30 years of $750,000. I believe that's what it is. So in other words, we're listed as collateral, and under everybody's account, when you die, the federal government gets $200,000 for insurance money based on your account, because all of your account dies. So they're not making money on you anymore. So
and my birth certificate,
they're $1,000. You never heard of such a thing.
My birth certificate is not capitalized.
Where were you born?
Excuse me?
Were you born down south like me?
No, ma'am. I was born in St. Louis.
How about your mom and them? Where are they from?
They're from the South.
Okay. I noticed that a lot of people who were born in the South, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Our birth certificates, for whatever reason, are uppercase for the first name. The rest of it is lowercase. Social security numbers now, for me personally, that's different. But I noticed all the people that I know that are from the South have that uppercase for the first letter, and then everything else is lowercase.
My birth certificate is from the state of Illinois.
I understand.
And it's just the first letter.
Chuck, if you look at your driver's license, it'll be all capital letters, your first, your middle, last name. If you look on Social Security card, it's going to be all capital letters.
What the?
Talk about
can we just
muddy and
rummage
water.
around until we find something in all caps? Look, cotton swabs. It says cotton swabs in all caps.
Wait a minute.
Because they own the name.
SCS, cotton swab. That means Caucasian Sasquatch. Right? CS.
Why do we get so mad with one another? Because we have differing of opinions. Don't we know how to talk to each other?
Because one of them is correct.
Oh, it's just when he learns legal documents. When you go to look at your legal documents there, Flo, your name is going to be all capital letters. Now, why would that be? Hell, I can go look at an attorney right now on a legal. His name is capital letters. Now, why would that be? But mine is. Darndest thing.
Well, you guys, I'm gonna turn it in because
I'm not gonna call no names, don't worry.
Sometimes they are.
Well, I just I just feel like I'm not used to that where you gotta, it's just like the whole right and left thing. You know what I mean? We have people who are fighting for the right, fighting for one guy fights for Trump, another guy fights for Biden. And then you got somebody who's fighting for Kamala. You got somebody who's fighting for, for whatever other person that they're going to whip out.
Right.
And so to me, it's like, if you can see past the smoke screen, you'd be better off if you just never, ever elected to be on any one side, but listen to all sides, but then just drop down a little bit lower.
This hoax has been going on for years, and it's been debunked.
And hold on, I think that the example you just gave shows exactly the paradigm. It's not, you're emotionally tied up in this.
And that's where I think
it
that
to be right.
It's like, that's the reason why I said originally, hey, you know what? I personally saw it and I personally closed that computer back and never even opened. I was a little bitty tablet. I never opened it up again. I literally left that thing in the garage because I felt like I had tapped into something that I wasn't supposed to be, and I didn't need anybody following me afterwards. Because there are a lot of things that are in this world that's not for everybody to know.
I'm rolling in dough with these tips.
Thank you, Hank. Dollars. He says Red 40 writes everything in all caps. That is because he is a corporation. He probably has an account with a ton of money that as soon as he renounces his citizenship, he'll get an all-black Visa card with unlimited funds, and then he can buy the Queen of England.
When you looked up said accounts, did it have your name listed?
It had initials. The irony was, I do remember it being my my maiden initials. It wasn't my married initials. But then when I pulled up my daughter's, like I shared earlier, there were 3. She did have 3. I have adult children. All of my kids are adults. She had 3 accidents, and there were 3 accounts that were zeroed out. I remember seeing that. But again, it honestly, to be candid, it scared the hell out of me. It scared me. It made me angry. I closed that computer down. I called the person who told me about it, and I said, don't tell me nothing else. Because there are a lot of things that we don't understand here. There's a lot of things that we've been told. Hell, the guy who wrote the movie Roots, the book Roots, came out years after causing all of that division and said none of that was real.
Oh, Alex Haley.
Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't need anything that's going to make me get upset and make me get angry, because I believe that even though I saw what I saw and I know what I saw, I'm not tripping at all. I just don't want to be involved in any of that knowledge, as far as exercising it. Knowing it and exercising it is two different things altogether.
You are convinced that you know what you saw, and I've been suggesting that you saw something and misidentified it. There's nothing
And
I
I
can say
respect that.
There's nothing I can say that will change your mind.
But I respect where you're coming from, because unless you've seen it yourself, you can't vouch for it, Flow State. And I would never want you to just believe me. I wouldn't even be your friend if you just believe something that I said without any proof of your own. I don't like people who are just followers. You got to get it on your own. You got to get it out the mud, and you got to figure it out for yourself. I get that. But what I will say is, by us all having this conversation, perhaps, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, perhaps you'll stumble upon this information in a more intelligible fashion that's given to you, where you do have that proof right then. You know what I mean?
I think it's
Somebody will
strange
bring it to
that
you
so
in
many
a little
people
bit more.
talk about this shit all the time, but nobody has a step-by-step, easy to follow demonstration nor instruction for doing it.
No, I'm with you on it. I agree. You know what I mean? I agree. I'm not gonna. I think here's the problem. A lot of people break up. Somebody can believe something 110% and try to convince everybody around them that the sky is falling. And nobody believes that the sky is falling until the sky hits them in the head and it's too late to run for cover. And I'm not saying this is you. What I'm saying is I have been a mouthpiece for truth as best as I can determine it, right? For the last, from 2020 all the way on, I was getting ridiculed for giving truth from sources with proof. And do you realize how many family members that I have in my life that did not listen to what I had to tell them? Some of them are not here anymore. My point is, I can believe something, I can have knowledge of it and information, but in most cases, I do have the proof. In this case, I wasn't prepared. I wasn't asked to be on the show. You feel me? So if I were, I would have come with receipts. But
and I don't expect you to have all that shit right now, because
Yeah.
because of the short notice. Of course, I'm not saying that you should have that. I'm saying somebody should have it. There's way too many people talking about this, and nobody demonstrates it. The same thing like traveling without a license, right? Like this is all shit that people claim and other people want to believe, but nobody ever actually pulls it off in any sort of a way that can be followed.
Well, you and I, but let me ask you this, because I don't want to assume what you know. My husband has a CDL license. He moves, as far as commerce is concerned, for a living, right? His license is specifically to move things because he drives trucks. If you are in Mississippi, back home where I was born, right? Most of us in Mississippi are driving on roads that are not toll roads or owned by a private organization like Atlanta, Georgia has. Atlanta, Georgia has like 85 is owned by somebody in big chunks. When you get on 85 in Georgia, you better have a driver's license. You better have permission to be on that road. It is not a private road. When you are on smaller roads in Mississippi, we don't have to have a driver's license. You do not have to have a driver's license unless you are letter A, moving for commerce, and B, you do not have to have that driver's license if you are not on a road that is
Public.
You see what I'm saying? Public,
right?
Here's
You
the
can
thing.
drive your car all
Once-
over your front yard all you want.
But once you agree and get a driver's license, that's out the window, because
No.
now you've agreed to follow the rules and regulations of that license.
You
And
have
should
to agree
drive.
to that to drive on the public roadways. You can drive all over your front yard at any time, whenever you want, with no license.
You can go to a what are they called, strip malls. You can drive around there all day long. You can get in a strip mall and drive all the way over. You can go from I'm gonna play old school. You can
You're
drive
talking
from
about
Zodi's to Kmart.
I bet that you're wrong,
No.
but I don't know.
You can drive from Zodi's to Kmart. You can go from Walmart. You can go all around the world on private roads. Private roads. Just look that part up. That should be
That's
something
true,
that
but
you
we
can
don't
find.
drive on private roads. That's like a driveway.
right.
So my only point is once you get into accepting license and things of that nature, you have to comply. You can't get out here and say, well, I don't have to drive. Well, you were issued a driver's license. And when you signed that driver's license, you agreed to to get down with the get down. So if you don't want to agree with it, then just don't get one and stay off the roads that belong to somebody.
You don't have to agree to it, but you can't drive on the
You can't
road.
legally drive, correct?
Right. It's not like you don't trick something away by signing and getting a driver's license. You never had it, and you won't have it unless you have a driver's license. It's a condition for being on the road.
Originally, it was meant for commerce because you have the freedom to move around. You have that freedom. Yep. And I believe that a lot of our freedoms have been drilled into our heads
and you
so
can
much.
ride in a car no matter what, but to operate one, you have to have a driver's license.
In all 50 states.
Well, you guys, okay, I want to play devil's advocate before we leave. I want to play devil's advocate.
Go ahead. You got 6 minutes before I shut it down. If I don't get
6
30
minutes,
more.
Dougie Fresh, we're on. Okay, so look. All right, so go and show me where it says, I think it'll be in the Constitution. Show me where it says I have to have one.
Nope, because it's not a constitutional law, it's a state law.
Okay, so so show me what I'm talking about.
I can't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you go ahead and finish. I'll pull it up for you.
Okay, so in a nutshell, the point that I would make is that the Constitution doesn't deal with driver's licenses. Right to travel is right for your body to move around. It's not the right for you to operate anything you want to get your body around. You can't ride a fucking.
Then how you gonna move around, Flow State?
Any sort of ways. You can ride in a car. You can't operate a car. Driving and moving your body.
You got $30, Flow State.
Whoop whoop. All right, thank you. We will keep going, and I will drop the link. Let me Thank you for the $30. I appreciate you. And everybody who freeloads off of your generosity and joins the panel will also appreciate it, I'm sure.
Oh, you need to clear out your banner.
So what does the $30 mean? Does that mean you made your 40?
Yeah, I've made my 40. So I just dropped the link. It means that I'm not ending the show right now, and it's going to open panel.
Oh my goodness. it means that each one of us is for $10.
That's correct. And I've got a special account with each one of you's names on it with $10 in it that you can't access.
I bet you do. And I guarantee that money, that $10 that might be deposited, went to somebody else's account.
Here's the thing. Is when you find out that I'm shit, you'll be like, whoa, you'll be looking at all the is that. And then when you start really looking into things, you'll get the knowledge. When you get the knowledge, man, it's you can't even believe what you're seeing, what you're reading about yourself, about your family, about how your mother and father would hood and assigning you away as property, as collateral.
Well, I mean, I've been down this rabbit hole before a while.
You've probably done the same if you've had a son unwillingly.
This isn't my first rodeo with this topic. I've been down this before. I've gone down the rabbit hole and I came back out the other side going, this is bullshit. As I do with basically all, and I'm using an umbrella term, but all the SovCit topics, the no driver's license, the unlimited money, the, whatever. There are some truths in concept, like the fact that
this isn't sovereign citizen.
But it's the specifics. People take concepts that have some truth and they fuck up the specifics.
I'm not a sovereign citizen. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You're either a sovereign or a citizen. You can't be both.
You're right.
So that's an oxymoron. That's a trick in itself.
Oh, I know.
Okay, I'm just saying that's a trick in itself. Law enforcement play this game. Oh, you're a sovereign citizen. Guys like, oh, and it's idiotic. I mean, come on. That's how stupid they think you are. It's just like the police can lie to you, but you can't lie to them. It's crime. Why is it that when you go to a bank, and you're talking about the terms, they can sit there and lie their asses off to you. You go in there to buy a car, they'll lie their asses off to you. And then you'll say, hey, well, wait a minute, you just said over here. They're like, did you record it? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a big old game. They lie on paper all the time. All the time. But nothing happens, you know.
Yeah,
And
because it's demonstrable.
Until you get the experience behind you, this is why people hate it when older people go with younger people to buy cars, because we know they're bullshit. We know how to protect the young. We know how to protect our friends from being abused financially because we've lived. We know how it works.
You know what?
Car like that
I didn't even fucking notice it. Hold on a second. Ethan sent the $30. This is the guy in the thumbnail who I suggested the spook.
No.
Ethan, I'm sorry, we didn't even get to you this stream, and we're not going to. I'm going to have to save you for a different stream.
Yeah, I know. Like when I've gone in to negotiate on a car, and we write the terms down on the paper, and he says I got to take it back to the manager, and he says, you know, if you give me a $100 check, this, you know, it might help push things along.
Yeah.
Well, I write that down. I write that down on that little piece of paper there, and I say, okay, you sign this, I sign this. He goes back there and he comes back. He says, well, we can't exactly do these terms. I said, wait a minute, where's my money? Well, we already deposited it. Well, then you agreed to the deal. You signed it, I signed it, you took my money. And they had to honor it.
Wait, so you got a car for? Oh, okay, right.
Yep, because that's a contract. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
they backed themselves into this one.
Yeah, we agreed to terms. He asked for a check to show that I was serious, so I gave him a $100 check that I wrote on that paper. These are the terms I agreed to. Here's $100 to secure it. He come back, and they'd already sent the check through. They didn't even hesitate. I said, I got myself a car then. Needless to say, that guy got fired.
Ethan, hit the link.
And here's another thing about that. When you're buying those damn cars, they play these back and forth games, initial this and that. You can sign anything you want. Nothing means jack shit until you sign that long form. This is how they trick people. They're like, oh, well, we need your initials. We need this. It's all bullshit. You can get your ass up, or you could be in the long form and be reading it halfway and say, fuck off, goodbye. They can't do jack shit until you sign that long form. That's when it means something. So until that happens, all this threatening you and you're defaulted and you sign a contract, you remember those, all of it's garbage. It's all bullshit. But see, young people, they don't know this stuff. That's why it's incredibly important that you understand finances. Listen, I had a girl come to me just the other day. They're Flo, not joking. She's like, Monty, somebody has stole my crypto. I'm like, what? And she's like, she went through all the particulars, and I'm like, how much money are we talking? She's like, about 30,000. I'm like, what? So anyway, I kind of looked into it. And I was like, yep, they sure did. And that's why I'm into the crypto game a little bit, because here we go again, Flo. These idiots, these somebodies, these people with actual position in life are lying to everybody. They're saying, oh, it's all decentralized, and what a good way to get away from the governments. They're liars, man. They're liars. You can't go set up a crypto account on a freaking email. You got to give your biometrics. You got to give your credentials, the Social Security, your photo ID, all of it. They're liars. And this is why people come to me constantly about the crypto sphere, because they're trying to run these scams and steal from people and shit. I know better. I know how to beat their ass when it comes to that shit on the electronic side. But she did. She lost 29,500 and change because some idiot told her, don't trust that website, Coinbase. Come on over here. You're going to need a QFS account. Oh my God, you're going to need the quantum financials, and it's going to make it all. It's all bullshit. It's a scam. Then you go over to another. Let's go to the trust wallet.
It's bullshit grounded
and then we're
in
dump
reality.
money over there. We're going to protect you. It's all a scam.
Correct. It's a scam, but it's coming. It's operating out of a
these
scam.
things.
but it's operating out of a scam because Coinbase is owned by the feds. I did a video on that like 3 years ago. And crypto is, I don't think any of the private coins will last once the USDC comes out. Ethan, welcome. I'm glad to see that even at night you're still out under your sun umbrella.
You know, they actually stay up. So I want to actually kind of apologize because I did talk a lot of shit to you yesterday, and I was a little fired up and I was super feisty, but I went back and actually watched Notch's stream from the beginning, which was like insanely long. It was like 8 hours. It was an awesome stream. There was some crazy stuff. You were kind of rude to a couple of people in there, but that's fine, whatever. And then you did give Homegirl kind of a hard time, but whatever. It's cool.
You're not wrong. Yeah, no harm, no foul. I was rude to everybody as well, and I recognize that. And definitely, if Dreamy is watching this, I'm sorry, Dreamy. I like Dreamy. I've known her for a minute. She's very stubborn, no matter what.
I could tell you were honest about that too today when you were talking about her, because I actually have been watching from the beginning. So I did catch this whole thing. I was just waiting patiently to kind of hear everyone's take on the situation. So I do want to apologize. And I did bludgeon my way into that conversation, but it was really because that other guy, what he was saying about his income and all the taxes, the reason taxes are fraudulent is because the money is debt. So we can't be taxed. We can't be taxed because the monetary systems is scam anyway. So it's fraud stacked on top of fraud.
All right. Hold on a second. Okay. Let me apology accepted. It wasn't necessary in the first place. Thank you for the $30. And I apologize back to you. I was a dick as well. It is what it is. So no harm, no foul there. Rose with the $10.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Actually, it's $9.99, which is 666 upside down. She's not in back, but her super chat says, personal opinion, all of this information is interesting but not useful unless you're talking about info that enables you to successfully decline voluntary income taxes. I will agree with that.
I actually agree with her too. And I agreed with a lot of points that you guys all made tonight. Dr. Felicia Lockhart really knows her stuff. Monograph knows her stuff. Even that one dude who was insane on here, he was like, I don't
remember. They didn't prove anything. They didn't prove a damn thing.
He got really mad, but he actually was kind of right about some things, except when he turned into a dick, that wasn't cool at all, because it does seem like we're like really all kind of on the same page. And the fact that you actually entertain this topic for 3.5 hours, Flo, I gotta say, I gonna give you a lot more respect than I originally had. I went and looked at your channel today and I was a little annoyed by some things, but the fact that you gave 130 people 4 hours of this, I actually do think says a lot. So now, do I think that you and the accountant guy are a little bit wrong, and he shouldn't be giving financial information? That's highly illegal. And funny story, Flo, and you're not going to like to hear this, but at one point I was also a banker and I had my banking license and I was a state licensed banker. So I'm not
a banking license.
I'm not a scrub. Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
Then how can MLOs be licensed in certain states?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's no banking license. I mean, I was a notary too. Are you confusing? I don't know, man. There's no such thing as a banking license. You don't have to have a license to work at a bank.
So there are mortgage.
I don't know what you got.
There are mortgage loan officers that need to get licensed to become a banker. Now, you might have worked at a bank.
SEC.
He was a mortgage loan officer.
I wasn't a mortgage loan officer. I did do a few mortgage loans. I actually hated doing residential real estate, though. I was mostly commercial.
Residential sucks.
But you didn't have to have a separate license, did you? Flo?
You do.
No, I mean, okay. So actually, I'll say that I didn't do enough. There might be a licensing you need if you're doing a lot of residential real estate loans. I only did a couple, and at that volume, I can't remember if I didn't need one or if I just utilized somebody else's within the bank.
But everything you just said is true and 100% fact. If you don't do a certain volume, you don't need a license, or you can just run it under someone else's license. And
that is,
I don't. And I think commercial license is different than if there even is a commercial license. But home loans, you definitely need one. And I had one, and I haven't renewed it for the past couple of years, so I'm eventually going to lose it. But it's because that whole system's fraudulent too. So I'm not new to this. I've been in this for a couple years. I know, generally speaking, what I'm talking about. All of this stuff's very new to me, and there are gaps in my knowledge. But stuff like what Dr. Felicia Lockhart's saying, she's right. If you want to travel about, you don't need a license, because that one dude from yesterday too even said the same thing. The things that are your rights, they can't license and tax those things. So traveling about, the term drive,
you guys can drive. You can insist that traveling means driving a car. Kay is down there doing the same thing in this comment. I don't know. There's no way to convince you guys because you got a fucking conviction. It's a moral.
You can't mix federal.
No,
with
it's
state.
the laws.
No,
the definitions of the laws.
The law says that you need a license. Every state has its own driver's license laws, as they're authorized by the federal government. It's all entirely legal.
You're right. You're actually right. And here's how you're right. Legalities relate to the codes, the penal codes. Laws pertain to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
False.
Citizens, which are corporations, and you can look that up in the USC, citizens do need things. I'm not mixing things. Please don't interrupt. Just let me get my whole thought out, Chuck, and I'll let you respond. Citizens, which are defined as corporations in the USC, they do need licenses because that's a commercial entity conducting commerce on the commercial seas. So they do need licenses to drive if they claim to be a citizen conducting business in that manner. But if you're not conducting business and you're the natural living person and you're traveling in your private conveyance, you do not need a license, and they can't make you get a license.
With state.
Federal. Do you even know what federal means? Do you even know what state means?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Supersede state?
This is semantic. This is the same complaint
This is
the same complaint I had last night. Is all these things are demonstrably false, and so then people who support them fall back onto semantic games to try to not lose the position.
Ethan, can you give me what you're talking about, and I'll pull it up if I can find it online?
Yeah, so in the United States Code, if you look up the term citizen, you will find, and if you click on it, usually on Cornell Law,
Hold on, let me interrupt you real quick. Tarek, I hope you have $100. I don't know why the fuck you're here.
No, you get your
Go ahead.
And then if you look up, what was the other word? Oh, drive is a commercial activity. It even states in the definition of drive, I believe it's maybe in the UCC, that the term drive means
that's federal.
I'm on Cornell Law now.
It means that it's for hire, for fee or fare.
Federal.
Right, like CDL license has to be.
Federal.
Because the term federal is supposed to mean the interactions between all the nations of the Union. We are 50 confederate nations. That's what all that means. That's why we have the UCC, is to uniformize and make all the laws very similar. That's why each state typically adopts some form of the UCC, or they kind of change the language of it.
What are we looking at here?
So she's looking up.
He was talking about the definition of citizen. That's where it's regulated at.
So
the following shall be nationals and citizens of the U.S. A person born in the U.S., a person born to a member of the Indian Eskimo or other, or one of the tribes, a person born outside the U.S. In its outlying possessions of parents, both of whom are both your parents are U.S. citizens.
Keep scrolling. This is you'll see the word citizen. It's underlined. It'll be in yellow.
Do Control F flow state and then put in citizen.
There's also a search bar on the right.
I knew he didn't know how to spell it.
Did I spell it wrong?
No, you're good.
I'm just messing. I'm messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
You just got to find the underlined one.
Are any of those hyperlinks?
Nope. Nope. None.
Do you think it'll be the first one?
Well, maybe try nationals.
I mean, this defines citizen. The following are nationals and citizens. This is the definition of a citizen. You're
Okay,
born
you
here.
put United States.
Oh, okay, yeah. Click United States. It'll anyone that says United States.
The term United States.
Nah, you're good. You're good. Search for United States business or U.S. business.
We're not talking business.
Well, can
I
we
know,
just
but
have
you'll
fun
see.
together, Chuck?
Okay. We've been down this rabbit hole.
It's
I know.
okay. Remember, none of us have any stake in this. We're just looking.
And if we can't find it, okay, try U.S. business. Okay, you put the periods in there.
Did you
That's
put U
okay.
period, S period?
I did put
Yeah, don't do
periods.
that.
I'll try it this way.
Thank you.
All right.
That's cool. I will find it. I will bring it all back. I promise. And I'll even maybe even do a presentation because what I'm saying is not wrong. It is in there. It's hard to search. Cornell doesn't make it necessarily easy. But if what I'm saying is true, the implications are pretty profound. And I think you do realize that. I think that's why you did have a 4-hour conversation with all these guys. And honestly, it was valuable. You said that earlier. This was more valuable than trying to figure out if I was a Fed or not, which I'm not. So
if it was true, somebody would have taken it to the Supreme Court already and won.
But if you Google search, okay, that's cool.
fallacious
2015
reasoning,
Supreme
but-
Court. 2015 Supreme Court ruling. Google it. There's a Fox News article that demonstrates and proves that if you don't need a license to travel about or
What am I,
quote unquote
this is
drive.
the last thing I'm searching. What is it?
2015 Supreme Court ruling, driving without a license.
U.S. Supreme Court says no license necessary to drive automobile on public roads. This is an article from We Are Change. Hold on, I'll share the screen.
Bet you they won't find the USC ruling for it.
It says, which We Are Change. You know, everybody I think knows who that is, right? It's what's his name? He's got a YouTube channel. If you can, the USC ruling is really what we want.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need that Supreme Court judge to write the ruling and opinion, literally saying you don't need that. Matter of fact, they will word it in a way where if you don't have, or like being charged with any type of crime based on that is unconstitutional. That's literally what they'll say.
Okay, and that's a good point too, because if there's no victim, there's no crime. So if you're if you're traveling about and you don't commit any, and you don't hurt anybody or infringe upon anybody's rights, is there any crime there?
Well, now we get into semantics.
Okay, hold on.
Lots of things I've thrown people in cages for that they didn't.
It's a maxim of law.
I just opened. I searched the. You can see it's still highlighted there. I searched that whole thing to look for the original.
Oh, we can't see anything.
Oh, I'm not
there.
sharing. What's going on here? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so this is the We Are Change article. I highlighted the part that's highlighted is Thompson v. Smith, blah, 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 11 American Jurisprudence, Constitutional Law, Section 329, page 1135, right? So I did a Google search for that independently, and I came up with this, the summary of the opinion in Thompson v. Smith, blah, 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 blah. The court discussed the rights of the police chief to revoke driver's licenses under a provision of the city ordinance, which stated the chief of police is authorized and directed to revoke the permit of any driver who, in his opinion, becomes unfit to drive an automobile on the streets of the city. So, I mean, just having not read anything more than that, it appears to me that
that case was from the 1920s, Flow State. Thompson versus that's a case from the 1920s.
this is what is referenced in the screen I was just sharing in the article.
See, that's the problem. A lot of these sites will take a sentence out of a Supreme Court decision without taking the whole paragraph in the context of what they're talking about.
But in that case, the Supreme Court did rule that they did not have to have it in order to drive on those applicable roads.
It exactly did not say that. It ruled that a police chief can't actually revoke your driver's license based off of something else. That's what it means.
Correct.
It has
But
nothing
if you go
to
back
do
to
with
the
driving
original
without a
case,
license.
I know, but go back to the original case. It's 1929,
It's 1930,
right?
I think it's 1930.
1929, 1930. Okay, if you go back to that,
I've already closed it. I've already closed it.
But see, the one that you were on, I think that case was like somebody else exegeted what they thought that it was their opinion of what was.
So yes, it is. The screen I shared was an article's opinions from wearechange.org, which is he's got a YouTuber as well. It's not like I like the guy, I'm subscribed to him, I watch him. I would not consider him an authoritative source. But
I just remember that case, the name of the case.
Anybody is welcome to share screen on the information they find, but I'm done searching for things. Because we could do this all day. We could go, what about this? Look here, look there, look there, look there.
Well, we did that with that short. Remember that short that guy did that said he beat him out with all these Supreme Court cases?
And actually, I have done whack-the-mole on looking in under different rocks before, specifically over the driver's license thing with Scott 2B on several occasions.
Yep, from Black's Law to UCC to state. Yep.
Now, Black's Law is a little on the voodoo side, if you want to know the truth. Black's Law is one of those things to me that it's the difference between may and shall. Must, and you know what I mean? It's like it plays on words in such a way that now you see why people end up in so much trouble. Because it plays on words. And if you don't understand that when it said may, it meant may, which opens it up for interpretation and opens it up to be finagled in any direction or way that they want it to be.
That's a really good point. And actually, a couple years ago, I actually got written up at work because they told me that I had to take a lunch break. And then I went and looked at the law for my state, and it says you may take a 30-minute lunch break after X amount of hours. It doesn't say shall. And I went back and forth with HR, my manager, the CEO, and I got written up for it. And it was bullshit. It was a big to-do. And I was like, it doesn't say shall. It doesn't say that I have to. It says that I may. So I can do whatever I want. I'm going to sit in my chair for 9 hours.
But they're allowed, the company is allowed to make an internal policy.
Unless it's posted. Remember, that's what I do as human resources. As a human resources director, anything you want the employee to do must be in that handbook. They must have already signed off on it. Now, here's another thing. Some companies have even instituted policies whereby even though federal law says after working a specific amount of hours, somebody has to have a meal break, right? They've now got companies that are able to have you sign off when you first get there that says, I don't want to take a lunch break. And so from that point forward, if you're working about 5 or 6 hours, you don't have to take a lunch break. But as soon as you elect to take a lunch break, then that original document that you signed is void. Now you have to take a lunch break all the time. So there are certain companies that have found ways to get around federal law. Federal law, of course, supersedes it. But those companies who may have been in states that require that break, for example, their headquarters may be California. If their headquarters are in California, they have to give you that 1 hour or 30 minutes. The problem is that they missed it somewhere by not putting it in the handbook. And I've written several handbooks for companies. They have to put that in there. It can't be open for interpretation. You have to say exactly what you want the employee to do, or you can be sued. You can be
And
challenged.
that's a great point. And it does become tedious to split all these hairs with all the vernacular and terminologies. But like if you were a lawyer in the court of law, that's going to help you either win a case or protect your client. And what are we supposed to go off of? Because if it just becomes too willy-nilly, that becomes very colorable law. And the problem with our law system is that it is colorable law, which means it's open to interpretation and it allows for fraudulent activities to take place. So, and if they're gaming the system and stacking it against us with all this craziness, then that's like, what else are we going to fall back on? It's like, my morals say that it's okay to throw a rock at you if you commit a sin based on some arbitrary book. Like, what the hell? So then we were just stoning each other in the streets based on what? The law does need to be set in stone. It needs to be ironclad. Like, it can't be willy-nilly.
But federal law doesn't dictate it won't dictate company policy. You don't want a federal law dictating employee policies. That's absurd to think that things are that one size fit all.
It does in
Kind of,
some
sort
regards.
Remember, the law is there to restrict the government from infringing upon our rights.
Right. And so no part of that between an employer and an employee, that has nothing to do with the government. I mean, unless as far as
good point.
Right. That's a
That's
private
a really
agreement.
Good point.
And
exactly. You nailed it right
believe
there.
that we should be able to have private agreements without government interference. That's why I don't like, not that they're relevant to anything anymore, because nobody works at minimum wage, but I think minimum wage laws are a violation of both parties' rights, really, and it's a backfire.
But do you know where that even came from, Phil State? The
Probably
reason why why they gave it a minimum wage is because of slavery. Do you know that that's exactly why they have labor laws? If you dig back into the history of minimum wage $7.25 or $7.50 an hour is federal, that comes from people working indentured servitude and all of that other stuff. All of that, that's the reason why when you go to apply for a job, they have to have a wet copy or a digitized copy of a signed application. Because when you sign that application, what you're saying is you agree to the stipulations that are outlined in that application. You have to have that. So people will come into a place and they'll take a paper application, and on the back of it, the hiring manager will read over and they do not see a signature. Well, you can call the person to see if they want to come in for an interview, but in order for them to be hired, that application based on their hours, what times are you available to come to work? Here's a really good point for people who may have children who are working. If you have young adults who are working and they tell a company what time they can and cannot be there, and it's on that application, and they sign that application and the company accepts it, that is an agreement. They must, if that person applies and they agree, that's what they can work. You can't write anybody up for not working on a Saturday if you said they don't have to work on a Saturday based on their open availability. Does that make sense?
I did. Yeah, so I was talking about with the car earlier when I bought the car.
Wait, what's slavery got to do with that? I mean, all countries have minimum wage.
Well, that's where the United States Labor Code started because of slavery. It was a part of that. So after slavery was over, in order for you to have people working for you in the U.S., that's when the whole Labor Department came up. That's how we got here as it relates to a minimum wage. That's where
child labor had a lot to do with it too.
Yeah, that makes more sense because slaves weren't employees, so they wouldn't get any wage at all.
Wait. They did have indentured servitude once they started bringing people from Europe that came here. Just look it up. I mean, I could dig in books and all that stuff and give it to you.
Idea.
But for me, my certifications.
Hold up. There's a little problem here. So, like, the first labor law that I could probably cite is from like 1636, right? This predates the U.S. like formation officially. And so you're saying that basically slavery is the thing that initiated the Labor Department. Is that what your claim is?
No, what I'm saying is what we know now as minimum wage and all of these things, those things had that as its basis for being created. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
everyone's trying
Joshua,
to do
how are
their
you,
best.
Joshua? I haven't introduced myself, but I didn't see you come in. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Yeah, I'm skeptical. I think maybe it's influence, but I don't think it's a basis for anything.
Well, the only point I wanted to make to piggyback off of Dr. Lockhart's comment was that the whole point of me actually bringing up the whole infinity money thing, anyways, was because the initial fraud with the gold exchanging for fiat currency in 1913 or 1933, they made a contract with the people. They said gold for infinite debt discharge. They didn't hold up their end of the bargain. They owe us that. So when all those guys yesterday were saying stuff like, you got to work for it, you got to work for it, it's like, I understand that. You know what the first thing I want to do when I get my infinite discharge, the first thing I wanted to go do was build a gym, start a business, literally to help people out and share this information out
Did
with
you
people.
say
So it's like,
what's an infinite discharge? Did I miss that?
so the whole bills of exchange thing means, let's say I have my infinite credit card. I discharge my debt to my local commercial retail bank. They discharge theirs to the local, like to their local lender, their local bank that they do their banking under. They discharge the debt to the Treasury. The Treasury discharges the debt to the United States of America, and the United States of America owes the bill to the Federal Reserve. That's what the whole bills of exchange are all about, and the Federal Reserve window.
Did you
It's
hear
a
the beginning when I
series.
mentioned that nobody's had an Infinity credit card because what they would do is use it to buy everything?
The thing is that you don't. I kind of agree with you because maybe it's a claim that I can't prove, but at the same time, if someone had an Infinity credit card, would they really be here? It's like once you get over the hill, you're really gonna look back and start grabbing onto people. I mean, I guess some people would, but I mean, would you be here? Would you be off on a boat somewhere? Like, come on, be real. Those
I mean,
people
what do
aren't
you mean would I be here? I would own this. You would have a single world owner. By the time a second person got an Infinity credit card, they'd be like, "Fuck, there's nothing left to buy."
I disagree, Flow State.
You're right.
I disagree. At one point, people will be unwilling to buy to sell you things because so it will reach a saturation point. You maybe you buy up 30%, and then your money and value will no longer be tradable. So it'll now be on other things. But I want to say something about what Ethan is saying. Right? You guys talk about, I don't know. You mentioned something about exchange between gold and fiat and stuff. America did the right thing for America because right now American dollar is the world reserve currency. You guys can print as much money as you want and it will never affect your economy negatively. It is what it is, but that's why America is rich.
It
right?
does affect our economy negatively, but not as much as the world economy. We export our inflation. That's why we're the richest nation on earth.
Well, that's the point, right? As in, you always have a
United States.
No, he lives in Kenya. He's from UK.
Oh, you're in Kenya. Okay.
Oh, I'm a passport bro. I don't want to be in any one.
And on the minimum wage, it came about in 1938.
Correct.
To stabilize the post-depression economy.
Because you had a lot of indentured servitude, right, Chuck?
No, it was from the depression, post-depression economy. To get people out of depression.
Can I just finish my point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so regardless of whether it can or should or will or is going to happen, or if someone has one or not, that was still the deal they cut with us. So if we have an outstanding deal, if you cut a deal with someone, they don't hold up their end of the bargain, what are you going to do? You're going to take them to court. Well, if again, the deck is stacked against us and the courts, the banks, and the government are all in cahoots with one another to enslave us, that's a bunch of bullshit. I think that's why people are trying to get this info out, because are they going to stop 330 million people? No. And also think about, what if this became nationwide? Everyone has infinite credit card. That's going to bring in so much business into this country. It would create unfathomable wealth across our entire nation. It would be wild.
A banker?
That sounds like Jasara Nasara a little bit.
It does, because it wouldn't, like, Infinity credit card would not bring any more wealth. It would bring infinite inflation.
Debt,
Well, the
yeah,
thing is
big time
that
debt.
people would bring their business here knowing that we could buy stuff.
No,
And
if you have unlimited money, you're not going to make a business. You're just going to consume.
Exactly.
who's going to buy?
Ethan, I don't think you understand basic economics, right? If you don't produce things equal to how much money you're using to trade things, you end up with inflation. So what you could do is, I think what you're trying to do is, and again, correct me, right? He's talking about modern monetary theory, which is basically like the state can basically do whatever they want. They can print as much money as they want and then just kind of give it out to productive individuals or companies. Then they can keep, increasing value by employing people and buying all the right equipment. But if you don't basically subsequently produce the value of that thing. Okay, let me give you an example, right? If, let's say, with this Infinity credit card, you go invest it on SpaceX. Somehow SpaceX starts doing mining in space or something, right? And then they keep bringing more resources and value. Then that would work, right? Because you're exponentially creating productivity. But if you don't actually produce things that don't exist, then ultimately you just have inflation. So yeah, take the money, build things that don't exist, increase the value of the materials, and then yeah, that would actually work out great.
So then also, if they took the gold from us in exchange, were they just planning on screwing us over the whole time, take the gold and leave us with the bag of nothingness?
Yes.
That's not equitable.
Yes.
And if that's true, then that's a fraudulent contract, and that was not made in good faith, and that doesn't provide equal consideration. So then the whole contract is vitiated, and they need to return the gold. So where's the gold? Where's our
Nobody,
gold?
According to
An
what
unlimited credit card or something of the nature takes away incentive for anybody to work. Nobody would work. It would be the worst thing for the economy.
That's not true, because if everyone collectively knew that if no one worked, the whole system would collapse anyways, everyone would just get right back out there. I would.
no.
They may have screwed you guys as individuals, but that whole thing definitely made you guys as a nation much richer. As I said earlier, right? The rest of us, we are dealing with the Eurodollar system, right? For example, I'm Kenyan. Let's assume I'm Kenyan, right?
Are you Kenyan?
Right now, we have apparent. Yes. So I'm Kenyan, right? So I'm in Kenya. But yeah, I grew up in Britain. So I'm Kenyan, right? Now Kenya has a lot of debt right now, right? There's even riots and protests against some finance bill, right? So the issue is, though, our debt is denominated in a currency that we have no control over, which is dollars. This is true for every other country, more like 95% of every other country. Every currency is pegged to the dollar. So what that basically means is, yes, your country screwed you over as sovereign individuals, but they definitely did not screw you over as a nation, because what that means is you guys can get in debt. You can actually just print more money, give it to us in debt. We can basically be servicing your debts. And we can't we can't produce dollars. The only way for us to make dollars is by selling things that we produce. Now, if we don't sell the things that you want to consume, then we're screwed as well. So it's already controlling our economies. We're basically the reason why average American is paid like so much more than anyone else in the world, because basically United currency is foreign reserve currency. So yes, they screwed you over as individuals, but as a nation, America is one of the high. I mean, look, a barrister in America is getting more money than a doctor, right? I have a PhD.
Let me jump in. Because what you're talking about is all. Sorry, dude.
Go ahead.
What you're talking about is all good and dandy, but if you look at the Federal Reserve notes that are in our pockets, it says note on it. Then if you go look up what does note mean, note's a promissory note. And then I did a Google search during the show and wrote, is a United States dollar a Federal Reserve note or a promissory note? And the instant result was that it was a promissory note. It was a bank note. Whoever mentioned that earlier was correct, and it was referred to as a promise to pay. And even though a promise to pay and a note, like what Flow State you had said earlier, that it was a contract, that piece of paper is a contract. It has the value, it has the date, it has 2 signatures, and it has the amount, and it's a bearer note. Which means whoever holds it, whoever's bearing the note, and it's payable on demand. What's up?
What's it promised to pay in?
That's a whole other point. It's the promise. It's an IOU. It's
no
promise.
longer an IOU. It doesn't promise to pay. It's not exchangeable for we're off the gold standard.
Correct, and you are right about that. 1971, big year.
Let me real quick though. I want to address this point about the heavy gold thing. I've heard that a lot. paper bills. An ounce of gold costs $1,820, and $1,820 in $20 bills weighs 3.21 ounces, and this just scales up. So paper is heavier than gold. Go ahead.
And I understand the reason for having paper currency, and I don't even hate it. But back in the day, they had silverbacks, and they had these paper currencies that were good for $2 of silver. So that dollar was a unit of measure. Now the dollar is based on faith and credit, which literally just means trust me, bro. Like we got you in the future.
Right? America exports.
No, it
America,
goes for the market value. It's not a trust me, bro. It's
more than that, right? As I said, America's dollar is trustworthy because it's a world reserve currency. 60% of all countries in the world, all trade. Just remember this, guys. 60% of world trade is done in dollars. Petrol, oil, anything, gold, everything is sold. 60% of the market. The rest of it is euros, Japanese yen, and the pound. That is what makes the dollar strong. It is because everybody else uses it. Right now, I can exchange my dollar in any country. I can't take my Kenyan shillings to Japan. They won't take it. They'll tell me to buy dollars. Then I can exchange.
Go to the airport and do the exchange.
These are good points. It's a means of exchange.
Uses it. That's the
that
point.
Physical thing has no tangible value in and of itself. It's a piece of paper. You can't even use it to like conduct electricity.
It's not a commodity. That's what you're saying.
But gold doesn't have that much value. I mean, it does.
It does. It's a rare precious metal that you can use for art. You can conduct electricity. You can build things with it. You can use it for weaponry. Precious metals do have intrinsic value in and of themselves. The dollar bills aren't even worth the amount they're printed on them.
I should just say, Ethan, do you read anything?
There's nothing unique about gold that other metals don't already produce. So it's not worth anything.
It doesn't tarnish. It's very soft. It's got
there
a
you
lot
go,
of
sports bringing.
But
the
at
other
the end of the day,
that's all I'm gonna say.
At the end of the day, all we're doing is trying to measure value of something, and that's variable. The value of the dollar is that you can use it for exchanges. It's tender everywhere.
Okay,
if you're talking
about the dollar and not precious metal value, okay.
If you're talking about lithium, right?
Lithium is used. So I was getting all like pixelated.
If you're talking about something like lithium has intrinsic value. Why? Because you can use it for electronics and everything else. It has extreme value. Cobalt, coltan, right? That stuff. Gold is just like metal. Yeah, sure, it doesn't rust, but no, it's not. Doesn't really have true intrinsic value.
There's no intrinsic value is the wrong thing.
Precious metal collectors mainly just go off of silver, gold, palladium.
Yeah, that's not here nor there. What he's talking, you mean utility. It's not a useful material in and of itself. It does have plenty of it. That's why they put it in electronics. But even more than that, it has a perfect record of always being money all throughout human history. That really is the crux of it.
You're right, but here's the issue, right? He mentioned that fiat is just based on faith. Well, so is gold. It just happens to be the oldest trust-based system. That's the only difference, really.
He's right about that. Actually, that's a good point. That's a deeper level. But at some point we do need some sort of a standard to set by, kind of. Otherwise, we'll be back to trading, chicken eggs for goat milk. So what are we going to use? We got to use something. It's like we got to have a means of exchange. So I understand this. The whole thing is that they set up the system to scam people and to enslave us, to be fighting for these things, but it shouldn't be costing us money to live. We were born here. We didn't have a choice.
And Rose, please, stay away from saying things like the only thing that doesn't. There are a lot of things that don't degrade. Gold is just one of them.
Trading pillows, at freaking Trader Joe's.
Miss Flo says,
like, I don't even remember. It's been so long ago. Like, it was an old joke, and it was like, it's funny, whatever. Move on. But yeah,
is that what you kept interrupting to say? Is that you remembered a joke that you don't remember?
No, that's not what I came up here. I came up here for the when he started.
No, I didn't mean come up.
The silver certificates.
Okay, hold on.
In for what they were worth. Like, sure, you could take that to the bank, but they don't honor it that way anymore.
You're right. They don't. They made it illegal. They outlawed it.
Right.
Which is bullshit.
Right. And that's why.
That's why Abe Lincoln got shot.
Now, let me ask you a question.
I don't know if that's a fact, but
there's just a lot of claims going on, and most of them are outlandish as fuck.
I'm telling
Ethan,
you.
I have a question. You see, with the dollar, as I said, right, you guys are lucky. Your currency is actually superior. I cannot buy gold with Kenyan shillings. You can buy gold with dollars from anywhere around the world.
I don't think that our dollar is as superior as you may believe. Our dollar is being de-dollarized every single day. Our dollar is plummeting. There are countries right now that are banding together, as you guys know, that do not. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all the BRICS is what's got us upset.
For the moment, it is still the strongest currency in the world. But you're right.
Let me ask this. So do you think BRICS is the first of its kind to try to like
no, sir, I don't. But I think what I'm saying.
Actually.
Let me clarify.
Let
me clarify the comment that I was still making.
Please.
I hear the gentleman, and I'm actually speaking to the gentleman from Kenya. Okay. I hear what you're saying, sir. But I want to just tell you, honestly, the dollar is in trouble. Our dollar is not as strong as it used to be. I mean, I'll just use as an example. There were countries who decided that they only wanted to allow outside countries to purchase their oil with gold. The majority of those leaders who were on the continent of Africa are no longer with us. The preponderance of them. So when I think about how strong the dollar used to be, it did have some strength. Here's the problem right now. Our country prints our money, and then they loan the money they print. So if you borrow the money and you can't pay the money back, eventually, what happens with all the printed paper? There's no backing to that paper. Our dollar is not as strong as it used to be. Here's what's needed. What's needed is for everybody who can, you need to get yourself a little silver, you need to get yourself a little gold, and you need to hope against hope that you are right, sir. But I want to tell you, that's a great wish, and I respect the fact that you are there in Kenya, but America is in trouble. If you think that our dollar has the power that it had before, see, we were able to strut around in the middle of the hen yard like this big rooster once upon a time. But now there are other countries who are calling in that marker, and they are banding together to prevent our dollar from being as strong as it once was. The only people who believe that our dollar is strong are the people who got their heads, unfortunately, in the sand, and they refuse to go get any gold. They refuse to go get any silver.
It depends on how you measure it. Yeah, hold on. I see Hoover was trying to get in. Kaizo.
No, I typed it in the chat. I mean, okay. I was rounding it like she said it perfectly.
So
Kaizo, go ahead.
Okay, if that's true, like if that's
she
the
was
honest, why don't you guys do it?
Taking another 20 minutes for people to go back and forth with her.
I get it, Hoover.
I'm just talking to 20 people about it. We're just like back and forth. But yeah,
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the dollar is weak compared to itself over time. The dollar is strong compared to other currencies, but all currencies are sinking as the dollar sinks.
That's the point, right? The gold is stronger than dollar across time. However, if you look at the reality right now, dollar is stronger than every other currency. So I want to respond to my sister over there, Dr. Lockhart. That's a cool name.
Mother.
Okay, Mother Lockhart.
Mommy.
I didn't know if I should call you doctor.
You can call me Felicia, but for this young man, like I said, being close to 60, I would not be considered his sister. I'd be Mata. I'd be his mother, not his sister.
Okay. Yeah, you look much younger than I
young manning the fuck out of you.
Nice. It's all good. Anyways,
my respect her already. Shit. Continue.
Yeah, so here's my response, right? You are right. Okay, look, BRICS has not created a currency. Not yet. That's the issue. The only closest currency is a euro, and then the Japanese yen and the pound. So until I see BRICS actually doing something on the real ground, as I said, I'm an African, so we're screwed right now. We have so much debt in dollars, we can't make the dollars. We're stuck in this perpetual sort of oppressive notion, which again, I respect the American dollar for being that strong. One day it might get weaker, but if you really think about it, America, why is the dollar so strong? Well, America is the strongest military. You guys have the highest military budget, even more than the 10 countries next to America, right? You spend like what $1 trillion on the military or something every year.
We only spend 13% of our budget.
Only, right? Right. See, over $1 trillion a year on military. Now, what that means is you guys control the seas, the trade network, the trade routes. So even if the dollar gets weaker, the fact that you control all these trade routes because of your military, right? Let me give you a very specific logical thing, right? Right now, Musk, it's some Dutch company, I believe, right, for shipping. It comes through the East African, through the Straits of Dan, all the way through into East Africa. Now, if America wasn't there, the Somali pirates will go and steal everything. So America still has the reputation and control as military navy network of the world. So even if the so-called dollar gets weaker, it will still be one of the strongest currencies in the next 50 years. I don't really see anything kind of overtaking. The euro's tried and it still failed. Euro is only 20% of the market. The pound is 5% of the market, and the yen is 5%. No other currency is relevant in international trade. So, because I remember when I was young, right? I was in the UK, right? I was there. I was doing my thing, and I'm getting paid.
Where are you landing at?
Yeah, I was just gonna. Sorry.
Okay, let me be very specific here, right? When I was in the UK, I was getting paid peanuts, and I wondered why, and I figured it out. It's because America has the dollar; they can print as much money as they want. A person that works spliffing burgers is going to be worth more than a UK person, a doctor. It is what it is.
Okay. So what was the point?
Well, you know what? He mentioned Maersk, and Maersk is a shipping company. Are you talking about the Danish shipping company?
Hold on. Before you help him out,
okay, the point is simple.
What was your point?
American dollar is not going to collapse anytime soon because America controls the international trade waters.
Thank you.
Okay.
He's kind of right with that because our dollar is really backed by our military.
Miss Flockhart, go ahead.
So he mentioned Maersk. Do you know that Maersk, at the top of the year, they reported a loss of $537 million in their fourth quarter of 2023 alone? And that was largely due to the $920 million in loss in ocean shipping business. Now, I'm going to put this in the chat so you can see it. But when you mention them, I do a lot of stories on the shipping and all of that other stuff. And I'm not sure if you, sir, are privy to exactly what's going on behind the scenes. There are a lot of issues going along right now as it relates to shipping. A lot of the imports, a lot of the exports. There's a lot of stuff going on here. And I'm not sure if you understand what a purple revolution is or a red revolution or any of these other revolutions that's been all over the world. Right now,
sure. I run a channel on geopolitics, sister. Right? I understand about the Houthis. I know about the trade network.
Let her finish. She wasn't talking. Don't take it personally. Let her finish. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to let you understand is right now there are so many changes that you may not be privy to. What I would suggest that you do is to take a step back and all of the points that you are very strong on, sort of sharpen up those skill sets. Because I'm telling you right now, this country, as beautiful as it may be from across the shore, is not as sturdy as you think it is. It's not as sturdy as you think it is. And I'll just leave it there.
It's not as weak as you think it is, though.
Well, I know, Chuck, that as we've been giving out, and here's the sweet piece. For those of us who live on this soil, we don't have, there's really no reason for us to even be opposite with each other. All we can do is just sort of add a little, earring here, a little lipstick there. Now we got, pig with lipstick and earrings. The point is for us right now, we all know that we are, as far as the country is concerned, if nothing big happens to turn this thing around, we do understand that we are in some trouble. If it wasn't so, I wouldn't have gold. If it wasn't so, I wouldn't have silver. If it wasn't so, I wouldn't have, a garden. I wouldn't have a boatload of seeds. A boatload of seeds that I'm growing my own food.
Can I ask you a question since you decided that you bought gold? Have you ever looked up the IRS, the taxable system on precious metals?
Oh, dude.
So when you go to exchange that in and that have you ever seen what the tax rate is on it?
What?
Your point, sir? What's your point?
I looked that
Well,
up once.
so like let's say that I go and I buy gold, right? And I hold on to it for more than a year. Do you know the taxable income rate on that is 28%?
You go to a coin dealer and they do it in cash with you, so they don't have to turn it in as tax. Duh. Okay, that's
Oh, do you mean that you want to find a black market business to do something?
No, I'm saying straight up, my coin dealer.
Yeah.
That's how they do it. They don't want to run your debit card. They want you to pay cash
and
silver rounds and gold.
And you
Josh,
think? Go ahead.
Josh, me, Ethan, Josh. Josh is our confirmed Fed. Ethan is our suspected Fed.
Oh well, my coin dealer is retired.
Yeah,
So
we already know each other, dude. We're good.
Oh,
From
they're
the
working.
company.
Yeah, I
Yep.
ain't telling on nobody.
Working the same
I was
office.
gonna say, like, if she was gonna do it, I don't mind, right?
Josh
I
is like,
have to
damn it, what are
really
you doing
know.
here? I'm already trying to find a fool to entrap into something.
Silly.
Hey, where's your fucking umbrella, Josh?
It
get his-
is the case that there are a handful of businesses out there that will actually make the trades illegally and fail to report them. It is the case, right? It is very rare, though.
I don't know.
And even if it is the case, they'll say that they don't report it. 9 out of 10, they generally do.
So are you suggesting that we should all just sit here like a bunch of sheeple and just
Well,
take it?
My first issue is you're telling somebody to invest in something that's kind of like under a year, it's not really so much of a problem. Over a year, 28%, right? Like, Jesus.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, long term, this is just not really a really good idea, right?
So what do you recommend, Joshua?
So you're saying that? Hold on. You're talking about?
It's ridiculous.
What kind of taxes are you talking about?
Yeah,
He's talking about some stuff that if this place pushes out where we all got to run around here passing out stuff to try to eat, it ain't gonna mean a damn thing.
Huh? Well, if that was the case, like if you were afraid of you'd invest in things like that you can't produce, like bullets.
Yes.
And stuff like
Josh,
that,
are you
right?
talking about cap gain on metals?
Yeah. I think gold specifically. I think it's different for silver. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
Well, obviously they have different prices. So
My question is,
the percent
Joshua,
rate
what
of
is your
tax.
plan? What do you have? What do you recommend?
On investment, it just depends on where you're at. And what
Can
you're
you share my
what
screen,
you're
please?
doing. There is no one size fits all solution for everybody.
exactly, diversity is the key.
Flow State, are you able to share my screen for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you look at this, right, this is gold versus dollar. There's been no change across the last 10 years. It's the same price. It goes up and down a little bit, but right now they're exactly
What
the
is
same
this
price.
index measuring?
So,
Okay, but
in
then do
terms of the
silver.
change, right?
At least do silver
It's
from like
measuring the
2000
price of gold against the dollar.
Well,
This is from 10 years ago until
I don't know
today.
how this graph makes sense because gold used to be worth what, like $1 an ounce or some shit, wasn't it? I don't know
This
what
is
it was
10
in
years,
33,
right? This is
but I
10 years.
guarantee it hasn't been over $2,000 forever.
No, this is a
So there
10-year
has to be a
period, right?
third-
It's
there has to be a
$35
third
as far as the
you're
insurance
measuring
rate
against.
applies.
Within the
There's
last
two
10
lines
years.
on that graph. What are the axes? What's the vertical axis?
Okay, all right. So this is a price. This is the price over here, right? And then this is a timeline, right? So this is just
So you're
comparing
saying
the price of gold.
they've gained value at the same rate?
In the last 10 years, yeah, it's been consistent. 10 years. I'm not taking about 50 years. Last 10 years, there's been no change.
What is
yeah, 'cause back in the 80s, that got mad good.
There's something that doesn't make sense here.
silver,
Hold on.
not gold. Silver.
Speaking of dollars, I got two more of them. Thank you, Hear Me Out, for keeping the lights on. He says he's talking STCG, LTCG. Nobody knows what the fuck that is. Congratulations showing off your accountant jargon. We're all impressed with your big brains. Thank you for $2 more. I don't know why I came back. I'm going to aneurysm. Hear Me Out. The link is pinned.
Oh, where are your other pictures at?
The pictures.
Yeah, because I just wanted to yell, Donnie, you're out of your element.
Oh, okay. So we just
And John
rearranged.
Goodman's
Include
the
this
only one
back up.
left.
I need to rehang them up. They're still around, but they're not up this second.
Tell the
I got
truth,
worried
you
for a
sold them.
It's like
Oh, absolutely not.
I just when he was doing the chart, and I would just wanted to yell, Donnie, you're out of your element, but I don't know him, and I didn't want to be like sound like I was being a dick, but I was just teasing. And then I looked up and I was like,
Yeah.
So Lebowski is gone.
Only for now. Only for.
Okay.
You know what? Maybe I should hang it up right now.
All you gotta
Hear me
do is
out.
hang
$2
up.
more. Says short-term capital gains, long-term capital gains. Okay, yeah. I didn't know when you typed that or what's going on at the moment.
This is how undercover tries to roll.
I'm rolling in dough with these tips.
I hit the wrong clip.
I love Moral Oral. That used to be the funniest show.
I was wondering what that was.
That was Moral Oral.
No, I was talking about the first clip.
This is how undercover tries to roll. You ain't Rasa, homie. Come here for a second. I don't got nothing to talk to you, brother.
It's just a funny clip I uploaded when I thought this stream was going to go a different direction initially, but
yeah, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that footage of me?
It's all over Twitter.
Shit.
I do not participate.
I gotta work on that.
I thought that was Josh in that picture.
Damn.
Nobody's ever seen Josh.
That is not true. I'm on panels on HAMP. I just usually wear a mask.
Well,
I was wondering if this guy way up here by you would eventually remember me.
Josh?
No, way up there.
Monograph?
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't make it awkward. He doesn't have a clue.
So, every time I come out here, I'm like, oh, I already know that person.
Right? Yeah, I was just thinking that. I'm sitting here going, how many dudes has she slept with? He ran away.
Oh, he knows how I know him. That's why he fucking left. Oh, pardon my French. Sorry.
Don't worry about the words that matter.
I was gonna say I was gonna ask him about his court case and he left.
Oh, so you're on the same page I am. Okay, yeah, I know him from Shizzle.
He might be back. His internet, so he kind of comes up and drops off.
I don't know who said that, but I know him from Shizzle. So
what's Shizzle?
Oh, I don't know about Shizzle.
Did you not know the Shizzle?
No,
never heard of it.
I love the Shizzle. No, it's not the Shizzle. He's Shizzle. But yeah,
I'm the Shizzle.
I know a girl named Shizzle on the internet.
There's a really fun dude.
What's her kink?
I don't know the girl Shizzle. I know the dude Shizzle. And he does that. I'm unbiased, and I just let shit play out and let everybody argue in my chat over it, and then he'll just like wander off and go like smoke. And come back and go, yeah.
So So we know that she's got something on Monograph now.
Yo, Josh, can you put a good word for your Fed people so I can get a job and get a visa to America? I don't mind selling out.
Nobody wants to hire an African fugitive.
You cut grass.
Oh, no, I've been acquitted. I've been acquitted. No, fully acquitted.
Damn,
no, I've been acquitted.
Oh yeah, Josh works for the State Department. You better watch your ass around here.
Oh, I don't give a damn about visas, right? Like, you want to come show up. I don't give a shit,
yeah,
right? Like,
Josh, give a good word.
Sending everybody in right now.
Hell, you don't need a visa now. What are you talking about?
Told me he was going to send me.
No. I'm not an illegal. Chuck, I have to do things the right way.
Okay.
He still lives in Kenya, but the reason that he stayed in Kenya so long is because he got accused of some crimes and he was not allowed to leave the country. Sort of like I'm basically still not.
Yeah. So
Not
then
really.
I beat the Africans, man. These Africans had me here for the last couple of years.
Wait,
but finally,
hold
It
up.
took that long.
You apply for a passport, Flo?
I was just kind of grumbling. I can travel abroad. I can't go to Canada won't allow me in. If I go to the UK,
that's basically what
Canada doesn't allow anybody in. If
if I go to the UK, I've got to enter through.
But
I'm allowed to
felony.
I got
Felony, you can't get in.
I can go to Canada easier than you legally, Flo. That's crazy, man.
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'd be allowed in
That's
Canada.
a little bit unfair. Kenya doesn't share like a database system with the United States, right? The United States and Canada, they're like hand in hand. You pull a DUI, they'll know at the border.
That is totally true. He's right. That is totally
My buddy
true.
had one from 20 years ago, and they wouldn't let him in on a DUI.
Yeah, Josh. The Africans acquitted me of all crimes, so it's all good.
I don't give a shit one way or the other. I actually like Flo. Like as soon as I get back stateside, I actually fully intend on like me and Flo going hunting.
Somebody bail me out.
You're gonna pull a.
He's
Flo's
gonna
gonna
hand a
pull
felon
a
a
dick.
gun, and then
We would all meet up like real people in real life.
this is
at a
that
gun show. We're
entrapment
like,
shit I was talking
$100
about.
billion your stock.
Are you gonna pull a?
You to bail me out for beating somebody
I've
up.
actually been looking at this. Technically speaking, if I put a rifle in your hand, I can't actually charge you for it. Well, I mean, I guess I could charge you for it. It wouldn't stick because it isn't.
You're Black Panther.
Does
I'm hoping
Dick Cheney come to mind?
Sorry,
Dick Cheney.
if I bother coming here,
I'm gonna have
you've lost 40 viewers since I got blocked out of your chat. If I show up on your stupid panel, it's to give you some charity content.
I don't
you
think you're
broke ass
blocked in my
rat.
chat.
Fuck off, Chuck. You're blocked no matter how much money you fucking throw. I'm not slow
call
state.
you
You can't buy your
I
way
didn't
back.
say anything to you, Tommy.
I heard you say, I heard you give your disapproving inbred yokel noise. And then you'll be back up on
What?
my panel going, oh, shucks, Tom, I didn't say.
I have no idea what you're talking
Can
about.
I please give
Tommy.
this African man some advice?
I thought is that like to greet the rest of the
Wakanda, right?
Yo, what's good? What's going on?
Is Cynthia here? Because I addressed a man and some quacky woman's in my ear. I ain't flow
I
state.
am
I
the quacky
break all the
woman. Hello.
rules because I'm truth. I'm real.
Yo, what's good?
Stay in Wakanda. It's you are in the next civilization bring up because all the elites know the cheapest, and I'm talking those WEF demonic bastards. They know Africa is the place they can build a city of current technology without tearing down the places in America where black mammies claim to be doctors and they're not.
Mammies.
And
That's
this is
not
the only
nice. I will
place
come
you get
over.
away
I'll
with
beat you up.
too woke.
Beat you up.
What
Wait,
in
was
the
that
hell is wrong with him?
Was that claim that the voodoo witch doctor
His
is
dog
a real-
just died.
Yeah,
Joshua, you know, your voice sounds a lot like Tyler from the Secure Team.
I don't know what that is.
Your voice just reminds me of his voice.
I'm a typical redneck. I
When
promise
Josh grows up, his voice should get deeper, hopefully.
Are you inbred? You're a typical redneck. Are you inbred?
Who you call
Who's that
redneck?
person, Flow State? Is that a person that's a friend of yours or somebody?
He's my best friend, technically.
The one that was talking about Wakanda and all of that?
Yeah,
that's
He's
Tommy.
like a dog.
That's
He's
your
not wrong.
friend?
My tribe is
I
actually
call him
called
my
Wakanda.
best friend. I call him my best friend because he hates me.
Okay, that makes more sense.
No, but he's not wrong. My tribe is literally Wakanda, so that is literally my tribe.
But I don't think he was, you know, I think people are so amazing.
Not in a good way.
I understand, Lockhart. I get it, but
not in a good way.
don't worry, you know, I get it.
They are
Flo,
amazing.
Flo,
We don't know what's wrong
Flo,
with
he-
Tom. We've been trying to figure it out for a second.
He left you a love note in the back chat.
Oh, did he? This is Tommy.
So you fuck Tanya?
At the end of the
Would
story.
that be such a pain? Tanya would be so loud and ratchet.
Tanya's actually Tommy with the wig.
That's what I'm saying. Would it be worth the fuck for to have to listen to Tanya?
I think so.
I think so.
That's Tommy.
Your name's
Tanya.
Chuck, right?
Oh, my bad.
You're here to fuck, right? And then doesn't she like snap his neck with her legs or something? It's a fucking redneck gaudy ass truck too, if I've ever seen one. That shit. Your name is Chuck, right? And this is his cousin talking, or whoever the stripper was.
So you fuck Tanya?
I fuck Tanya.
Good Lord.
I gotta ask Flo, like,
I'm at a loss.
why?
Thank you,
Tom,
now.
Garbage.
Strike whenever
fucking
you want.
POS.
All right, Snafu. I mean, Tom, go ahead and strike it.
Wait, what's his nuts didn't come back?
Bring him back. What?
The old guy.
Monograph.
Mortigraph.
And I'm not going to bring Tom back up because he's going to do something. He's going to say something that's against TOS for sure.
No, because he figured out who I was, and now he's angry. He's like,
but Tom, fair use includes for criticism, among other things. So, yep, all this is within fair use.
Yeah.
Tom, there's a 1 minute pause. You have to be a subscriber for 1 minute. If you want to talk in the chat, subscribe. Oh, actually, Cynthia blocked you. Never mind.
That man does not speak to me, so just saying.
Josh, if you're a redneck, what's your average? What's your IQ? Is it like 50?
State, I put something in the back.
It's roughly about how many toes and fingers I have collectively.
I wish I knew mine so I could tell you because I'm in the redneck zone.
I wanted you to play that, and it's actually it's actually scary. It's funny,
I'm pulling
but
it
it's
up
scary.
right now. My internet's lagging just started lagging for some reason. Give me a
If you want
second.
to share your screen, I'll do it for you if you want me to.
Don't you love those moments when you're like, I caught it, and you need to realize it for what it was? Yeah, because everybody's gonna forget later, and you're like, oh.
Hey.
Yeah, that dude called me a bitch when he thought I was a dude.
You're not a dude?
No, you didn't know who I was yet because I left up a picture of a dog that wasn't even my own dog, and I didn't even come in under my own name on Shizzles. And they were all giving you a bunch of shit, and all I said was, yeah, like once every 20 minutes.
You guys look good together up there, though.
You
Let
do
me
have
know
a
when I
more.
can share it. Full state. I'll share it for you.
Okay.
I have it
If you
pulled
want to
up.
share a screen, that'd be good. I don't know why it's loading so slow.
It's okay. Let me see if I have controls. Okay, let's go. This is hilarious to me. This is Biden's economic advisor as he tries to explain how money works. Hold on.
Before you play this,
Yeah.
I wanted to bring this up earlier, but I really couldn't remember who this was. And I'm glad you brought this up. You guys, listen to what she says and then listen to what the lady asks him and then listen to his answer. It's completely absurd and really ties into the whole fact of this. The whole point of all this conversation is the whole system is a scam. All right, play that. This is such a great line. Oh my God.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do?
Oh my
God.
So now pay attention to the fact that this is Biden's or our government's economic advisor, and he is not able to actually explain the way that they told him to explain, because what he's saying is not something that just popped up out of the ether. This is something that he doesn't remember the formula they told him to tell people. Does that make sense? Let's finish.
I don't.
They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Since they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to so Yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because it's like,
wait, I can explain MMT.
The government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So I don't think there's anything confusing.
Oh, I know what this is.
Like Michael Moore trying to grasp the concept of.
Okay, so now I'm going to let you guys see what he was able to come up with after that. This is from Fox, this piece right here, and we're using this specifically as fair use. It is for commentary purposes. This is not for the purposes of saying it belongs to us. This is specifically for commentary.
Hold on a second. How long is the part that you
very
watch?
quick?
We're doing that.
It's like the first couple of seconds. Once gut filled. I just want to bring a little banter, a little happiness, a little joy. Not necessarily that we're,
Bernstein struggled to answer why the U.S. borrows currency that we can just print ourselves.
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking.
The only point for me bringing this up is the fact that we often hear that we print money and that it's the best thing to do. And we often hear people say that we'll never have a problem in the United States because we have a very strong dollar. The point is, they have been printing money and then selling bonds and giving loans with no real backing behind it. When we were on the gold standard, we were utilizing the gold as the collateral or up against that greenback was given with gold behind it. Now we don't even have, unless of course it's Muammar Gaddafi's gold. We don't even have any gold in Fort Knox, again, unless it's Muammar Gaddafi's gold.
No, there's opium there.
Well, go ahead, Monograph. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I did want to. I got kicked offline for momentarily, just a little inner. We got storms over here, but anyway, I wanted to revert back to Joshua was talking about gold, and then you were talking about shipping. If anybody wanted to monitor all of the, I put in the side chat if you wanted to know. It's called the Dry Baltic Index. The Dry Baltic Index. That's where you monitor all shipping of all the commodities. That's where you monitor gold. Everything that's put on a boat out to sea. That's where you can monitor 24/7. And they're usually behind 12 to 16 hours UTC. So anyway, that's universal time code for anybody want to know. Now, as far as your other things you were talking about, the Federal Reserve and that moron that's trying to explain how the hell it all works, he's getting stupefied there because he knows he's got to be careful what he says. He knows that every word is going to be done to what is Fox News is doing to him, shoving it right up his ass because he looks like an idiot. He looks like a freaking moron, right? He knows damn good and well that what they're doing is fraud. And the whole system is fraud. You're going to use our raw materials, the paper, the ink, the labor, the actual facilities, the mints, to print the money, and then you're going to sell it back to the nation like you're some
hang on,
bullshit. The whole thing's a fraud.
It's not.
I was trying to make that point yesterday. It is a fraud.
There are two reasons. One of those reasons is confidence, worldwide confidence. Petrodollar, the contract.
Is he breaking up or am I?
Yeah, he's breaking up.
Signed with Saudi Arabia back in the
Yeah, let me go next.
Monograph,
1970
your internet's still busting up.
I know where he's going,
has
and I
expired. That expired last
think he's
Can I
blocked out
respond?
right now. But I think what he's talking about is the fact that Saudi Arabia, I'm not sure if it was 73 or 77, but we had an agreement with
Now
them
he's frozen.
last month. That agreement was not signed for them to continue to deal with us with the dollar, and that's huge.
You mentioned that earlier. You
That's-
also mentioned that you wanted to bring some joy or something. You said so. Here
yeah,
you
that
go.
was the funny.
You're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me.
Thank you, OTW, for bringing some joy to the panel.
I love it.
Yeah.
But that's
Can I
what he's
respond?
talking about, and that's like a major red flag.
That singing?
And that
Oh, the
Yes.
No, with Saudi Arabia.
with and that was, you know, these guys said it better than I did, but that's kind of my whole point behind the idea that tax on your income is fraudulent, is because the money's fake and it was their money that they're giving back to us that we then give back to them, and it's taxed every time it exchanges hands. It's like the whole system's just retarded. It doesn't make sense at all, even on the surface level.
Being stronger under this whole new system. That's why I don't get what you guys are arguing about. As an African, I want the dollar to collapse, but you can't say America has not become more powerful in the last few years, and it has. That's a fact. So for me, you guys are making my argument, but I'll make your argument.
Qualify powerful.
Powerful means you have the largest economy in the world, $23 trillion economy. The next country is China, and it has like 1.5 billion people. You only have 364 million. Most powerful country, most powerful billionaires, most powerful number of Silicon Valley tech companies in the world, most influence. America is the most powerful country, right? And it way more powerful now than
from dollar power. Dollar power
Right.
is in. We export our inflation, is what you're saying.
Exactly,
Most,
right. So
most
my
people
point
are
is
not
this.
aware that we profit that much from exporting our inflation. And that,
Exactly. So what Flow State is saying is 100% correct. So this fraud, so this guy, whether he knows how the euro-dollar system works or MMT, because he mentioned MMT, right? Modern monetary theory, right? The government prints money. The government gives that money to specific businesses that can produce an extra amount of money. Why do you think Silicon Valley is so heavily, given money by these banks? It's because that's what's happening, right? These banks are in cahoots with the Federal Reserve. They print money, they give it to these Silicon Valley tech companies. Some of them become unicorn companies, evaluate over $1 billion in a couple of years, and then they keep making more money because they produce a value and service. Google is exported around the world. Amazon, all these companies have services that everybody uses, right? So the point is, that's how MMT works. Then the whole thing of borrowing is because of, if you don't want to have too much inflation, you have to now either get money through taxes, by increasing taxes, or you can have these bonds that you pretend you give these loans out to people who they can buy the bonds, then the government pays them back. It's just a way to control the inflation. The guy, whether he knew how this works or he just pretending because he's going to get caught up in this, it's a fraud for the world, but it's not a fraud for America. That's what I'm trying to explain. America is powerful.
It's both from different perspectives.
Right.
You're right. You're not wrong, but there's a different way of looking at it, which is we have been duped out of our value. Basically, the dollar is a wealth extraction tool.
But it works for you. That's what I'm saying. How can you complain when, in 1940s, America was not the most powerful economy in the world. Right now it is. So how can you be arguing that America, currency
Because
is already...
you don't live here, bro.
Because
hang on. Whether I live there or not is irrelevant. I'm African. I get paid $20.
Let me go. As we use dollars, right, and the dollar inflates over time and it loses value, we're still purchasing the same hard assets. We're needing more dollars to buy fewer assets.
True.
But
that's true for every other currency.
All the value is getting extracted and put into the pockets of whoever owns central banks.
That's true, but it still works for every other currency. So you're still on top.
Everybody's getting fucked, and U.S. citizens are getting fucked less than, say, Kenyans. But really, it's a handful of private entities that are extracting wealth out of the world.
That is correct. But as I said, you guys are on top more than us, right? I'm a doctor. I get paid what? $300 a month. I get paid $300 a month if I was to work in Kenya. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't, right? A barista, right? Someone flipping burgers gets paid way more in America than me. Why? Because of the dollar. Because it's an international reserve currency. Is what it is.
Okay. Can you pull that up for me, sir? That's our U.S. debt clock. That's our debt clock, and that's in real time.
Oh, I haven't seen that in a minute.
That is in real time. There is nothing fake about that debt clock.
Accurate.
A debt means somebody can call a marker in at any moment, right? Or it wouldn't be a debt. Do you know how much the United States, for example, owes
Call a marker
China?
in. What do you mean call a marker in?
Well, just listen to what I'm saying. United
It
States
owes
owes
in United States dollars. It's irrelevant, sister. It doesn't mean
Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna convince nobody of nothing.
it owes China in American dollars. Just think about what you're saying.
No, listen,
She
sir.
was saying something that made sense.
Mr. Kenyon, is it Kozran?
It's Kaizo. His name's Kaizo.
Dr. K, respect me, sister.
I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. Is it Kaizoran?
Dr. Kaizo, my sister.
Kaizor?
It's Kaizo.
Am I pronouncing it?
Kaizo.
Kaizo. Okay.
Kaizo.
Mr.
Dr.
Kaizo. I
Dr.
hear
Kaizo.
you loving on
Mr.
the United States, and I love it. I was born here. My mama's people were born here. We love it. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is all of these numbers and all of this grandiose greatness that you feel about our nation, which is such a good thing to see from others. I'm trying to get you to understand that we are not what you think we are or what we were. We are not that strong anymore. We are very powerful. We are. Listen, I used to love Old Glory. I still love my country. My problem is now that I'm looking at dollars hand over fist on a day by day basis, on a per diem basis. I'm not talking about what we were last year, what those numbers were from 2020. I'm not talking about that, sir. I'm talking about the large amounts of money.
Kaizo's looking comparatively, and you're looking absolutely.
I'm looking absolutely at what we're doing right now that's affecting our tomorrow. We have so much money that we have sent out to, I mean, my God, unsurmountable amounts of money that we're just shoveling out. Print it, shovel it, and then it goes on our backs, and then it goes on my grandchildren's back. It goes on their children's back. We're just shoveling it out, pouring it out to all these other countries. Every single thing. When you mention our military, do you know how depleted our military is? Have you any idea what they've done, for example, to what we used to call the Marines? Do you realize what's going on with our Marines? My father was Air Force. My husband was military. My brothers are Army. So, and all of them are engineers. My point to you is, sir, we not who we was. I hear what you're saying, but we ain't who we was.
America is the greatest country in the world. It's what it is. It's a fact. No.
Hold up. There's so many claims in there. I don't know where to start. But
Well,
let's
you know what, Joshua? I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to let him
with all due
understand.
respect, right?
I understand what he's saying,
you
but
understand what he thinks. If that is the case, you should be able to steelman what he thinks. So steelman his thoughts. Tell me what he thinks about America.
no, he just said what he thought about America. It's the greatest country in the world, and I agree with that. But what I don't subscribe to
So
is him
if
thinking
you
that
agree
we are.
with it, then why are you saying it's not what you think?
I said what I do not subscribe to is him saying that we have all the strength when we all know that somebody else is pulling the strings of this country. If you have strength, you are sovereign. You stand on your own. You do not allow other countries to come in and tell you how to do what you're doing. And you and I both know that we have other countries that
it's
run our
semantics
Congress, that
so
run
it's-
a whole lot of other places here.
What?
This is we're just going to add on to the bullshit. So is the disconnect between me understanding you is apparently like the idea of strength is being like semantics?
Are you here in the country? I see somebody asking a question. How long have you been out of the country, Mr. Jones? Are you in the country?
I'm a foreign service officer.
You are what, sir?
Most of my life is being posted in another country.
He's a foreign service officer with
Oh,
the State
okay.
Department.
All right.
He's a CIA working for the State Department.
Not CIA. Goddamn spooks. I
You
actually
called him a spook?
No, I called him a
Thank
spook.
you. See, Flo, I told you. Doctor, please tell us, what does spook mean?
Oh,
I saw that in a movie tonight, and I was not digging it. Just saying.
I think spooks are
Americans,
right?
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Spook is a spy.
Yeah,
Hoover's
Josh, call me.
gorgeous. Tell
Josh,
us, what does the word spook mean?
Yeah, Josh, I'm Ooga Booga.
Yeah, yes,
that.
yeah. See, they think it means, girls, they think it means spy. And then I did a basic Google search, and the first 10 results, not a spy. So please inform these guys. They have no idea what the word spook means.
I cannot
Just
be
find
very
it, don't know.
Yeah,
It's a nigger.
I'm not going down this path because I don't want to get back on
over
the
and
question.
over. In the reference, you're saying that it should mean spy.
I'm more curious as to
I was mortified.
why you seem to think he has a very specific idea of the U.S.
Yeah,
Clearly confident about how a thing functions.
Yeah, let me explain. Dr. Lockhart, right? I respect you, right? You should respect me by calling me Dr. King as well, right? I have been to America. I've lived there for at least 3 months. You can crack. Oh, it's not too much. I've been to New York. I've lived around the world. I've been to about 15 countries, right? Around the world. Like, I know how the world works. So, this whole thing about America, look, I have a PhD in Kenya. I'm making $300 a month. Someone who's flipping burgers in America is making way more money than me comparatively, right? I'm talking about cost of living and everything. It is what it is. I live in the UK. I used to work in a university as a lecturer. I was getting paid peanuts compared to how much I'd have made in America. Why? Because America exports its debt to me in my country, right? We can't pay our debts back. We get controlled by IMF. IMF is now controlling, and the World Bank, what kind of rules of economic trade that we have to deal with. It is what it is. America is the strongest country in the world. It's the greatest country. It is what it is. I love America. And I wish I was American. Screw the UK. The UK is a poor country, man. I was struggling. I would rather live in Kenya than the UK for a reason. Because the UK was a shithole compared to where I live right now.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, bro. I have a PhD
this is
in
a shock. I don't know. That's why I really said it that way.
I have a PhD in materials engineering, and I was being paid in American dollars $40,000 a month. I mean, sorry, a year.
Oh, dude,
that was peanuts. Right now, I'm making at least $40,000 a month. Sorry, a year. However, I'm able to actually live in a cheap place. My rent is, great neighborhood. I'm only paying $300 a month. So I'm literally living a much better life in Africa than I ever could in the UK because it's a poor country. But if I was in America, that's a different story.
I'm still confused.
The UK is a poor country. We're struggling there. In Kenya, I live like a rich man. I'm the top 0.1% in this country. So I'm living the best life. You're muted, brother Flo.
But, I mean, do you want to stay
I just said it's only because Ike watches your channel.
Oh, okay, yeah, true. Ike definitely is a big sugar daddy, right? That guy supports. Anyway, yeah, he's a good guy. I'm not gonna lie.
Now, where's Ike from? Kenya?
He's a Nigerian American.
Oh, okay.
I don't like Kenyans, Chuck. See, Kenyans are a bunch of retarded people with like 50
no. See, this is out of my element. I don't know what's happening. I'm confused. Oh.
I don't like these people. I've lived here for 2 years. I don't like any of them. They have all the worst human characteristics. Like in the when I was young, my mom used to read us Bible passages. Tell you, oh, do you not have a covetous spirit? I was like, I don't have that stuff. It's because she was projecting from high experiences with Kenyans, right? These are low level, uncivilized, very uncivilized, very low level, very. I don't like Kenyan people, but I like the country because it's developed enough and I can exploit the resources over here. So it is what it is. But now I want to move on to America so I can go and really get that real money, right? I should be making $400K a year, not making $30K a year or $40K a year. That doesn't make sense for someone like me.
No,
I'm a genius. Right? My IQ is so high. My IQ is 87.
200K.
Hoover. I'm a genius. My IQ is 87. In Africa, the average IQ is 70. So over here, I'm a genius. I deserve better than this.
Oh, dude. Okay, I see your point. But I was just saying, like, average doctor, like, bleh, bleh, bleh.
Yeah, bro. I worked for my IQ of 87. 87 is one of the highest IQs in Africa, and I have it.
Well,
Yeah,
that in the mix, that does make a difference. I'm just saying.
Not a very high number.
87 is very high IQ.
Right. I was like, okay, that makes a difference.
Thank you, sister. You're a very beautiful soul.
Chuck's pretty cool, man.
Chuck, what's your IQ?
Oh hell, I don't know.
Oh, I thought
I have no idea.
My bad.
I mean, I used to teach college and had a few degrees under my belt. I don't know what my IQ is though.
It might be like an 89, a little bit higher than me. Well done, brother.
I don't know, to be honest with you. I've never taken an IQ test. Only test I took was when I went to go into service. I scored high enough I had to pick of any job I wanted when I went into service.
Well, if you made it into the service, if you made it into the service, well, I don't know if this is going to match your time period, but like the minimum standard there is going to be like 84, I think. Right, like which is as long as you don't eat your own crowns, you probably hitting it.
There was a Ukrainian soldier who had Down syndrome who actually messed up the whole platoon and got everybody killed.
Oh, shit happened.
Well, yeah, they're taking anybody they can now.
They're even taking Africans, Josh.
I'm like, do we have to pick like what decade or 5-year span or something?
Well, to be fair, right?
It's gonna get mean.
Well, no, it's not. It's not mean. Well, I mean, I guess it's probably insulting.
Well,
right?
because
but it's not like
kids now that like don't know how to turn pages. They think that like books with pages are like an iPad and you swipe it. So
right. But the standards for entry, like just on a physical standard, have changed over the years. I think they change like every 10, 12 years, something like that.
Right.
That seems to be the normal.
You do the math, you do the English, you do the mechanics, which way are the gears going to go if this one starts that way?
But honestly, like I'm not exaggerating. I was living in poverty in the UK. I used to live in a shared accommodation with 3 other niggas, right? Paying over.
Don't say that word. I hate
wow.
that word. I'm sorry.
Oh wow.
Okay, 3 other human beings, right? I was sharing a house. I was living in poverty, but when I came to Kenya, I lived like a king, right? I can go live right now, show you my house. I mean, this place is looking lush. Flow station.
You showed it before.
Okay, you've seen it, right? Exactly, in a good neighborhood, and I'm paying less than $300 a month. I mean, this is good. I'm making good money, at least over 30,000 a year, right? Etc. So I'm living like a king, but I know this is not where I'm supposed to be, right? I'm supposed to be in America, earning 200 to 400K a year.
And what state would you live if you were in America? What state?
My boss lives in California.
That's a great question.
In California?
Correct. Yeah, he lives there.
Alone? Are you living alone, or are you bringing family, like a wife and kids?
No, I divorced my wife, so I'm single. So I
it
will
would just be you. Would you have a roommate, or would you prefer to live alone?
I will live with my boss for the first 6 months, and then I'll figure it out, and then I'll go out on my own. But I probably would be willing to share space until I have the economic incentive to sort of grow.
So what type would you require? I have family who has property in California. Would you require an office inside your home, or tell me what the accommodations you imagine you would want in California?
I would definitely need an office in my home. I work from home. Sometimes I will go to like work sites, but yeah, ideally, yes, I would need an office in my home.
What city are you an engineer?
I am an engineer. Yes, correct.
Silicon Valley? Would it be the Silicon Valley area?
He was like Silicon, but not in Silicon Valley.
Well, I'm just asking so I could get an idea of where he's talking.
Yeah, so
he gets at that old hot tour and gets.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Okay, so it depends, right? I have specialization in materials nanoscience. However, I also work in construction when it comes to seismic engineering, sort of stuff as well. And I can also kind of work in medical science. So I have different sort of specializations. Any of those would
You
be okay,
stupid
but
motherfucker. I knew your ass didn't have no goddamn sense. I don't know who the fuck you think you talking to, but you can kiss my whole black ass. You goddamn crackhead,
Money.
goddamn
You
crackhead.
fucking welfare lifer.
Woo!
Whoa,
Thank you for
doctor,
making her more like
that was
accessible to
you.
me, 'cause I was like, I have a teacher friend that's on here, and I'm always like, I have to
Dr.
not
Lockhart,
cuss.
that's you. That was crazy. I didn't expect you to have that much silver tongue, man. That was dope.
Yeah, that was me.
That was
All
dope, man.
day.
I respect you
All
more.
day long. That was me. Yep.
I respect you more now. Much Jesus, man.
Well, hey, there's some trees you shouldn't
That's gonna
climb. Some trees
that's
you just should not climb.
that clip's gonna go viral, Dr. Lockhart.
If
Oh,
you wanna
but you
play
know
with
what?
a child or wanna play game, go to Toys R Us. I'm not the one. Thank you.
Is there any other discussions?
Well, I'll just say this. Flow State has been around me, and he knows that there are certain buttons, and when you call me out of my name, you call me a B, or like that other word I just heard a minute ago, I stand up for myself. I stand up for myself, and I don't ever, I ain't never apologizing.
Are you a real doctor?
You respect me. We keep it pushing.
Are you a real doctor, Dr. Lockhart?
When you say real, do you mean medical doctor? No, I'm not a medical doctor.
No. Actually, the PhD was first before the medical part. That the medical one is actually honorary doctorate, right?
Let me just tell you that if you want to live in California in a nice 2-bedroom place, those are very expensive. I'm not sure if you were trying to rent or if you were trying to purchase eventually.
Just better come to Illinois.
Yeah. Well, then you know what? But then also, since he's an engineer, there are more engineers in Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, as a matter of fact, per capita.
I love it around there.
Than any other place in the United States. You would be better to take your money where it would do more.
No, thanks.
Because California right now is not. I was raised in California.
It ain't the happening place,
I'm
man.
from Mississippi, but I was raised in California. And just to be candid, that's not what you want.
No,
it's
not.
I've only been to New York for 3 months, so
Mhm.
I really appreciate the extra information. I'll revise everything and look where I'm going to go. But I do want to be in America. I need to make money, right? Because ultimately, I want to come back to Kenya and become the president. That is my.
Forget it. You're going to spend money way faster than you like. The increase in your earnings will be devoured by the income and the increase in your expenses.
I see.
Hardcore has a point too, though.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, Silicon Valley right now is sort of locked down. You're not going to get anything to rent there. You would end up living with your boss for a while. And there are a lot of people out there right now that are doubling up in their homes. That's not a problem if you can get a place that has like the roommate setup where you have your own bedroom, bathroom, and then you have your common area, the living room and the kitchen together. You wouldn't have a problem. But
that would just take the UK days. I don't want to go back there. That's the issue.
Well,
I
see,
know.
then you might as well move to the Midwest where your costs are going to be cheaper.
Yeehaw, buddy! You can come move in with me.
Okay. Yeah, for a couple.
States in the Midwest. Shit.
Okay. Shout out to you.
Katie said no.
Oh, Katie.
Thank you to Freak for continuing to support the channel and keep me around here. 101 in the house. Who did I cut? Oh, she said no, and then she said who? It's Kaizo.
Katie, I've known you for the last 6 years, right? Sis, I'll promise you, I'll buy the food and I'll cook. I'm a chef, so I'll cook and I'll buy the food at the very least.
I heard her cackle. I don't think she hasn't changed her mind though. I don't think.
oh, here's a nice place in Santa Clarita. It's $2,790 a month for 2 bedrooms. All you got to do is make 3 times the month's rent, and that's it.
But I had this too many white people. That's the issue in that kind of place. I don't want to be around too many white people. That's the problem.
What? What's wrong with white people? Come on.
She's just being honest. Fuck.
What is with you not? What is with the? First, you said the N word. Now you're saying you don't want to live around white people. What's the matter with living around different people?
I don't want to live around hood people, but I also don't like white people either. So I want a place that's kind of mixed enough that because California, there's Mexicans, there's blacks, there's white.
The Midwest.
You want me? I'm a white guy from the Midwest, but I have a felony and subwoofers in both of my vehicles.
That was a
I've been your friend for the last 7 years, Flow State. That's different.
To be fair, he might be part Mexican too. I mean,
Well,
we don't know.
the sad part about it is that California has just a varied amount of different ethnicities, and yes, there are a lot of foreigners that are there now, but you really, America is a melting pot. You're going to find different people. I live near white people. I live near black people. There are some Asian people that are on my road. We all get along well. We mind our own business. We help each other out. We had a freeze here. We help one another out with salt and tar on our yard, on our our driveways. The race of the person does not matter. It is the type of quality the individual is. It doesn't matter.
Don't be careful of taking Kaizo's rage bait.
Well, I mean, I just don't understand that.
Right
That to me is not something that you shouldn't even say that. If you say that, you want to come here, then like I said, I do have family that has property out there. I do know people out there. But if you're saying you don't want to live next to the hood, you don't want to be in the hood, and then you don't want to live near white people, then where are you going to live?
You come to the U.S., that's basically what you get. Unless you're
where are you going to stay?
Texas.
Okay, so I heard that, for example, Minnesota has a lot of East Africans there. So those are my people.
Well, Minnesota is far away from California.
And it is
cold as hell.
It's very cold.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That's not
it's
good.
So cold. And you're in Kenya, so it's as far as the climate, it's very warm, correct?
Yeah, generally it's warm here.
You have not experienced cold until you're up near Michigan and Minnesota.
She's right.
Kaizo, I don't know if moving to America to live near East Africans is the move, bro. You might just want to stay in East Africa if that's what you're looking for.
Just out of curiosity, isn't that kind of what most immigrants do? Like when they first come in, usually first generation, they kind of group up. That's
like 1940s, the immigrant.
I know there's a big
kind of what happens naturally. All he's doing is describing what everybody already does.
Yeah, there's a big Somali population
he's
up
talking
there.
to people on YouTube and just seeing who acts like what, where, and what seems best suited for him.
If I was him, I would definitely be judging the rest of us. I honestly would.
Well, if it's going to be like where he's going to live, then absolutely.
Yeah, but the media also portrays America as an insane place, and it's really not. It's a few people do some crazy things, but it's pretty mellow. Kaizo, you'd like it. Just move anywhere, dude. Just stay kind of south. It gets pretty cold up north. But Flo, I'm gonna jump off. Thanks for having me. I got to be on the field in a few hours. So sorry about yesterday, and I really appreciate the panel tonight. I thought this was a great show. Thanks to everyone in the chat, you guys, and on the panel too, because you guys, I heard what you guys are. I hear what you guys are saying, and I saw what you guys were chiming in the chat, and for the most part, it sounds like a lot of people really know what's going on and want to help out. So hopefully I was able to bring some good info, or at least start up a good conversation, and hopefully something awesome becomes of this.
I appreciate it, and you're absolutely absolved of being a Fed. Josh is still a Fed, but you're off the hook. I
Yay,
think.
Josh! I just heard about it today.
Never gonna let me
Have a
off the
good
hook.
night.
It's a complete lie.
Good morning.
All right, you guys. Much love. Peace out.
Be good.
Yeah, peace, and shout out to you, brother.
I would like to hear this justification for.
Hold on a second. Lion Legal, who are you?
Lion Legal is one of my guys. He's one of my guys. You can let him.
I would like to hear this justification for the heat over the cold, right? So, like, if you're dealing with the cold, you can always put more clothes on, or I don't know, start a fire, including a house fire, right? Like, you get warm, right? However,
if you get hot, there's only so many clothes you can take off.
Give me that skin.
Yeah.
So I mean, is that why women are
Humidity here is miserable. I won't lie about that. It's miserable.
Do you mind if I answer the question about minimum wage?
Yeah, go ahead, Lion Legal. Yeah,
All
he's
right,
a brother.
So I think that a lot of people who have this idea that minimum wage is a panacea don't actually understand that there are a lot of real economic consequences to it. For example, in California, where they instituted minimum wage, a lot of the restaurants fired people. They fired a large proportion of their staff so that not only will they not get minimum wage, they will have no jobs whatsoever. And it will be very difficult for them to go from that company, that corporation, to any other one. Why? Because they all have to pay minimum wage. That's why it's a minimum. It's a floor of the wage that you're going to get. And companies are not going to sit there and let you eat into their profits, let you halve their profits or go bankrupt. They will not simply do that. They are going to react. And you have to also be careful because now we are getting into a situation where artificial intelligence, AI, is becoming a lot more prevalent. So you have the computerization, if you will, of a lot of tasks that could have been performed by human beings in the past. So it means that there's going to be added pressure as far as employment is concerned. So if you try to force up the wages of employees, it's not going to work in the long run. And the other option of having universal basic income is also problematic as it relates to inflation, because if everybody has $1,000, $1,000 is worthless. If everybody has 100,000, 100,000 is worthless. And you can look at this in countries with hyperinflation. So in countries in hyperinflation, millionaires are considered basically those who are poor. Look at Russia when the ruble experienced hyperinflation, whereby you'd have to go to the store to buy a loaf of bread for 10 rubles in the morning, and then by the evening, it goes up to 100,000 or 1,000,000 rubles, for example. So that's why the minimum wage issue is actually precarious, and it requires at least a basic understanding of economics.
Yeah, I generally agree with you, and I think flow state is going away. Yeah, this is not my streamline legal; it's flow state stream. But
I got confused. Sorry about that. I got confused. That's why. That's why in the private chat I was asking to come on.
No, sir. It's Kai stream. Flow when Flo gets up from his chair and like disappears. Definitely Kai stream.
Then it's
I
Kai's
had to
stream.
get some bougie snacks.
Yeah, so I want to respond to your comment, like legal, then everybody else can respond, right? I do generally agree with you. I think like everything is always to do with the level of abstraction, right? You're talking about macroeconomics. I think a lot of people here were talking about microeconomics, right? Dealing with the self and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you do need to kind of give the dusties, right? Remember, right? Most people, if you even look at Pareto principle, right? 80% of value is created by 20% of people. It is what it is, right? So if you give the dusties, right, the average individual some basic income, that can allow them to kind of go to the market and trade in the market and then get some basic income so that the market sort of survives. People at Flow State, they're talking about, they put themselves into the situation, right? High IQ individuals that want freedom and sovereignty, and they kind of disregard slightly the dusty average, right? The average individual is not productive at all. In fact, a robot would do a better job than they would. But if you're dealing with macroeconomics, yeah, I agree with Lion Legal.
I didn't hear the whole point, so I'll just.
Yeah, but UBI is the wrong way to go.
100%.
Oh yeah.
You give people something for nothing, you get nothing.
And the problem is that you can't even have universal basic income, because then the income is going to be worthless as far as purchasing power parity is concerned, which means that you can't purchase anything because everybody has the same amount of dollar value to make expenditures. So therefore, the money is going to be worthless.
Let me argue against you guys just to make it a little more fun, if you don't mind, because I think this is an interesting subject matter. Like, let me give an example. So,
oh shit, what's up, Neuro? How's it going, man?
What's up, man? Yeah, I saw you up here. I was like, I got to jump up here and get in on this one. No, because this is a weird question, because like actually not many people are talking about this, and I think it's very unavoidable that we're going to be having UBI. And I'll tell you like an example why that is. Like, you know, Joshua Jones is probably a good person to have on the panel because he has perspective being abroad, right? So like,
he's a dude. Don't call him that.
So,
damn,
so far,
called
you
me
never
abroad.
know.
Jesus
You
Christ.
never know. You never know. You never know.
Scrawny little white boy, man. I'll never fill out a bra. It never happened.
Not yet. Not yet. You will. But
you're trying to say he's one of them lady boys. Okay.
Well, he's in the land of lady boys. Or
I am really close to Thailand, so like that might be a thing.
Yeah. So no, but this is important. So like, okay, so I've been abroad as well. Not literally, you know. Anyways, but no, for real. So look, where I'm from in the South, right? Everyone I know is like anti universal basic income, anti what do you call it? Healthcare, or at least in theory, the right wing people are. But here's the problem, right? Like I live on the left coast where, you know, it's turning into a communist hellhole. The problem is a lot of people are just not going to be able to afford insurance because it's fucking insane to like actually get insured as a normal person who doesn't have 15 health problems, right? Because you're subsidizing already everybody else, because basically the insurance companies are writing the laws, et cetera. We know how regulatory capture works, right? Well, essentially what's going to happen is, because we've allowed the corruption to get so far out of hand that the companies that are supposed to be working for us under capitalism have bought the politicians to write the laws for them, so that basically they have like guaranteed income, and that insurance that should cost us $100 a month now costs $1,200 a month. So basically you're going to be forced into a situation where you're going to be begging for universal basic income, even though the healthcare is going to suck. And then on the other side of it, you're going to have all these jobs that are going to be automated and AI native or whatever. And the truth of the matter is, they're going to do all this to us. And like, I can get more real with you guys. I'm just trying to give you guys a very basic outline of the scenario, but I don't think we're going to be able to avoid UBI and universal health care. I think we're in such a situation where even if it's a stupid idea, we're going to be forced into it because whoever's running the show wants it that way. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, but
I agree with him 110%. And I also believe that what that does over time is it builds, obviously, because of the scenario you've just eloquently laid out, it also builds the spirit of dependency as opposed to independence. But here's the caveat to that. Like you just said, they're not going to be the jobs over time, not now, but very, in the future. The jobs won't be there. So you won't have an opportunity to not be dependent.
Oh, we're
that
already
plus that
we're
plus
already we're already replacing you guys.
Yeah.
Like our entire call center or our calling system is AI based. Like even it's got the little voice that it'll talk to you, like weird, kind of a little creepy, but the office we like it. I don't have to like deal with some like nagging secretary. So that's kind of the cool thing, right? So
well, you've got that. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I don't think a lot of people in the United States are catching on to the fact that even companies that are local companies, delivery companies, pizza companies are now moving their calls from down the street to out of the country. If you've got to make a call and say, hey, this isn't right, I think you charged me too much, you go on a robo dialer, that call now gets funneled out of the country. And then you're talking to somebody there who bounces you back to the local store after they've deemed it, something that they can deal with or that they should deal with. But to Mr. Neuro's point, he hit the nail on the head. I mean, he drug it home because the problem that we are going to have stateside here in a minute is we're going to have too many people. Well, too many people, not enough jobs. And then we'll have to contend with 15-minute cities.
Well, yeah, and you got to wonder, like, why are they opening the borders as all the jobs are leaving, saying we need people for jobs? It's like, well, how does that make any sense when there's not any fucking jobs left? Like, I walked into a Krispy Kreme for the first time in 15 years today just to see what it was like. Last time I went in, they had like 8 employees and it was like nice and it was like a nice experience, right? You go in today, there's 2 employees, half the lights are off, and nobody's buying shit, and it's just depressing, to be honest with you. And it's like,
where did you go?
I could see that.
I'm still waiting to hear the negative side yet. Like, there's got to be some cons. Has anybody got any?
Well,
the negative side.
I'm just wondering. Like, I just saw the hand flash up. I'm wondering what Hoover had going on over there that we're missing. Or that's hardcore. Sorry.
Nothing. I just didn't want to show my face. It's not you, Flo. It's not you. It's me.
It's that bong and the dildo sitting on your table right beside you.
Shh. Hey, now. You said that was a secret. Remember?
All right.
Let me see if I can draw this out. So, like, the whole battle of the sexes, like, people treat it like us guys didn't figure out like how to deal with this. Like, you women taught us a lot. For an example, right? We don't have to worry about washing clothes. We have a washing machine. We don't have to worry about washing dishes. Have a dishwasher.
Wait a minute now, honey.
Don't have to worry about cooking.
The
have
clothes
a microwave,
take
right?
themselves to the washing machine. Because last time my ass looked, I was throwing them shits in the wash and putting them in the dryer. They don't do that shit themselves.
This
and
is true.
Alexa, I don't know what Alexa until you blew in the face, and that bitch is not gonna get up and put them damn dishes up in the dishwasher. I promise. I tried it.
You are right. Like, my wife bitches at me about like the wet towel on the floor thing. Like, it does happen, right? Like, we don't fully grasp that.
Have a little class.
It's hardwood floors, and you don't want to ruin them. You paid a lot of money for that.
So see, this is what happens.
Tile floors, they can take some wet.
Oh, well, you got tile floors? Shit, no, just throw that bitch on the floor. I ain't playing.
No, check this out. So you save a woman 4 hours a day of fucking work, and she still complains. That sounds about right.
You guys can have a battle of the sexes, and dudes like me will swoop in and capitalize on you all being incels.
You're damn right. She does complain, but I have hearing problems, so I can't hear it.
Yeah, I mean, look.
No, let me tell you, like I told my son, when a woman's talking, you're just supposed to shake your head yes and pretend to look at her occasionally.
Yeah.
Pick one word or one name that you can spit back out. Like if she says something about a girl named Jessica, then you can go, Jessica did that? No, I don't believe. And because she really just wants to get it off her chest, what she has to say. She could give 2 fucks if you remember it, okay? Or if you have any opinion to it. Actually, don't have an opinion. It's probably not a good thing for you.
I think we should misquote Jessica just to make the advice a little better. It's Jessica did it better. That's and then have like that last.
Ooh, that's good. And do it with that energy right there. And then when she asks you about it later, say, I thought you told me not to tell anyone and not to discuss this.
Yes.
That's what I tell my kids to do, my boys to do, It's just the safest thing to do.
Well, look, here's the thing is, like, I know that I'm being a dick about it, but look, here's the main thing. We've doubled the workforce by putting women into the workforce. Now we're going to basically eliminate, let's say minimum 20% of the jobs in the labor market. What do you think that's going to do to the purchasing power of any currency left in the world? It's going to crash.
Annihilate it.
Minimum 20%, probably exponentially more, in my opinion.
That's why people need to adapt and find new useful things to do, like YouTubing.
I wish.
Thank you for helping support independence and not adding to the likelihood of UBI. Send in Cash App Super Chats. Become a member for $1 a month. All your wildest dreams will come true. All the lost orphans will be found. all the starving Biafricans will be fed, and Jesus won't have to die for your sins. Amen.
Well, I actually will agree with you because
Wait, you didn't put in
conversations
there
I've
that I
had-
get a unicorn or at least a pony.
Well, I think that you're actually right to some degree, Flo. I think that really it's going to be about artistry. Like, you know, it's going to be about for us in the West, we're going to have to either become like, you know, middle management, or we're going to have to be like artists. And anyone else, you're just going to basically like get your little UBI and scurry along. Essentially, that's kind of my opinion. I think that's kind of where we're headed.
I'm a big girl. I don't scurry.
Oh yeah, and also you can change names. There's a whole menu in the description box. You can turn Neurojack's name into Fucktard Jack. You can do whatever you want. Time people out.
And y'all can go check out my channel too if you like cooking or coins or comedy. It's a barrel of fun.
Nice plug. You can see Hardcore Copper has a channel. Neurojack has a channel. Miss Lockhart has a channel. Kaizo has a channel. The two up top don't. And everybody's links will be in the description box after the show. Actually, I can do that probably now. Makes some sense.
We had that hurricane.
Did you get rid of the dildo and the bong?
Oh shit, my bad.
She's
gone.
You know what am I doing?
Tell you where I put it, but
Okay,
it's gone.
Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
Neurojack, do you have any information about the 15-minute cities that you could share from your perspective?
Specifically, no, but I will tell you like my basic idea of what I think is going. I think that you're like, basically I'll put it this way. If you look at like the whole like agenda 22, you know, agenda 21, agenda 2030, et cetera, you know, all the basic shit, the stuff that you know, Alex Jones, all these guys covered for years. I think that basically it's correct. You know, they're going to basically force most of the people who want to have any kind of status into the cities. And unfortunately, you're just going to be stuck with whatever random third world population gets sent to that city. And
I think you're right.
And that's just going to be part of the deal. And I don't know exactly how it's going, but I think that basically it's going to get, they're not going to like everybody's thinking that we're going to get like depopulated like in some dramatic way, which might happen, but I think more likely it's just going to be like they're just going to keep industrializing people to the point where, you know, oh, too bad you can't afford to have that kid or buy the license to have a kid. And I think that that's just kind of the general direction it's going to go. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know that, but that's kind of what I see happening.
No, I think it's a fair assessment, especially considering none of us really know the direction that it's going. It's okay to have an idea. I just see that a lot of people that are in the rural areas are being forced into cities by way of there's a myriad of ways that they're being pushed in. I don't want to open up that can of worms because obviously not everybody agrees with the ability for our tax dollars to do X. But I'll just say that a lot of people are being forced into inner cities. And when I looked at, for example, Atlanta, you know, they had their 15-minute city summit, and that's not even the name of what it was, but they were having a meeting about, you know, having these cities where everything was automated, where you have a camera on every corner. It's like, you know, China, USA. As you know, they have several cameras. This is the reason why I'm mentioning them. But I don't think that a lot of people, especially in the inner cities, are going to be prepared for it. You know, even some of the high rises.
Well, as someone who lives in like a kind of major city ish, you know, like it's like I can tell you what's going to another part of this. I just want to get this out because I've been thinking about it a lot. So here's the thing, like just where I live at, right? It's changed totally in 5 years, right? In 5 years, it went from like a relatively like sleepy kind of place to like, you know, way too many drug addicts. Number one on the street. Number two, way too many.
The man is here.
What part of the country?
And they legalized a lot of that in a lot of states, Neuro.
Yeah, And yeah, and well, drug use is basically totally legal for the most part.
Like
It's just the selling
Oregon
that's
and
technically not.
Or they went. Was it Washington or Oregon? One of the
it's
two.
Oregon and Washington, Chuck.
Well, they just recriminalized it.
But I mean, look at the damage
working?
that's already been
Well,
done.
but they can't enforce it. I mean, a lot of these laws, they just don't have the manpower to enforce it, and they don't have the space in the jails to like process the people. And here's the thing: is like, if it was just the regular population, that'd be one thing. But like, if you look at the traffic stops, it's like 90%, like Javier or Manuel or whatever. I mean, seriously, like,
Jose.
I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of dudes who just, they just got here. They're not adapting too well to the situation. Their kids probably will, I guess, maybe.
Are
possibly.
you on the coast?
Yep.
Okay.
And, yeah.
I
and
see
look,
three. You just got to jump in where you fit in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll be really brief.
Everything's legal if you don't get caught.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like, I'm not even judging it. I'm just saying, like, what is it's just going to get more and more stressful for people who grew up in America expecting like a certain level of like,
The rule of law.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Baby,
like
It's a novel idea.
Solution.
Flow State. Remember when we did that show that night, and we were, we were dealing with the drugs, and it was on my channel where we were talking about, we were showing the videos of the people with, was it crank or some drug where they were bent over?
The crocodile shit or
Trank?
whatever.
Yeah.
Trank.
Yeah.
Wait,
What's the
I thought that
solution?
was fentanyl.
What's
Well,
the solution
what,
to all the
what
problems?
we were
You're
talking
analyzing the
about, the
problem.
show that we were doing, we were talking about, we were actually showing the effects of the lack of, first of all, they legalized it. And after they legalized it, well, let me just say this, they decriminalized it. So in other words, somebody who's using drugs should be given treatment and not be thrown in jail. And that's what Flow State and myself and a few other people were talking about that night. But there's a catch-22. And that is, even though it has been decriminalized, now you have whole quadrants or areas of places where these poor dear souls are, and they are not holding the people who are selling these drugs accountable. Most of the times they couldn't even catch
As they
them, could
should
they?
not.
Well, but look,
And we and I were talking about that.
So
night.
what? Here's the thing. Well, I'll talk about solutions to a person who's asking, but let me set the scenario really briefly. Again, just be really quick. I think that part of it is we're going to be begging for the rule of law, but here's the thing is, how can even a big manufacturer of drugs who's selling legal drugs to people compete with dude from Honduras who just got here and he's willing to go and sell like $3 a fucking fentanyl to Whitey from Nebraska who just got over here and has a pill problem, right? Like, this dude is willing to sit out here and basically like live on the street to sell this stuff because he can't go back home and he doesn't have a place to stay, so he's just gonna work for this cartel.
In both cases, the prices are artificially inflated. Doctors, the healthcare system is run by the laws that govern
The insurance company.
That's why that shit's so expensive, right? And why you got to get a new ADHD medicine every time the patent wears off. And the street drug prices are artificially inflated because of the prohibition.
Well, remember the show that you and I were doing that night? Once we started digging a little deeper, they were showing that the components to make this specific drug were not even regulated. They weren't even against the law. Remember that? So it was saying that even the person that's selling it was not able to be convicted or held accountable.
I don't.
And I'm gonna pull that up. That show.
Well,
So
also
what?
just remember one other thing: the Boxer Rebellion of China, when they shipped in drugs to take down the empire of China. I mean,
That's
look,
right. Opium wars. The opium wars.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening to the West. I mean, they flood you with migrants, they flood you with drugs, and you weaken, and then you don't have any leverage when they renegotiate your contract with whoever's managing your assets. I mean, that's basically.
But who's the they that you're referring to? You said they flood you with drugs. Who are the they precisely?
Well,
they're the bad guys, aren't they?
Someone's
Whoever's
allowing
cooking.
it. I mean, I definitely didn't vote last time.
It's the blacks.
Let's let 20 million people just go across
No,
the
girl, it's
border
the
or something.
whites.
Who are the they?
You don't have
baddies.
to be able to identify a they to see an organized action happening.
Well, you're gonna have to counter if the
They're
they
trans,
are
so
doing
we can
bad
only say
things,
they.
yeah, if the they are doing bad things, then we move into solution mode. The solution mode is going to have to how are you going to do?
Nobody can
Whinge all for
find
hours. We
they.
can whinge
Nobody
for
can
hours.
track them down. If we knew who they were, we would deal with they. But we don't even know who they
Look at
are.
it. Let's keep it. Let's keep it not Fed posting, and let's just put it like what would Trump say?
Oh, Fed post.
No.
What would Trump say? Like all the other people in office, they're not going to do away with those Coke sales because they're making money off of it too, and they're using it. So no, they're not going to do away with their candy. They're everybody else's candy away.
Well, no, for sure. And what I'm trying to get at is like there's a deal to be made, maybe, right? And I think that the only way that Americans are going to have any control is just maybe one of my ideas would be like, these big corporations, the best investment they can make is a politician. So the cheapest investment per dollar is buying a politician through a super PAC or something. So I think Americans just need, on the basic level, get together, put together their money, and buy a politician. It's the cheapest investment you can get, dollar for dollar.
And all those immigrants then that you referred to, you're going to try and get them together. The Americans get together. The only solution is nationalism.
Okay,
the
maybe,
direct
but
solution to the UBI is nationalism, the rise of the
that solution
nationalism.
is terrible because, like, okay, everybody pulls their money and buys a politician, which is basically what taxes are supposed to be, anyways. But then, how do you manage it? Because now everybody's got a say in it. Well, probably you're going to put somebody in place to manage, right? So you just add another layer of bureaucracy to do what your bureaucracy is already supposed to do. It's nonsense.
Well, I'm trying to think of non-Fed posting ways of.
I don't know what non-Fed posting means. What's non-Fed posting mean?
Yeah, explain.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, how can we legally, lawfully do it? So some people would say, well, you need to basically, claim yourself as a sovereign within the nation.
Yeah, that's a stupid solution too.
Yeah.
IC3 likes nationalism.
Your children will be taught combat skills early as age 5 in order to crush the competition when they fully mature. Little Deborah and Jesse need to fire a pistol with precision accuracy while drowning out the screams of the non-believers. Good job.
Like that.
Because so the universal basic income goes directly, it's a natural flow from flow state. It's the natural downstream from the concept of globalism.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, like, the people who are managing the global economy are also in charge of, like, at least America and China and some other major countries, I would assume. So
right. So that's why nationalism and the concept of a sovereign entity stops their global doesn't stop global communication, but it stops those internationalists, the globalists, who are trying to destroy the concept of a nation, to destroy the concept of a family, to destroy the concept of a community. That way they can have greater control over the individual.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to get at, is like they're greasing the skids to get their program into place. And like, if you don't have a lot of money to pay people to have families and be a nationalist, like, you're kind of fighting against the stream. I mean, look at Weimar Germany as an example. I mean, or one of these other countries. Like, people have tried to basically do certain things to get away from control, and you see, like, they'll just make up some BS, and your country will fall apart, and then they'll sell contracts to rebuild your country. I mean, the Civil War of the United States is a good example too. They destroyed the South, and then they had all these contracts for the big business in the North to come and rebuild the South. I mean, it's a great scam.
You kind of have a problem here, right? Because you're basically like your solution is going to save some, and what do you do? And then you're running into problems when you're trying to save everybody. This is your
save
issue.
everybody.
Yeah, this is your issue right here. You just got to pick the people you want to save and ditch the ones that you don't mind dropping dead in a ditch somewhere, right?
Well,
Just is what it
basically,
is.
yeah. I mean, it's war. Like, basically, you have to look at politics as warfare without the violence, allegedly, and then, yeah, basically, yeah, you're right.
Wait. Why do we have to do away with the violence?
Allegedly.
No, literally, I'm a Fed here, and I'm actually telling you, like, what's the idea? Like, why do you have to do
Well,
away with
basically,
violence?
what I'm saying is, like, if you can't beat the system, you got to join them to some degree until you can get them to do what you want. I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
It would seem like it would be in your best interest to join, say, your people, right? Well, like, say, like I'm a conservative, right? So I'm going to like basically latch on with other conservatives, right? I'm also kind of an isolationist. I like to live out in the middle of Pumbuck, Egypt. Like I literally have a doomsday bunker, but it's just basically stock crap, right? Like, yeah, we go out here, right? However, right, there are going to be other people that, oh, I want to live in the city and all that. Why can't people just be allowed to suffer the consequences of their choice?
Because they're too soft nowadays and they get butt hurt easily over it.
If it is the case that they're soft and they can't survive, how is that my problem?
Well. See, I think you have a good front row seat to what's going on. I think liberalism, as you well know, is like the vehicle for control around the world. So, like in Southeast Asia, where you're at, they've allowed, they went to war to bring liberalism to Vietnam. Now you see the results of it. The people stopped having kids. The corruption is just getting more sophisticated, and people are still,
Yes, and nobody's bailing them out. They're forced, like their kids. It's actually like in about 20 years, it's going to work out really good because that National Assemblies, they're going to die off. They're going to get replaced because it's mostly nepotism. They're going to get replaced with their spoiled ass kids that are going to sell off parts of Vietnam one by one because they want the latest and greatest. Like, I don't know.
Exactly
well, if it's not invaded, if it's not taken over again by China first.
Well, China's already been subverted by liberalism as well, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like the problem is like if we're the West and we're saying that we're going to liberalize the whole world, well, how come we haven't protected ourselves here in the West from it? I mean, people say that Israel is controlling whatever, but look at Israel; they're also falling victim to the same liberalism that they have the problem exporting out.
Jones. They'll catch up with you in your country cabin away from the city. They'll be out there.
Well, I mean, yeah. So now that brings in the concept of violence, right? Like if you have something and people are really as desperate as I guess people would think they would be, right? Now brings in the violence. It's going to always boil down to, okay, if people think they can take something from you, if they're strong enough, they can. If they're not,
but they won't promote it as taking from you, will they? They'll say
you're donating it, you're giving it up.
Yeah, or they're giving you support.
Yeah, I'll be donating it over my dead body, right? But I mean, even it is a donation, which is fine, right? Like I'm fine with it. I'm dead. But
that's how they operate right now. That's how they're taking over countries right now. They don't just come in. It's all about we're offering you insurance or better prices.
Well, see, this is what.
If you do this, then everything will go away and be perfect and wonderful.
Well, this is what they're doing to Southeast Asia hardcore right now.
Efficiency.
Well, yeah. So they're bringing women into the workforce, which traditionally women stayed at home and tended the rice farm or the yaks or whatever the fuck they have out there on the farms, right?
Yeah.
So the women actually have a lot of power in Southeast Asia because they actually manage the businesses. They're actually boots on the ground. The men basically do business deals and go drink and shit like that. So it's actually displacing women out of their positions of power, but they're selling it to them as if, don't you want to work for this giant mega corporation? Then you can fly all over the world and not have kids till you're 35.
Well, that's feminism 101. That's Marxist feminism 101. That's what got America
but
in
it's
the
not just to women. To do the same thing to men too.
But it's being sold as liberalism and women's rights. And so they have all these NGOs and shit that are like, like forcing this down people's throats, telling them like, you need to be gay, you need to be trans, you need to stop having kids.
That's like the door of depopulation. That's like right there at the door, wouldn't you say?
Well,
You
it
know?
is, but they're tricking people into thinking it's their own
That it's
idea and in their best
good, that
interest.
it's a
That's
happy
right.
thing, that
Hold
everybody
up.
wants to be there.
Hold up. I'm still having a problem here. Okay. If a person falls for, let's just hypothetically say we all disagree, right? Like whatever, like you can go, I don't know, cut your stuff off and become a woman, right? What is wrong with this? If people are dumb enough to do this stupid crap to themselves, right? They can't breed. They're not going to be a problem for much longer.
Right.
My
Why do we
son
care?
said. That's what my 15-year-old son says. They'll kill each other out. They'll kill out their own kind.
Well,
Well,
that's
the thing
the
is,
point.
the thing is, if they had them now, if they have these people now, and they've had them hundreds and hundreds of years ago, they're still gonna make more. It's a chemical imbalance in the brain. You know, you got to think about it. It's when a woman's pregnant, if she has too much testosterone in her system. This is just my theory. I haven't done any research. But if she has too much testosterone in her system, I think that in theory, that's what's causing the female fetus to think like a male,
Oh,
you know, even though they have
interesting.
female parts.
Right.
yeah, no,
And
the
so
thing
if
is,
the mother has too much estrogen in her body at the time when she's pregnant with a male, then maybe that's what's causing the males, because they're getting too much estrogen, even though at the beginning, due to your X and Y chromosomes, you've already been labeled male or female. But the more hormones and growth hormones and chemicals that you get in your brain that tell you, oh, wait a minute, you're getting more estrogen than you should be to have these male genitals, but we've already given you them. So yeah, you're just going to have to go off and figure that
Your
out on your
brain is
own.
plastic, though. Like you learn, like muscle memory, right? You learn, and your brain rewires and rewrites itself. If
Right.
you act like the opposite sex, your biology will form mentally more like the opposite sex. So I think it's learned conditioning, personally.
Well,
But
not
who-
just that, but
Combination.
I think I have a
they've
little
made
bit of
it
that.
they've made it so that it's like the new popular drink. You know, everybody wants it, you should have some, you know, and so they don't want to be left out, so they're going to come in there and say that that's what they want, when really
I
deep
wanna
down
cut
they
my
haven't
dick off
even
too.
thought about it. And then they're going to be like on that little meme,
Like, you know, I know you,
but like that little meme that
all
they
of your
have where it
stuff.
says the man comes in there and he's in the nursing home and he's like, where the hell's my dick? And she's like,
no, not
sir,
that. Not-
I mean,
no, not
ma'am,
that extreme.
no, said, ma'am, you had that cut off 20 years ago, remember? Because he's got Alzheimer's, so he doesn't remember cutting that off and becoming a female, but he remembers that he used to have something there, even though he is now a she. How
And
are
they're
we
gonna
gonna
come after
how
them.
are we gonna take care of those people when they hit nursing home status or Alzheimer dementia status?
They'll have self-deleted by then.
Well, now they have atrazine that's in you know, some of the forever chemicals are pulling up things like atrazine, and they have food that has that in it, and that does chemical castration, which is what you guys are basically talking about, the hormonal changes. The atrazine is one of the things that they were with the guy, the one that used to make the joke. Well, it wasn't a joke. He was trying to be serious. He said, they're turning the frogs gay. They're turning the frogs gay. Atrazine.
Well, my mom always used to
Atrazine.
say there's a lot of truth in jest. So
Atrazine is the actual chemical, and it feminized male frogs.
So how
That's
would
what
you
it in
protect-
2002.
Oh, yeah.
It was in 2002.
Yeah,
It
protect his
doesn't really
children from this?
matter how they got the way they got.
Well, I
Where
think
is
my
the
point is that
problem?
there are a lot of things that are being introduced, to their point where they were talking about, you know, the hormones and all that. Though there are some things that are
Well-
being introduced into the endocrine system that can
And
cause
Adam 87 is misinterpreting. Nobody's saying it turns somebody into a woman, and we're saying it shifts cognitive functioning.
Yeah, because
Well,
it messes with the
Well,
hormones, the endocrine system.
Well,
Mhm.
and let me kind of just bridge the gap between what Joshua was saying and what you guys are saying, and kind of what I was saying, because I think I'm kind of in the middle. But I mean, I can understand Joshua's point of view being in the military. Like, I kind of struggle with this too. Like, my biggest problem with what Joshua was saying is, like, you know, essentially, let's just say that we in America, blacks, whites, whatever color we are, we're here now. We have to maintain our certain hegemony in the world. I actually kind of agree. I think America should try to hold power
because as bad as we may be or whatever, I do not trust that Russia or China or Africa or anybody anywhere else in the world is going to give the world a fair shake the way that America should, in theory.
Wherever you live, you want that to have more power. Obviously.
Yeah, well, but what I'm saying is like the chickens seem to be coming home to roost for us, and so
Very
like, how do we
good.
stop the blowback on all that? Like, that's kind
Very
of what
good.
my first priority first, you know.
I
many
agree.
chiefs,
We need
not enough
United
Indians.
States to save us. We need an America to save us to a point because we're everywhere
That's
all
what
the
I'm
time.
always saying. We always
I-
play Big Brother. We actually need a Big
How
Brother
many years have we been saying
We-
on Coins channels?
all the time.
I
We
mean,
need
Oh,
not be a Big
I don't.
Brother.
I don't think.
how many
I don't
how many
think we
countries
all
do you
agree on
think
what an America
appreciate?
is.
Yeah, us big. Like, I don't want an America to America us. Fuck that shit.
No. I don't mean it in that regard. What I'm saying is, as we
That's
are
what I'm-
going into every other country telling
We
them
need
what
to help
they need,
ourselves.
we need to fix our own stuff because
Yes.
we're taking all of these different ideologies and belief systems to other countries that, by and large, we need to stay out of it because our crap ain't together. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
that's
like
what I'm
speak
talking
around
about. We
your
need to
own
mind our
circle.
own. We just need that
Jasper
stops
Jones.
all wars if you just mind your own. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
see,
Here's the
hold
We
on.
need to mind our own as a
Actually,
country.
I'm probably going to side with Joshua on this just because, like, here's the problem is, like, if you don't play a good offense, you're going to be playing defense, and usually defense, you're going to lose. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Defense
It's
doesn't
not
get to
to say
score.
that we have never.
because, well, and look, if we didn't have all the technology where people can get on a boat and just show up on American soil, it'd be a different story. But unfortunately, we're at the point now where the whole world has access to a lot of resources, and if they
Yeah,
want to come and get your shit,
And then when they come here, we give them land, we give them tax-free land, by the way. We give them food, we give them medical,
What land do we give
we
them?
give them a house, we give them everything that they
You're
need.
talking out
And
your ass. We don't.
The
give
more
them-
kids they have, the more food they get. That's why they keep popping out babies. Every
You
baby
don't-
they have gives them
you're-
$100.
You're just spreading tropes.
No,
It's
no,
not
because
true.
I could vouch for
Hey, here in Texas, they'll give you a house, land, a job, and they're taking everything from the
Okay.
Americans. We ain't gonna
Is
have
this
nothing.
gonna double
I had
down?
a friend that she
Cite
was
your
married.
sources. Find me some
She
evidence
had
of that.
5 children. By
Okay,
5
let me go
different
talk to the
kids.
neighbors. I'll be right
She
back.
said she was separated from her husband and she collected benefits for all of the other 4 kids.
I didn't hear what you said in the first part, but divorce, like alimony and
No, they
child
weren't
support.
No, she wasn't divorced.
They just
A friend of
I
mine
don't-
did that same
I
thing.
don't care. I want to see
Signed a
something.
paper saying
I
that they
wanna
were
see
divorced so
something
she
and
could
not
get
a
child
personal
support.
story. I want to see something showing me that you get that they're giving
Oh, because
immigrants
we
land.
can't. Well, because it's not legally legal. You know.
So, I'm going to
You
guess
know.
that you don't actually know what happened, so you're speculating.
No,
completely.
a friend of mine
I was in the
told
house every day.
they
I
were
know.
going into bankruptcy for real. They were going to into bankruptcy, and so her husband said, "Well, they went to she went to get food stamps or Medicaid something, and said that she was
Right.
separated from her husband, even though she
Exactly.
wasn't. He even
As
had
long
to
as
pay
not the
child
same
support to
household.
his own house.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. That's
Okay,
how it works.
because they needed help so bad. They
Yep.
didn't have any
They're-
money for groceries. They didn't have any money hardly to pay
So
the
they're
bills.
scamming the
Yes,
food
scamming
stamp
the
system.
system.
That
Just
is-
like
Yes.
every
That's
other
okay.
Mexican out there does, you know.
Scamming the food stamp system and getting free land given to them is way different things.
Well,
Yeah.
not
You
really,
can go
because
get-
they could
Yes,
go get a
really?
job or they
pay
can go
your
back home.
heating and electric bill. You can get it to pay your taxes.
Yes.
It runs the gamut.
They give out a lot of
You
money
just
to
have to know
immigrants.
where to go ask for
They
it.
do give out a lot of money. There is ways to work the
But
system.
you have to know
Fraud
where
is
I need to
one of
change
the
my
ways
last
to
name
work
to
the
Ramirez.
But you know, you don't gain any credibility by just making.
I want
shit
some
up.
food stamps. I hear they're very cool.
Oh, okay, I got strange question here. What's the difference between, say, an immigrant coming in and, I don't know, gaming the system, and an American here gaming the system?
Because it's America's money. Americans deserve it, but they won't give it to us
One
because
paid
we're not
into it.
Mexican. We don't have 15 kids.
I'm entirely
We're not
convinced you
coming
don't
over
have a
here
clue
because
what you're
we're
talking
sad.
about.
You know
What
what?
makes you
I
mean
just
they
have to
won't give
say
us
that's
money?
so not cool.
Well, I'm talking about
Which
one of my
part?
good friends that She
I
had
mean,
5
just
different baby
to
daddies
continue to
and
think that it's
maybe-
Mexicans.
Oh no, just that's only because I live in Texas and that's what's closest to me. Everybody comes over here; they give free stuff, except for us. We're
Yeah,
always
that's not
giving
the-
our money
that's not
somewhere
for so far.
else.
That's not true.
That
Like
is
the
not-
people
you
come
can
over
repeat
here
the
to
case
learn
as
how
much
to be
as
a
you want.
doctor, so that they can go over there and offer free medical. I'm like, why can't you offer free medical here? We would like free
Tropes,
medical and free
tropes,
dental.
tropes.
That'd be really cool.
Copper is just repeating tropes. It's not true. They don't get free land. Like we chased one down. We can chase more down, but they're just tropes. You're speaking in platitudes.
Yeah, they're not
I've
getting land.
seen the people at the food stamp office, and the
That's not
majority
land,
of
though.
them are immigrants.
That's not land.
Or not immigrants.
Did you ask
Not
them if they're
legal.
immigrants or are they?
Doesn't matter where they're from; they're not legally legal.
Well, look.
How
let-
do
let
you
me-
know
let-
that?
Let me just tamp down the
Because
rhetoric.
my dad used to hire a lot of them. They'll sit on the side of the
No,
road at the
that's not
stop
what I
sign
asked. I
and
didn't
beg
ask
people for
if
a
your dad
job.
used to hire illegal Mexicans. I'm asking, how do you know who's at the food stamp office?
When you drive by, they all standing outside in line waiting.
Let me tamp down the rhetoric because I know where both sides are coming from. You're correct in a way, but let me just put it this way. Here's the thing. Nobody has a problem really with people coming and joining the American dream, but like when you have people panhandling and obviously not, I mean, look, here's the thing. A lot of people will come here and quote unquote work hard, but look at new home construction. The quality sucks. Okay. The price is up, and all this efficiency of the lower labor wages and all this other shit that they're selling it to us with obviously is not translating to better prices and less inflation and all these things. So really, what's the game? Well, there's some other things. So here's my
You get
point.
lettuce on your tacos at Taco Bell.
That's probably
I
rolled
mean,
in
lettuce.
China,
If you had legal American labor doing some of these jobs, you'd be paying an extra $1 for lettuce on your taco.
well, look, yeah, but that's the thing is like, if the cost represents more quality and value for your place not becoming a fucking shithole, well, then that'd be kind of like worth the price, right? Like, and again, it's not.
I mean,
only
and
because they're from
immigration
another
is a
country,
really
but-
hard economic thing to tease apart. There are definitely benefits and
But
definitely
look, here's what I'm saying. Look. I'm on the front row seat of what's happening to America, and look, I have a lot of friends around the whole
Okay,
country.
how did you get the front
And-
row seat?
Because I'm here because I'm in California. Okay.
I'm in
But she said
Texas.
she's in Texas.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Southeast Texas.
So look,
I'm
what
on
I'm
the
trying to
border.
say is, you guys in Middle America think that you're immune, and I'm just telling you, you're not, and it's coming. And and you're not going to be able to.
I'm
stop.
coming. Nobody thinks they're immune.
Nobody
Everybody on the
thinks
panel,
they're
though, it seems
immune.
like, thinks that they're an expert in some shit just because they have an opinion.
Hey,
Well,
I don't say I'm an
everyone I know
expert, but I
says-
did stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Well, look,
Lordy. All right.
everyone I know in any kind of city, small or big, in the United States is saying, yeah, there's like 30% more people, and none of them speak English, and suddenly they're like everywhere. So I'm just saying, like, if everybody's saying
Groupthink
the
goes a
same thing,
long way. I'm not saying there's
Yeah.
nothing going on, but
yeah, I'm just saying, like, and again, I'm not even against the people themselves. I'm just saying, like, the
Joshua Jones
results
is
are
saying
not going to
no
be fun.
problem.
Just seeing
So
that
what?
this is
Let
just
them
what we
die.
have
That's
seen
what Joshua Jones is saying.
firsthand. It's everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Opinions really don't make a sack of poop when it comes to anything else, unless you have the same opinion. But everyone at least needs to be able to express their own opinion and not be criticized for it. Or
I disagree.
well,
I
and
disagree
That's why all
entirely
of
with
us
that.
got along for over 5 years plus. Going strong.
I criticize the fuck out of bad opinions all the time. Absolutely.
I know, but a lot of people get butthurt about stuff like you
Oh,
can talk
that-
bad about my opinions all
If
day long
people
because
get butthurt,
I
they're not
really
going to like
don't.
this channel long.
Well,
That's not my audience, anyways.
My impression growing up in the South was
Look,
that.
did you see that? There went my last line foot. Shit, somebody catch it quick.
Well, look, here's the thing. When I
Caught
was
it,
growing up in
man.
the South,
I didn't want it anyway.
His arms are longer than mine.
whites and blacks seem to get along pretty good. Maybe it was just my perception.
Oh, that
but
is
my
a
point
wonderful
is-
statement. Oh my God! What are we
but
doing
hold
now?
on, but look,
What are we
here's what I'm
doing?
saying is, look,
What just happened?
let me make my point.
I don't know, but it's getting a little fuzzy over here.
But here's what I'm saying is, I think
Wait, that's
all
my
this
hair.
all this racial tension that we've seen in the last 10, 15 years in the United States, what has it gotten us? It's gotten more Americans who were born in this country who have a lot in common, frankly. You know, black, white, Mexican, Asian, doesn't really matter. We have a lot in common because we respect our culture. We wanted to stay around. And I'm just trying to say, like,
I'm glad you put the "we" in there for the back.
I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't mean to offend anybody. This is gonna sound ignorant as hell. I always thought that white men's penises glowed in the dark, and that shit was weird to me.
Some of them do. I'm not gonna lie.
I love it.
Well, the ones that are glowing, though, you need to stay away from those because something is not right.
Oh, hardcore copper, by the way.
Sorry, go ahead. I just want to play that clip.
I am absolutely still lost here.
24 cents.
We all contributed to this problem for the last at least 4 or 5 generations. Now we're all sitting around bitching about, oh, it's all going to hell. Okay. Right. Yet nobody's going to sit here and do anything. Everybody's just going to cry about it. So why should I care about anybody that's not in my group? Why shouldn't I just sit back and watch you guys?
Well, then why care about the ones in your group? Why are you caring about the ones in your group if you're not caring about anybody? If you don't have enough for the whole class, then you shouldn't bring it at all to class.
I also disagree with that.
Well, wait.
You're saying okay, so you're saying only your people are the best?
Supporting like just straight across socialism? Like across the board?
I'm saying I prioritize my people as everybody does and everybody should.
Yes, but you can't just, I don't know, I'm wired differently. I want everybody to be happy, and I just, if somebody needs help.
Immigrants coming in and being happy.
I don't want I want them to be happy, but I want them to pay the same price we're having to pay for that happiness.
Oh, they are. They're going to inherit.
Well, that's sad, and nobody gives a care.
They are. They're going to pay whatever bills that we leave behind. This is definitely going to happen. So.
Why does there always have to be a we?
Somebody filing their fingernails?
Somebody standing? So, yeah, I was just about to ask that.
We, they.
Wait a minute. Who's waxing the banana?
Something.
That's probably my fan.
I turned my fan off. So
I had to turn mine off
too.
All right. Why have numbers started sliding? 52% said it's late. 47% said Neurojack is talking.
What the hell's wrong with Neuro?
I like Neuro.
He's gone now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I hear what HCC, that's the name there. I hear what you're saying and I get it. I just feel like for such a long time, my feeling about the whole border situation was not what we were told. Maybe in your area, because of your location, you are seeing far more Spanish-speaking individuals, and I get that. But when I have been looking at it from a bird's eye view over the United States, I kept trying to tell everybody, it's not, because everybody really had a bad time with it. Oh, the Mexicans, oh, this and this and that. And I got that. I understood it. I was raised in California. I understand. But it is not and has not been for quite some time those individuals coming over that were the problem because of the NGOs that were supporting other countries, people sending their people over in droves. And because they were giving them finances to get here, and because now it's been admitted by our president that they were sending planes to pick people up and bring them here from different countries, it's just a big mess. And there is no real truth to any of it that we can put our fingers on because there are so many, BS stories that they're doing. Right. And now what we've just heard, last week, is that we're now allowing people to come over. If their spouses are here, even if they're here illegally, we're going to bring them too. But
that's another mouth to feed and another medical.
But it's not even so much as a mouth to feed. And I agree with you on that. I think it's also an agenda, and that these individuals just might be militarized, trained men to come here to do something else. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying there's a lot of dudes that I saw in New York and in Detroit, I saw women, but far more men. And I could be wrong,
Well,
but I'm
the
just
men
saying.
come over here to work and send the money back to their families in Mexico. Trust me, I don't know but poquito español, but my dad knew nada. So
Will it
he
end up in
sent
violence, Joshua Jones? Is that
he
the way,
sent
the way it's heading?
Do what?
Will it end up in violence?
Yes,
What
it
we-
always,
what we were talking about.
everything always, it
Josh
always
likes
ends in violence,
violence.
and then it starts over and recycles from that position. Violence is
But anyway,
Oh, interesting.
my neighbor could not get a job at McDonald's. At McDonald's now, mind you, she's
live in a nice
very nice
neighborhood.
lady
I've seen it from like your
because
trick or treat.
because she could not speak Spanish. They
So
weren't
what?
hiring anybody. They were needing help, but they only needed Spanish speaking help. So I know, but is that fair to me? Because I can't speak Spanish and I need a job and I'm well qualified to flip burgers, but I can't have it because I know Espanol.
Well, don't
Here's
complain. You
problem
can
number
go
one.
and
Why
get
did who taught you that life was about fair?
you can go and
Nobody, but I'm
Then
just
why are you
saying.
basing this
you can
concept
take
on-
Spanish. You
understand.
can learn Spanish. I took
I'm
it
lost.
3 years. I took it ninth grade,
Sí.
10th, 11th.
Es
Well, actually
muy
12th, and
bien.
in my first year it was more than
Sí.
that. But my only point is this: is if we're looking specifically at one group of individuals, thinking that that's the problem. No, the fact is that we flew our borders wide open. And then we allowed anybody and everybody to come over, even beyond the laws that existed between and agreements that
I
existed.
don't understand what
between,
you're talking about, Uncle Fatty. I think you're taking it the wrong
So
way.
let me explain this to
No,
you.
Uncle Fatty, not to Miss Felicia.
We allowed a large amount of people and are still allowing them to come over. That Mexico is not our problem when you consider the fact that we have people coming from Zimbabwe, from Uganda. If you imagine what the blue hats used to look like several years ago, and by blue hats, I mean the United Nations. The United Nations, the individuals who used to fight or who used to do the quote unquote peacekeeping in other countries where they were going through doing some pretty egregious things. Those are the individuals that came over en masse and are still flooding over here. So if you're worried about a few people who can un poquito español, those are not the individuals that we collectively really need to keep our eyes out for. We need to keep our eyes out for everything and
we need
everybody.
to keep our eyes out for
But
everybody. I'm just saying that
they
people
are not the real
underestimating.
problem.
People are
Joshua Jones.
underestimating the border.
I
That's what I'm
get,
trying
I
to
get
say.
it, but now what about
get
what
free
about
stuff,
something
and that's
about
not
you in the
fair.
chat.
Let me
They-
ask you this,
hardcore, but
HCC.
I didn't get too personal.
HCC, let me ask you this. Let me
They're
ask
I
whinging.
didn't want to get too personal. But
They're whinging, Joshua Jones.
I
Does it have
didn't-
to end in violence?
It's because historically everything always ends up it ends from violence or ends in violence and it begins from violence. This is just historically how it's always ended up. Revolution, violence. How a country is formed, violence. How a country falls, violence. It's always the case.
Why does it have to be violence, though?
Because we don't because
Power
reality
talk.
is not unicorns and
I don't like
rainbows.
unicorns, rainbows, and butterflies. That's my favorite.
and we fart glitter,
Yeah.
so come on now.
You-
Apparently,
the
the
only
other
way
way
you're
isn't
gonna
working.
obtain
We should
that-
try something different.
So Joshua Jones.
Learn
so
get
women-
Rosetta Stone and learn Spanish if you feel like that's what
Joshua
you're gonna
Jones,
use
isn't
to
it
get
the
No,
your-
but I'm just saying, I wouldn't go to France and expect everyone in France to learn English just to accommodate to me.
You won't find that in France. Do you know the
but they
populace of
make
France
you
now?
accommodate for those.
But do you
And
know
I'm
the
not just saying
populace of
Spanish,
France
all
right now?
languages.
Do you know what France looks like right now? Have you any
I do.
idea? Yeah.
Yes, actually, I've got pictures because my neighbors just came back from vacation from there.
And what did they tell you about Paris?
That it was beautiful.
Okay.
And they have really cool restaurants, and the food was really good. And you're not supposed to tip the waiter because that's rude.
Okay.
It's rude to give extra. Well, that is.
Oh, Salty, I have to be loud because usually my opinions get stepped on because I'm a nice person, and so I have to scream out what I want, or
Well, it's because you're a
kinda
woman.
seem like nice and empathy and care for all is kind of one of the big problems we're having, right?
Is that feminine?
The idea of sitting here
let me
saying,
tell you,
"Oh,
it took a long time.
And we have to yell would we want to be heard? Otherwise, we just get walked all over. And then somebody
Trump
takes all
will
the
fix
credit for
it
what you
all.
said.
Don't worry.
Well, damn, I think I said that
Trump's
5
going to
minutes
turn
ago.
it all around.
See, I don't even understand why you guys are expecting the government.
Why
to fix
you
the
expect a
problem.
person to fix the problem? The only way this is really going to get fixed, and they already know it, is by civil war anarchy all together, bundled
Civil
up all
war.
together.
I
You're
forgot
either
what I
going to
was gonna
get
say.
tired of it and you're going to fix it yourself. You're going to
Violence.
get tired of it and you're going to band with your community and you're going to fix it. Or we're going to sit down and we're going to keep taking it without KY, without Vaseline, without any
Oh, that
form
flaming
of
cactus up the
niceness.
butt. I take it all
We're
the time.
just going to take it. That's all we're going to do. We're just going to keep taking it. That's the truth. If we don't realize that voting in your own community first is more important than doing anything on a national level, because it's your community that you've got to deal with when you're thinking about things on a day-to-day basis. We made sure here in Alabama that we didn't have, for example, that fake meat coming over here. And we just had a law passed where you cannot sell any fake meat in Alabama,
Hot
period.
pink meat.
What is fake meat?
You know, it had that super hot pink in it. It was.
I think I just became a vegetarian.
No meat that is created, laboratory meat. We don't have any lab-grown meat in our state, even though a lot of other states allowed it. We don't allow it. And so my point is, we made our
That's
voices
what's
heard.
causing all those gays. The pink meat.
We made
I'm
our
just
voices
picking y'all.
heard.
This is just a joke.
I mean, you know, you're entitled to crack as many jokes as you want. It doesn't offend me. I was just giving you space to speak. But my only
honey,
point
I
is,
wasn't trying to offend you. I was just saying that the pink
I'm not
meat is
offended.
nasty, and that's probably what's going on with these people.
So it's actually called lab grown meat, and the lab grown meat is what we just said no to. Why? Because we have farmers here, and we want to keep our farmers employed. You see what I'm saying?
How do they grow it? What do you like?
They give
don't
them
understand.
steroids and stuff.
Just rub it for a little bit.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking. I'm so sorry. I'm so
I know.
I was thinking petri dish with some food growing.
We do
So sorry.
coin stuff.
It's late, early in the morning, and my brain's not braining. I was just thinking, like,
Yeah,
you know how
Uncle
you grow
Fatty don't-
bacteria in a petri dish? I was thinking, like,
No, that's why I told Flo. I was like, I don't come over
Don't
here
look at
during
me.
the week, because
Don't look at
sometimes
me.
like people are. I mean, I may be saying this to dumb myself down, but I'm like, the conversation
What
gets a
happened?
little too smart for me, so I'm like, I just like dip.
ooh, yeah, night out. That does sound disgusting, doesn't it?
I'm dishonest. I don't.
I put it in there for you, HCC. The private chat, I put it back there so you could read it. Alabama's become the second state that has said no.
I want our state to. How can we get that here?
I mean, you guys have got a lot of stuff you're dealing with right now. You know what I mean? You guys have got a lot of stuff that you guys are already dealing with. That's
Yeah, like that
pretty
hurricane that
pressing.
just came through.
Pretty pressing. So it's my only point to saying that was, yeah, it does take each individual to make sure that whatever they want or don't want because of states' rights, you deal with stuff in your local community, you deal with stuff in your state, because those things make a difference. Transplanted people that are coming in from other states that are actually running for positions in your state. If you know who it is that's on the ballot and you understand who they are and who they are not, then you will have something to say. Federal, you want to vote for Trump or you want to vote for Biden or JFK, you vote for whoever you want to on that level. But I really think it's important for us to focus on our local communities, because those are the areas that they're flipping DAs. Like Fannie Willis is a DA that was implanted by Soros. You've got a whole host of other DAs throughout the United States. So it's important to look at what's going on in your community to prevent what you don't want. Does that make sense?
Buy more guns.
Yes, because my husband kind of got salty pants about it. He's like, well,
Salty penis.
for this person or that person for the
Pants.
presidency. He's like, why do you bother? And I said, because we still vote for our local things. when we go to
Because
vote.
the local stuff's what's going to affect you, personally.
Not go vote at
Yeah,
all.
your local community would
That's
also be your people.
I thought you
Or
were
should
talking
be.
about like your friends.
Well,
You
my
lost me
friends would
somewhere.
also be included in.
I know, but like when you say your people, I don't know what I was thinking.
Joshua has no friends. What are you talking
He's talking
about?
about the
I'll be
Korean.
your friend.
He's talking about all the Korean people around him. Those are his friends.
Yeah, this is probably true. They're not Korean, they're Vietnamese. They're worse.
Oh, Vietnamese. Yeah, sorry.
Taiwanese.
Hey, I like
Yeah.
Japanese people.
I love Korean people. What are you doing?
Vietnamese.
Yeah,
Any
end time
Asian
preacher,
is.
the
I like
link is
any
10.
Asians.
It
All
doesn't
Asians.
really matter.
End of time future. We have no idea. I just came here to wreck shop because that's what I do.
Next thing you know, we'll be getting Norwegians on the
Just came
panel.
here.
I gotta ask, Flow State, are you like, do you have a magnet for like lunatics?
Yes, he
Oh,
does.
buddy, you've only met a couple coin people. You have no
Oh,
idea.
you've only met a couple of my personalities.
That's why HCC is closest to him because
Oh,
Kids, this is why you don't do drugs.
Do you really want to see my score from that psychotic? What was that test that we took?
Oh, the psychopath test.
Yes, the psycho, and I was almost first place. I don't know how he beat me, but he did.
and you
I'm
didn't
the
even
biggest
try, did you?
No, I don't have to.
Sometimes
Comes to me naturally.
Oh wow!
Naturally.
Oh.
I'm a natural psychopath.
They wrap them kind of tight down there in Texas, I see.
Oh yeah, baby.
You can't even
Real
see the
tight.
bull, can you?
Look at her.
To be fair, she might not be a real Texan. She might be one of those like California.
Honey, you really want me to come over there and show you that I'm real Texan? Lord, let me have to get up right now. Don't make me do
You
it.
might be overcompensating. I'm not gonna.
Oh, go watch her cooking videos. She's from Texas. For real. There's
Now
butter
listen to
in
my
there.
karaoke.
Yeah.
What is Texas? No,
Stumble
don't-
out of bed and stumble to
do it.
the right.
Don't
Stumble
do
out of
it.
bed and stumble to the.
What
No, dog.
happened?
Uh-oh, rule number one.
What happened?
No singing on
what?
panel.
I'm gonna strike for you
Slipped
singing
and
that
fell
on my thing.
backstage.
I didn't even sing it right.
But I didn't
rule-
I didn't get a copyright claim or anything.
Yeah, because you won't, because it's karaoke. I sing it. I make up my own words.
That like a lot of other crap did. And I
So
was like,
are we allowed to like
Besides, Dolly Parton's nice, so she would allow it.
are we allowed to fire shots at Texas and claim they're not real Americans because they keep threatening to secede every couple years?
Let me
Like,
tell
what,
you.
every decade.
In the state of Texas, honey, I wouldn't come down here because if we feel that our house or our animals or our livestock is being hurt or injured in any way, or someone is coming at us, we are legally allowed to pop a little poo poo into your boo boo. I'm just saying.
She said loud.
Are we allowed to give Texas back to Mexico? I mean, because technically,
Yeah, come on, honey, try.
War, right? Like,
Look
are we
here,
allowed to give it back?
Skittles. Look here, Skittles. I ain't done trying to talk to somebody that looks like they tasted the rainbow, but you got two things to
Whoa.
deal with over here. We got we got two ways we can deal with this: pew pews or pit bulls.
My
Well, you
people
know-
are so stupid.
Texas is only known for two things, so
Steers and queers, ma'am. Steers and queers.
I believe there are more queers north of the Mason-Dixon line, but I could be wrong.
I don't know. What I've seen of Houston and what's the other town?
Oh, Houston, Dallas, and Austin are just 3 cities. This a whole big 50 fucking states. You gonna tell me that every gay lives in Houston, Dallas, and because I don't remember the Pride Parade being down here.
Well, I just curious, right? Like every time we see a gay parade, they're always mostly naked. They look really hot. If memory serves me correctly, it's mostly Texas that's got the damn desert.
They're hot because they're flaming, baby. Of course they're hot.
Well,
Come on.
that's
Well,
right
that
up
sounds like that
Joshua's
was spoken
alley.
from experience.
They're flaming, you know. But I did have a babysitter one time, and he was not even trying to hide the fact. His pants looked like they were painted on, and he had a shirt that had big roses on it. And I'm thinking, honey, you ain't even trying to hide that.
Well, ain't no different than guys wearing earrings, you know. Same
Long
thing.
hair.
Tree left.
Long hair is only for women. No, it's not. No, it's not. Anybody can wear long hair. I don't want to shave my armpits. Is that okay?
If you can't put up with the stigma, then don't be a freak.
Is it okay if I walk around looking like I got Willie Nelson in a headlock?
I mean, it's very Parisian of you.
Yep.
Ooh, yes, now it sounds. See, anything Miss Felicia says just makes it sound super cool.
Stupid now. Like
if she says it, then it's cool. I like the way you said it. See, she got my back. She's very Parisian. See how elegant that sounds? I'm not old. I'm
be nice to her.
I'm vintage.
What you talking about, Hoover?
You
Dial it
stupid
down.
motherfucker. I knew your ass didn't have no goddamn sense. I don't know who the fuck you think you talking to, but you can kiss my whole black ass.
Can you be my best friend, please? Will you be my best friend? Will you be my best friend, please?
No new friends. What's the rapper? The rapper said, "No new friends. No new friends.
No new.
No new friends."
I don't know. My other friend makes me listen to Russian rap all the time.
Russian rap?
Yeah.
How does that go?
Horribly.
I would imagine.
How does it sound?
There's a lot of.
I'm serious, man. I try to broaden my horizons and like.
Uncle Fatty, this one's for you.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
I don't understand what Uncle Fatty. I don't understand what Uncle Fatty's.
You.
Hey, listen.
He's mad at you.
I don't understand why Uncle Fatty's got his panties in a wad. I'm just the comedic relief. Nothing I say really means anything. I'm just here.
Well, you know he wears panties.
I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on YouTube, and I'm 8 years old.
No, I am. Remember?
Where in the fuck do you find these people?
Oh, they're everywhere. We're the ones that McDonald's as a child. That's what's wrong with us.
My client from the moon is 5 years old, so
it's those McDonald's chicken nuggets that's got all those growth hormones and we don't know what else.
I think your medication is wearing off. That's what it is.
No, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm going loony crazy because I need sleep. I have to get up in a few hours with 2 kids wanting to know what they're going to do for the day.
I mean, you don't even get tired of yourself, do you? I mean, so I guess you stay up until 4 at night.
What?
Who's talking?
Damn. No, but you know what her day consists of. Oh my.
What'd I miss? I was zoned out.
I have a special needs son who's 25 years old. So yeah, I have to lift him and I have to help him with everything. If he goes to the bathroom, I call it donkey shitting if he stands to pee, because he can't sit to pee and poop at the same time, because then he would piss all over the damn wall. But he'll piss all over the wall and the shower curtain, and it's just a lot less mess to clean up if I just clean the poop off the floor, which I put a little pad under him most of the time. But sometimes he gets up and I don't know, and as he goes poop, he tries to clean it himself. And that's never good, because then I'm cleaning shit off the toilet, the floor, the toilet paper, the toilet
What
paper
the
holder, the
actual
back
fuck are
of the
you talking
toilet.
about?
Her son.
My son.
Why?
One of the two.
Because I'm just saying, they wanted to know what happens in my day. Most of my day
Hmm.
is still a
She does not
shitty
have
day.
like all this leisure free time.
Yes,
That's
I
not-
homeschool too, so let's just add that to the equation.
Yeah, that's not.
I
real
want a
life.
vacation.
She's always busy.
Lawrence, if
I mean,
I'd been
you get a
drinking, I
toy
would
show
probably be a
once
lot more
year
fun.
for what, 2 days, maybe like the night and the morning of, and then overnight, and then go back home.
You have a
Maybe.
cooking channel, HCC?
I do everything on it. I do coins and comedy and cooking and
Coins.
And coins and Sheen reviews, and I fixed my lawnmower, but I had to take that video down because of some comments. What else can you pull crank to start? I told him my chainsaw, motherfucker, and I know exactly how to use it too. But
that's OnlyFans there.
that's what it was about, feeling like OnlyFans. I had to take my good video. Oh, I've got a soldering one on there too. I didn't have to take that one down, thank goodness, but just
I'm gonna look for it because I need to do
fix
that.
my lawnmower. Apparently, women can't fix things online and not.
What were you
just-
fixing?
I had to repair my lawnmower, my push mower.
Like,
And then
were you like dressed skanky or something? Or
no, man, I had on like some carpenter pants and a freaking oversized T-shirt with my hair in a bun.
Shirt on or something?
Look, no, my hair in a bun, looking like I was dirty
No, she
Mac,
was not
looking
like,
nasty.
Oh, hello. No.
Yeah,
There's
fix
a
my
YouTube
lawnmower.
channel
No, I
that
had to for real fix the lawnmower.
and she wears like basically nothing the whole time she's doing woodworking. I think it's brilliant.
Oh yeah,
You're
I know
subscribed
who
to?
you're
No, she's in mom respectful mode.
Yeah, I'm in the mom club, the
yeah.
mom uniform.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
I mean, when she wears nothing, does she talk less too?
Yeah, she doesn't talk a lot because she's like using power tools and shit.
Cool, cool. Yeah, I like it already.
Probably because she's not intelligent enough to say anything.
Let's see. Well, I know. I'm also subscribed to a pottery channel.
I think I have a knitting channel somewhere.
See, I did like she's pretty good at pottery.
Oh no, I have an old lady knitting pottery. I mean, not pottery. Old lady.
Hoover's like, no, that doesn't look anything like my lady.
No.
Where do you find this stuff? Flow State.
What?
Flo's a degenerate.
Oh wow.
What do you mean? You don't like art?
Or even toilet seat collecting communities on YouTube.
No, I'm
There's,
just
like,
wondering where you found that particular artiste.
It was recommended to me. It was one of those YouTube
imagine.
recommendations in the shorts feed. I was just like, okay.
Oh, that's weird because one of my friends quits a live stream and I go take a shower and then I come back in here. Then somebody I know, like it's their live stream next, not like let's make a phallic pottery situation. You know.
HCC's channel is called Hardcore Copper. If you refresh the tab and click the about in the description box below, I've already added in.
I just like.
Yeah.
I think hardcore is where she ran into trouble.
No, see, that's a play on words. It's like clickbait.
Well, I
Yeah, but
understand
people are
that.
there to see the pottery, you know.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
they're there to see the coins, not the cleaning
They
of the
wanted,
coin.
they wanted to see if she could start that lawnmower.
Full start. Good gravy and biscuits. Don't talk.
That's pretty good.
Ka-ching.
nice layup. Or no.
No, you can't.
That got her goat, didn't it?
Nothing gets my.
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
Wow.
Her goat. That goat's on.
Your sticker up there, and I know you sent me one. Like I know you sent me
Welcome,
one.
Machine Lies.
Hey, what's going on, friend?
Oh, you know,
What's
same
going
shit,
on?
new day. Just talking about, you know, hand jobs and
Yeah.
how her son shits on the floor.
Well, the only thing she's managed to convince me of is selective breeding now. Like this is a thing now.
And she has a cooking channel.
Might be selective food thing too. I don't know.
No,
She the type of chick that had 4 kids and 5 different baby dads. How does that happen? She don't even know.
Dang it! Quit talking about the friend I was talking about earlier.
Like that one where that little guy, the guy goes up to that little boy and he's like, your penis is the size of a Tic Tac. He says, yeah, why do you think your mom's breast smells so fresh?
Sorry, I had the Elmo head on that one.
It was funny.
You know.
Okay,
Back
back to you, Joshua.
You need to get that.
I definitely like the clown.
I love clowns.
I like that
you down
clown
with the clown?
specifically.
Ronald McDonald.
Have we grown out of
Yes,
being down with
yes.
the clown? I have.
So where's Neuro and where's IC3?
They ran.
Oh fuck. Oh, so they're the smart ones. I got it. Damn it.
They knew that they couldn't compete with Texas.
Right.
You do mean New Mexico, right?
She's East Texas, Southeast Texas, I think.
She calls it Texas, but it's gonna be New Mexico. We're sending it back.
We already have a New Mexico.
They're
What would you
going
call it,
too.
Mexico the third?
They're going too. It's all Mexico now.
Okay.
Mexicania.
You'll change your mind about speaking Spanish, like, real quick.
Oh yeah, she go over and
I
watch
said
the
I
Alex
didn't
Baldwin
know how to
trial.
speak Spanish. But
You'll
that's just
learn.
what the guy that worked with my dad, because my dad made me go talk to him, and he said that he had 12 kids back in Mexico that he was having to work every day so that he could send the money back and feed them.
And that's why our money's no good, because they're all sending it out.
Yeah, when we repatriate, like, most of those states over that direction, right? Send it back to Mexico again. We apparently annexed it. Look at the problems we got. We're sending it back. We'd give up Alaska if
That's
there
okay.
wasn't
They
so much
send
damn
it back
oil.
as cocaine.
Well,
Oh,
from
it's
what
no
I
problem.
understand, we're going to annex Mexico next anyway.
Oh God! Don't.
You reminded me of something I needed to tell somebody else tonight. Dang it.
Why do we need more problems? We don't have enough.
Machine Lies. Hey, Machine Lies. Welcome to the show. I mean, say something sensible, please.
Well, I am pretty and I am smart, but yeah, you guys have to open up a topic. You know what I mean, for sure. But yeah, me and Joshua Jones can get into a good argument. We've been doing that for almost a year now, so it is what it is.
Yeah, we'd have to actually hit a topic, right? Other than, I don't know, saggy tits or something. Like I don't.
What?
Flow State
Let's not
quit his
talk about
own
sex.
show.
No.
Uh-oh. I know what that means. That means he's done.
Oh, I need to click on his thing before I forget it. Oh, I did say that.
Yep, Flow quit.
Oh yeah. Oh crap. See, right? Okay, so like another smart one. Jesus Christ, we're the dumbasses left.
Well, this lady here in the middle, she has a YouTube award, doesn't she? Or am I mistaken? Or is that a trophy that you received from YouTube?
No, see, that is I saw a guy do it on YouTube, so I did it to copy. You make your own award.
What?
Yeah.
That's absurd.
It's
That's what he did. And
That's
it's
no
so
different.
freaking it gets everybody every time. I love it. Y'all just print you one off of the internet. That's about like the dollar. It's worth nothing. You can print them all day long. It doesn't mean
That
anything.
is a good tactic. I might start doing that for sure. Yeah.
What? Why do you think this is a new tactic? We used to call these university degrees, right? Like it's kind of the same thing.
I'm already doing that one. I gotta.
I would do
Only the
same
guy that I saw do it, he had like a whole shadow box thing because he made his out of wood, but mine's just printed off the internet. That one's not correct though because I have over 2,000 subscribers now, so I have to print another one, but I'm out of ink. Oh, the struggle. The struggle.
Like they think I'm a lol cow, whatever the fuck that is.
So somehow this woman is more skillful than me at YouTube with fake accreditations. It's amazing. It's 2,000 subscribers. I don't even have that many, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, but
Just wait till
we
YouTube
network,
finds
we
out.
make friends. You know.
especially
Oh, and by
redhead
the way,
women do have a talent for that. Yeah, most women do, but
if you did any auction stuff, and you know the $600 rule, right? I'm sure you do, because
Are you talking to
eBay
me?
will say, yeah, you.
I'm slightly confused.
No, if you make over $600,
too.
then that's considered a business thing, and then your ink, your StreamYard,
You can take that
your
off as a
gas to
business
drive to the
expense.
post office, or drive
Did
to
you know
go
that if you
drive.
become a stripper, you can take boobs off as a business expense? I thought
Been there,
about
done
going
that.
stripping just for a couple of weeks just so I can get some boobs.
What were we talking about?
Huh?
Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry. I hit my head a couple weeks ago. You know, I get confused.
This is why I'm sexist. This is
Okay,
really
good.
why
Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
So
We're just
I thought
fucking
we
with you
all
on it.
agreed
It's
on
freaking
this.
hilarious.
Break up the monotony when we're all like looking at coins, going, "Do you see this? Like a split in a
Do you
series?
see that double die on that?
Right.
Oh my God. You see the Bugs Bunny teeth on that freaking Benji?
Right.
Yeah.
Do you see
She
that?
sounds possessed now.
That's
What
how they
the
get
hell?
over there, though.
No, we do. We get pretty intense. We like look at the same coin for I don't know
Not
what
the kind that you
45
camp in.
freaking minutes.
I'm confused at the talent comment, right? Like, because I thought we all already agreed that basically gingers have no soul.
Dude,
that's
almost
another
could have been a
trope.
ginger. I'll
That's
beat
another
you up.
trope, but it's a good attack.
I'll beat you up.
How old do you think I am?
Well,
I
as
can't
old
say
as
'cause
the
I already know
world,
how old you are.
because you're a demon. You have no soul, therefore
I'm
you're
a witch,
demon. Therefore
actually.
you're,
You need to get it right.
therefore you're as old as the world.
When are reclaiming time started?
Whenever you feel like it.
Okay, well that's how old you are.
Sweet. I can't.
So what I'm hearing
And
is you're
God.
timeless and you're a classic.
Voice
No,
photo
so
is
for you.
screwing with me. That thing just keeps looking at me and it's freaking me out, man.
What is it?
With that
We're
dog gun?
getting turned on.
It's
Looks so
That
fucking
reminds him of your.
uninterested, doesn't it? He looks like yeah.
Chuck,
Lawrence, you're my new
What?
best friend.
how you?
I'm doing all right.
Good. I miss you because I couldn't hear you talking.
That's all right. I just watching the show go on.
No. Just saying.
I think she's running out of gas. Better
No, I'm
help her
trying
out,
to read the
Joshua.
thing, but it's 4:30 in the morning. I'm tired.
Yeah, I was on another stream, so like, everybody started wearing hats with the ear flaps and like the thing where you're like this, and like you would be on a.
What stream were you on, sis?
Snow jet ski, not jet ski, snow ski. Yeah. My floppy
the
hat. I don't know
hell?
where floppy hat's at.
What
So-
did you guys do to scare Flo away?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
All of it.
You'll have to ask the
Josh, why'd you
redhead.
have to remind them that? They didn't have to know that. Only you remembered that. I see. Future stalker. I've dealt with them before.
Is this the Jess from the chat or is this the Australian lady?
No, it's just from the chat.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. My frogs are loud as hell. I apologize. They're not my frogs. They're my outside frogs.
But are they gay frogs?
Some frat boy douche
Probably.
with an earring who wants
They're
all
not
the
her
time,
baby.
energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. You know, he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
All right, y'all sucked at that. That was really fucking bad. Everybody's gone. I'm probably not a lot longer for this stream, anyways. But I've been largely ignoring the chat. That's really there. Okay, let's see who's around. I know it was a good call. Well, I was curious. I took myself off stage. I was like, you know what? All right, this is going somewhere. Let's see if it'll go somewhere. And the longer I sat backstage, the more I was like, no wonder fucking numbers are falling. And here I was blaming it on Neurojack. What's going on with my internet? There it is. Am I coming through all right? No, he did start the slide. I was watching it. So I was watching the numbers. I thought it was interesting. I wasn't like trying to be a dick or anything, but when Neurojack would start talking, because a lot of people up here can talk for a long stretch of time, they can just monologue. And when Neurojack would talk, the numbers would trickle. And Miss Lockhart, when she would talk, the numbers would trickle up. They're the only two I noticed kind of consistent trends with. Of course, I normally don't look that closely, but for whatever reason, it caught my attention tonight. My internet is moving fucking slow. Is he co-hosting your channel now? I have no idea. Is her life story good? I don't know. If it's anything like the poop story, I imagine not. No, not storms. Probably just, honestly, it's probably just old ass equipment and a lot of tabs open. Like, this isn't a streaming computer, you know. This is just like a $600 laptop I got about 4 years ago or something. Oh yeah, what's the backstory? All right, I know what I'm going to do with you guys. But first, But first, there is a new teabagging video. I'll drop the link in a second. You can check it out. Watch it all the way through a couple times. Give it a like. Do you see this? See how these videos aren't even loading? Shit's going weird. Nope. The fuck? There it is.
Yo. Oh shit! I gotta screenshot it. Do it.
He doesn't have printer.
That's the opening to my stream. I just click the button.
That's great. Thank you.
Hey.
All right, that's all I came for.
All right. Thanks for coming up.
Wait, do it one more time. One more.
Okay, hold on. Hey, Premier, will you look up? Look up.
Look up, Premiere.
Ceiling.
It's not. Yeah, I got a good one. All right.
You literally know.
Machine Lies, you're back on stage. You're the last one in back.
What's up, dude?
Long night.
Yeah, I heard you're trying to debate Andrew Wilson. Yeah, I've been there and debated him earlier, in his career. And I guess I would, highly disrecommend it.
Really? Why? What
Yeah.
was your experience?
Well, it's just
I
a
haven't
lot of
seen it. I know you've debated him. I never saw it though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be definitely worth a watch since you know me, and you've seen me interact
sure.
with people and you've seen me get heated and also seen me be in a calm state of mind, and I was trying to play a character that was a combination of both on stage for a shit talking sort of debate. So yeah, so it was pretty interesting, went pretty interesting.
But I will watch it.
Yeah, I think I won. So there's that. I got lots of hate mail about it. I definitely think I won the debate. I told him about that too. He got really angry. He was in his Discord all night trying to tell people how he won the debate.
He got mad that you thought you won?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, his whole channel got mad that I thought I won. They're like,
I've noticed that he's got a gang. I'm actually surprised that I haven't caught a little bit more, because I would definitely not call what I did shit talking, but I also wouldn't call it praise either. I'm surprised that I have not gotten actually shit for that video, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I got accused of slandering him one day. Whereas he sent me an email and I played him the clip of it, and I said, "That's Ebatard slandering you. That's not me." It was a video clip of EBT saying how the Orthodox Church is like fake or some shit. Like I don't.
I don't know. Did you see my little thing about it? I'm not.
I did.
I don't necessarily feel, and I don't know him well enough to know either way, but I don't really feel like I'm getting straightforward interactions with him.
Well, I'll tell you this, Flo. I think you did an excellent job when you came on the Glenn Lawrence panel that day. So maybe you should just take that and make it a standalone video, because I think at least people should see, because you did offer a pretty good challenge there, at least to Farney and those people. I'd like to see how Andrew Wilson responds there, because, yeah,
and I've been on Jim Bob's twice and debated essentially a similar conversation, not precisely the same, but very close. And I feel like those conversations went very well.
Yeah, to me, it's just these guys are figureheads of something much bigger, of a sort of ideological shift that's happening. So whether we want them, to take notice of certain arguments or not, I think it's all like a publicity stunt because, me and Neurojack have covered this whole phenomenon for a long time, the Christian nationalism thing. And it's linked to much bigger ideological, movements. And really, Andrew Wilson, he came out of the whole Ethan Ralph thing. I don't know if you know about the kill stream.
That sounds familiar. I don't know who Ethan Ralph is, but I've heard of Killstream.
Yeah, basically they were doing debates under sort of white nationalist model, being conservatives, and then Andrew Wilson came on to take on the white nationalist model of it, to say no, it shouldn't be white nationalism, it should be Christian nationalism. So he went in the middle of the movement for the America First movement. They were all supporters of Nick Fuentes, right? So Andrew Wilson sort of broke away from that group, and as it gained steam, obviously Christian nationalism is going to be more appealing than white nationalism. So he made an interesting move there, So that's explains sort of his rise to fame or whatever it is,
It explains also his the collective personality of his fan base. It seems like a hard. It seems like a reaction, like it's a reaction to the drag queen story hour nonsense.
Yeah, and that's why it won't really be, and that's why it's more, and it's also from Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. Right,
What
they
is?
took a lot of pointers from Rules for Radicals, Saul Alinsky, and flipped them around to benefit the conservative angle.
What principle specifically?
Like, for example, like in Saul
I
Alinsky.
haven't read it. It's in my shopping cart on Amazon, but I haven't bought it yet. I've got like a bazillion books. Every time I talk to you, I end up with another book in my cart.
Yeah, I think Hillary Clinton wrote her PhD dissertation on the book, and then Obama worked as a community organizer under Saul Alinsky in Chicago, right? So he's a very notable figure, and he wrote this book called Rules for Radicals, and he's got principles in it, sort of a way to subdue Machiavellian tendencies within the political establishment. For example, they'll like show up to protests, right, and chant certain slogans, right, or they'll show up and do a protest against a certain group, and they'll time these things for media attention, and they have a principle where they say, your opponent's reaction is the response you're looking for. So basically you go ahead and blame your opponent of doing the things that you do, so that when they blame you of it, it's not really such a bad, it doesn't look as bad, so
because it just looks like they're reacting to your claim.
Exactly.
Or it
And then
it looks like you're the one. Damn it, I didn't phrase
yeah,
that
and then
right.
and then you zero in on their reaction. Like their reaction becomes the centerpiece for your whole critique.
So it's sort of like a Hegelian or dialectics in a way.
Yeah, I'd say big time influenced by Hegel. Almost all postmodern philosophy is influenced by Hegel. Yeah. He was in the 1800s, and all the Frankfurt School and all these people who were talking about, mass psychology and the effect it has, they were all students of Hegel, essentially.
Yeah, that shit's interesting, and it's effective. And it's amazing to me, like, that our political system is just, and it appears to me, just one Hegelian dialectic. That's all that I see the two-party system as. And most people don't have a clue what that is. Even smart, educated people who I talk to on here, like,
well, that's kind of the point that they were making in the beginning, is that actually Thomas Jefferson didn't think that political parties should be a thing. He actually created his own political party as a response to the problem, which is the Republican Party. And his whole idea was that you should have local government, which we don't really have that much anymore, but yeah, his idea was that a republic is about local and state leadership as much as it is about national leadership. So he, like, for example, he created public schools and these types of things as a response to the problem. And he was also involved in French politics.
Yeah, and like I actually view national politics as it is today as a placebo, as a distraction from local politics where people can matter. People spend all their time focusing on the soap opera of national politics, and that's all it is. It's a soap opera.
Well, part of it's by design, since Lincoln, because they had the whole federal government got really, really strong after Lincoln. They had to make it so because they had to unify all the states, and the whole Confederate thing was talking about interstate commerce laws with the slaves. So when Lincoln built this interstate commerce system, basically that's the reason why you buy the same products in New York that you can in California, like at the gas station. It's because we have interstate commerce. And that's how like corporations really took this fucking country over. Where it's like state, it's like coast to coast. They could just build these railroad systems, get their products all over the place. So he created a sort of the means for corporate socialism that didn't exist before or whatever.
That is correct. Let's see. I am getting ready to wrap up. You got anything you're going on soon? Anything you want to shill?
No, sir. Just I have a channel. I talk about philosophy, theology, religious hoaxes, and conspiracies. And yeah, sometimes we hit and sometimes we miss. But yeah, blessings to everyone here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining. And what I'm going to do, I haven't played the Flow State's Greatest Hates in a while. Probably some of you haven't seen it, but I'm going to play this for an outro again. And then I'm going to funnel people over somewhere. So hang tight.
Yeah, Flow State's something else.
Flow state, ho state, whatever the state you are.
Ho state, no state, damned hellbound fate.
Do you have a magnet for like lunatics?
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources because he's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with. A lawless, dishonorable, bad faith, unethical scum.
Fuck you, Flow State, you fucking piece of shit, white knight and motherfucking bitch ass made motherfucker. You grifting fucktard.
Faggot white trash Missouri motherfucker. You white trash piece of shit.
Flow State, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, man. You're sus to me, bro. I don't know what's going on there.
Flow State, you're so fucking retarded.
Chain smoking cigarettes in a hall. Flo is using Snaps and others as their person, knowing how you feel about them to get him money.
And he's okay with grifting your money. All you fucktards who want to donate to his bitch ass? Right. And Flow State's absolutely in for the fucking money. 1 million trillion dillion %. He's a fucking grifting fuck. But Flo, I see your white knighting and the words you're using to protect these bitches who claim people online, give them fuck. So you know what, Flo? Go fucking suck some balls, you grifting fuck.
He's so low value and low worth that his value is $1. He's one of the most narcissistic, devious pieces of shit I've seen on here. And it's exactly the archetype of Lucifer they talk about in scripture. A meth head addict, lowlife, who's been living his whole life grifting, deceiving, defrauding, defalcating. Peaked in high school, he's going to go in your DM and expect him to take his shirt off and you to take your pants off and get whatever he wants and go on with his life and lie to the wife.
This little flow state, the monograph optics are high. We know what you're about, Flow. You fucking dopehead, fucking grifting fuck.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic and build up his ego.
He's making his grift money. And fuck you, Flow, you cunt little bitch ass flower made piece of shit. Smoking
I didn't
meth
know
all day,
Flo
probably.
supported monograph,
Smoking
though.
meth, probably. He's like, he's a fucking meth head. Look at him. Little host date, fucking white knighting for some weaponized bitches. Flo, you're such a fucking clown, dude. Everyone sees that you're fucking in this for the money on YouTube. Everyone who sees it, like, whether or not you're getting the views or not, entertainment sells, we know this, but you're such a fucking joke and a clown. But in post date, fucking, I see you and Cruz watching your bitch ass now. And Flo, you fucking grifting piece of fuck. We all see it.
The self-proclaimed drama whore / slut. I can't remember.
He's white knighting for these bitches. I see what you're trying to do, Flo, you fucking piece of shit. Now I saw why he clipped your video and what he did with it. He's white knighting for these weaponized hoes. White knighting Flo is part of the Me Too movement now, and he's a grifting he's a grifter. Flo's a fucking straight grifting fuck, if you don't know. I mean, it's simple as that. But fuck you, Flo. Flo's white knighting, saying he's using key words like attack women. Flo, fucking suck my balls, you white knight and piece of shit, grifting fuck. Flow State, you pogo fuck. Go ahead.
But he's a sellout fucking clown making accusations.
I'm no huge fan of Flow State, but he does seem to be making some progress here lately.
You ain't shit. And you come online and pretend like you're somebody. And then you had the nerve yesterday to say the one thing we could learn about on your channel is how to get women. You are the narcissistic, egoic freak.
Flow State gets all the girls. You should put that comment up.
I have more women on my panels than most places, I would say.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
If somebody is going to be hating tomorrow, it's always some butt hurt.
Your show has a lot of, is like a pussy magnet somehow.
That's okay.
There's somebody's going to be hating tomorrow. There's always some butt hurt.
Never been anywhere, never done nothing, got a goofy bitch next to you, and you're going to go on a Talking with Famous People broadcast and tell us how to get women. You asked, why are you here? Chaos and controversy. And then when he didn't get that, he's bored.
As he's being mischievous. And this is the personality trait of those infidels that go around thinking that they can hate on somebody and entice them, try to tempt them like a devil. You ain't shit, bitch.
The reason I said chumming him along, Flow State, is because that's how I see it. You know, you chum the waters for the sharks to come around.
Right. Where in the fuck do you find these people? Jesus. This is just the rantings of a fucking psychopath.
Cuck beta male.
Just a broken, monotone, desperate appeal to try to seem like somebody online. He had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. The levels of personality disorder, lack of self-awareness, and complete dysfunction. All while having a methamphetamine habit, by the way. Fascinating.
You can sit there and deal with stupidity in a way that I can't.
I think you live in a fear state, not a flow state. I'm flow state. No, you're not. You're fear state because you don't want to give up your false strength egoic presentment. That's a fool state. So we have fear state and full state. There's definitely no flow state and there's definitely no faith state. And he yells out, I don't give a fuck about truth. We know you're here for the next $5 for the drama fest, grifting off my audience.
I kind of want to bitch out and yell at Flow State over here.
All right, go ahead and do that, sir. Get to that.
A fucking bitch, dude. Like he's an undercover like hater or something.
Say that over again. I got road noise. I got to hold the phone up to my ear.
He's probably a little bit jealous, Brian O'Shea. A lot of people are, so don't, take that too
that's
much.
That's all it is. And he's handsome
O'Shea,
too.
say it again. I didn't hear it.
I said I'm going through a bisexual stage and I might want to suck your cock. You're really handsome.
All right, no.
You a Care Bear, you in Flow State, y'all soft. Y'all too soft, man. Y'all time,
Flow State. You want to sit here and say Flow State's the internet gangster. Homeboy dropped his address to you, bro.
Antoine's going to do a series with you and Flow State, how horrible white people are nowadays.
Flow State is great.
Oh my, okay.
See,
I love Flow State. What is wrong with Flow State? Flow State is awesome. I love Flow State. Flow State is.
Right.
Did you see Flow State on my show the other day?
Yes, I did, sir.
Yes, we all did.
The chat loved Flow State.
You're acting like you love Flow State. Great stuff.
I really do love Flow State. Have you seen his appearance on my channel? He's box office.
Dirty hat Missouri blue collar workers.
Well, he's another one who says that he's all about the education and enlightenment, Mr. Flow State, right? But every other comment is about like snorting powder. Yeah, I got to give it to Flow State. He's one of the better manipulators I've met on here. Pretty good at what he does. So he's one of the better ones, right? He knows how to play the back position, stay quiet, observe the dynamics, play people against each other, drop things into conversation to skew your perspective without making it seem he's doing it directly. You know, he's pretty good at what he does.
Fuck you, Flo, you cunt little bitch ass flower made piece of shit.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic and build up his ego. He's an infidel scum. We wouldn't fuck him with your dick. He's got no discernment, no character, and no money on top of it.
So here comes the smoking. Looks like he has sunglasses on. I think this live stream was at night. He's got sunglasses on top of his hat. What is with this guy? What's with this guy? What's with this guy? Is that a part of an encyclopedia collection of books or those Reader's Digest behind you? I don't think you read anything, dude. Got to have your books on a shelf behind you. Try to make you look smart, right? My books make me look smart. Do they really make you look smart? Or when you open your mouth, do you sound dumb? This guy running this live stream, Flow State, is asking for money to kick someone off the panel. You can donate money to him to kick someone off here. You want to talk about stupidity? Stupidity, Jerry Springer show shit, and degeneracy? It's right here. This Flow State genius. Obviously, he must be a genius, right? He's calling me a motherfucker. Well, I do have a reason, dummy. Dummy, your IQ isn't even close to 100. You've got problems in seeing. You're emotional. You react emotionally to the truth. You've got issues.
While you keep sitting there projecting, hating on me in your jealous, envious ways.
Your attitude prevents you, your arrogance. You've actually, you know what? Damn it, Flo. You're so frustrating because you offer a lot of good. And yet, this is unhelpful, dude.
He's just very angry.
He's using her belief system against her while also throwing an effing tantrum like a child.
Bitch ass slave.
He's such a drug addict still. He can't even get on camera without looking creepy and blinking and having his eyes go all over the room. He's so bizarre. These are bizarre, sick, twisted people. I give Host State credit. He's so narcissistic and egoic and prideful and calculated. He'll watch consistently, but he'll never type and he'll never come up. I respect him more than everyone else because he'll at least lie, cheat, deceive pretty well. Yep. He'll at least hate pretty well. He'll at least keep up the appearance that he's busy and interesting and has shit going on. I know that's ridiculous, but some appearance of it, right? Because he'll be here. He knows everything I've said, everything I've done. He consistently reveals that, but then says, I don't watch. So he won't type. You'll never see him. He won't come up here. He'll watch consistently. And I don't believe he uses alts. I must say that I'll salute to Flow State. Salute. Yeah, he's very, if you're gonna do it, be like him and at least do it somewhat, good. Be calculated, strategic, be egoic and prideful. Don't show up places, pretend other people are constantly talking about you and need you in order to promote. So you could build a viewership of hate who support you based on not liking me and realizing that you're their power base, right? Or the other way around. So it's great. What he's been doing, I really support that. He's really good at what he does, like the political manipulations, deceptions, stratagem. He at least excites me a little bit. Because I go, he's got some discernment. You could look in his eyes and tell he's a predatory scum. Those are the guys I like to play with and compete with. Because he'll give you a little bit of a run for your money. Right? If you're going to do this shit, at least get good at being an infidel, manipulative, deceptive, worldly, cultural scum predator. Just get good at it. You notice how all the middle-aged women have cozied up to Flow State? He's so good at it. He really is. I got to give it to him. All the most broken, seriously, watch for it. All the most broken, confused, lost, and or unattractive physically women who are past their mating time have all cozied up to him. He's their best friend ever. That's how you know a narcissist egotist. But Host State, he's great at what he does. Makes you feel like you're just one of the boys. You and him are buddy and friends. And it's all just to take advantage of you and use you and have him get the genuflection that he's a ladies' man, like the videos he was making. He's using you. He's playing on you, pimping on you. But at least he's somewhat good at it. Makes it all seem like it's just an organic idea. That like I'm the reason for all this stuff having to happen over there because I was so bad and wrong and wouldn't let anyone talk. He's such a great guy for $1 a month. Clip this all out and use it for your next promotion because you know what Flow State will sit right now somewhere at work listening, giggling to himself.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys. Like he knows I know. He knows. He's never going to tell anyone completely. He'll allude to it with certain jokes as a coping mechanism. He'll reveal. If you watch how he jokes, every time he jokes, that's really what's going on. You don't know that. You don't see that. So, again, he'll always reveal who and what he is through the coping mechanism of humor. And then he'll always get plausible deniability to say, oh, that's not really who and what I am. That was just a joke. While claiming that every time I do a bit non-bit, it's really who and what I am. And there's no joke to it. Do you see the hypocrisy?
I know you're stupid. And you think that you can just get into power and just kill everybody. His channel is Nazi friendly.
Fucking Flow, the piece of shit.
Fraud State.
Host State has admitted many times he's a self-interested, self-indulgent person. Anything he does on here is going to be for his own gain, his own benefit, his own profit, and his own fixation, compulsion, and impulses. He's not interested in truth, good faith, or honorability. That's of Host State, Slow State, Low State. They don't respect you. They don't admire you. You don't inspire them. As a matter of fact, you dry them up. They can't even get wet for you no more, presuming they ever could.
By Flow State.
Faggot! I'm a self-indulgent, lustful, selfish, worldly narcissist.
Flow State's an ignorant piece of shit.
Hey, I would rather not have Slow State here. I'm not going to have him coming around here because he's purposely trying to promote his shitty channel and panel indirectly. He's got a lot to say over there, everywhere but in my face. I'm just going to prefer that he not be seen and heard anywhere where he's not giving quarter. He's a rather boring character. Fairly stupid as well.
Last night, he invited me up on his panel, so I sat down in his chat for 45 minutes and he wouldn't let me up.
They'll have this like lust for power and control on their shitty panel with 30 people watching. And then they want to do the rounds midday while they're at their slave job trying to promote with @Slow State as his name. He's not an interesting, informative character. You're a disingenuous fake bitch, and I don't want to look at you or listen to you.
Yeah, and he's a straight up liar. He knows it. And you can watch it in his rhetoric. Go to his show and watch. When people tell him, present him information and tell him to look it up, he says, no, I'm not going to do that. That's the perfect epitome of ignorance and mischievous. He knows there's more information out there. People offer it up. No, I'm not going to do that. He is a narcissist just like Jack. He thinks he already knows everything. He's around projecting the false claims that he makes and says that he's not lying when he is, and you know he is.
A disingenuous bullshitter. Slow State is a pathetic, creeping, crawling creature in the background, shape-shifting up front. He's a joke. If you had any self-respect or dignity, you'd stay far away from a creature like that, just as I and many others do. If you ask Slow State on the internet, he's a ladies' man. Slow State's voice made her literally have a gag reflex reaction.
Are you sure she didn't slip off in the bedroom and masturbate to their voice?
Slow State, he knows that he's an evil motherfucker, and he knows other people are evil too, and he will cast doubt upon the dark sides of himself and others in order to use other evil, dark people to get something he wants.
With Flow State and others, they're fucking more of the demonic, they know what the fuck type, manipulative type.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
100 people that will say, Flow State, you're so desperate for clout and views, fuck these cupcakes.
You're a white trash piece of shit that thinks
Because I'm dishonorable.
That too, yeah. That's why you're more concerned with money to get me kicked off your panel than me getting money for this homeless motherfucker to get his job back. You're playing little games. For you to just play that card because you're mad I'm calling you out for being a little millennial punk right now, that doesn't make you a narcissist or me. It makes you a fucking bitch. Welcome back, faggot. You a fucking liar. Are you talking while I'm talking, faggot? Calling your punk millennial ass a faggot? You're a Missouri white trash blue collar motherfucker that can't stand on intelligence. You need to learn when to get the fuck out of the way. You've had a fucking court ordered psych evaluation, you fucking felon. Talking over me like we all don't like. Faggot.
Flo does have a lot of control, I've noticed, which is good. I do admire the
No, he doesn't have control. He's a game playing dickhead. Flo Sith. That's your petty, godless ass trying to play things. I don't have the time for your white trash Yoko ass. You want to just stand on your little petty bullshit. So here's this dipshit. If you can, I don't know. You go in there. He has no grasp of reality, like Fail State.
Flow State, please do not flirt with my chocolate goddess. Okay. Flow State content is he walks around and he tells black people to get their shit together. Black men treat black women better because the white man will snatch your weapon.
Flow State's one of the least creepy people in this community. I get creep vibes from a lot of people, but I've never got that vibe from him.
Let me give him some credit. He's so strategically narcissistic and egoic and savvy. He will specifically stay away from me in order to avoid me feeling like he's validated me in any way or what I've said.
You saw Host State admitting about his chapter and being part of the Proud Boys today, right? Proud Boy heads fucking involved in some optics, Mr. Host State. Now we got Host State admitting he's Fed tied, Proud Boy chapter tied.
And we have Host State, all tied to supposed federal agent groups, con men, frauds, dupes, detractors.
Host State. I'm not coming on your stupid shit show.
Talking
Fuck
about
you.
Yeah, leave me
Fuck
here for
you.
a minute.
Is assertive, confident. Usually
You see
has
Slow State as assertive and confident?
Yes.
What do you think about all the effeminate beta males who, by the way, his name is Taylor. That's how I know you got the spirit of your mama. Your mama named you. So I know she ran that house. Okay. Number two, when you turn to the side, you got a little tiny little black earring in your ear because you came up under your mama watching her put earrings on. And you think that shit's cute and pretty for a man to wear little black earrings. And you ain't even pimping and playing like that. It'd be one thing if you were playing like that, if you were keeping it 100% player and you wanted to fucking throw some diamonds on to really stun on people. You ain't that guy. All you are is a broken, emasculated beta male with your mama's spirit, and you like to be pretty and cute and dress up like her too. And you got your mama's name, Taylor.
Taylor's way more dangerous. Way more.
You ain't got no value within your word, bitch boy.
I'm being nice, allowing him in the chat because he knows he's not welcome. Like, why are you even here?
See, now you guys understand when I say he's not my brother. See how it works? We are tribal people. Do you understand?
All I want to know is who here saw Flow State's fat ass last night? Anybody?
Fat ass?
Anybody? Oh man. Oh, there's a photo out.
No. How was that? How was that for you?
Yeah, Mimi, you were there.
I was not. You told me about it.
My plumber's crack.
All right, I'm not a gossiper. I didn't screenshot it, okay, but it came out.
Flow State, you got the women of Unsavia checking out your rear end, buddy. Looking good, bud.
Not see, I mean, it showed up quite a bit on the stream.
Is it hairy?
It's big, man.
You know what? I am banning this from like we don't need to hear about it. I don't even know why you were over there. Like just come on.
Gotta do it. I'm
I'm
on it.
ashamed. I'm ashamed for you, Brielle. It's just
Baby girl.
Was it Kelly but Kelly was there, so maybe like is she like I don't even have the channel, so like, but
No worries. It's we don't need to ever
yeah,
visit this.
shameful.
Moving on.
Hey, Wizard, what do you think about Slow State now asking women on panel if he can inseminate them and that he's open? Is his partner okay with that? Somebody should call up Mrs. Slow State and ask her if she's okay with Slow State doing a little bit of a bit non-bit on a panel, just randomly telling attractive women that he wants to inseminate them. Look at his cute little earring. Isn't that so cute? Little black diamond, Punisher shirt from Walmart. Yeah, this is the Walmart winter collection. Backward filthy hat, cute little black earring from Walmart, cute little Punisher shirt from Walmart. That angry, goofy bitch next to you is never going to ride you around consistently. She's never going to take you where you need to go. She's never going to pick up something for you to bring home. You got girlfriends who you ain't even fucking telling you to bring them pizza. They ain't going to let you use their car, right? They ain't going to ride you around. They ain't going to look out for you because you ain't shit. You're a low-value beta male. That's the difference. You're shitting on an experience you don't have an option to have. Oh, my God. So the guy who gets women just admitted that he's got bitches in his phone who only hit him up to bring him food. Do you know how much of a trick and a simp you just sounded like trying to relate to the women because you're the nice, good guy? This is a ladies' man.
Always there.
By Flow State. Sorry, go on.
Could you just go ahead and tell us why your personal discernment is that Flow State is confident and assertive and capable?
Sure. He is confident on many different topics and his knowledge about many different topics. And he will say when he's not, he's not an expert in it. And he is pretty damn smart when you listen to him and what he has to say about it, particularly finances.
Then you reveal and expose yourself how much of a direct, manipulative, strategic liar and fake you are. And people buy it because you got a monotone voice and you look like this and you just put your bullshit across with no empathy or no feeling or compunction for what you're doing because you're such a narcissistic, egoic piece of shit, just like your father is. So you have no trouble lying to everybody's face, pushing false narratives, and not even thinking twice or reacting to what you're doing in the moment. This is why I tell you, all you broken bitches who say this man's attractive, forget about the looks. He may be better looking than me. That's up to you, subjective. For you to say a being like this is attractive means you're a broken hoe and have no discernment. That's a predator, ladies and gentlemen. That's someone who's projecting onto me grooming while they're grooming. Groom the woman he's with, grooming people online for his own ego and his own gratification. Bitch-ass motherfucker. What, a bidet? You mean the thing that shoots water up your ass? Absolutely. Slow State's the kind of guy who uses a bidet because he wants shit in his ass 24/7, even when he's taking a shit. Right? He's like, I like the action of something leaving my ass, and I like the action of something going back in my ass. So, he's the type to kind of while he's shitting, pull it back in and push it out, pull it back in and push it out. I don't want to get into it. The point is, did you see him yesterday? He went to the mall. He was bragging. He went to the mall and bought $100 pair of jeans while he's unemployed. This is why nobody with a right mind would invest anything in your channel. Because you come on and brag that you went and spent an inordinate amount of cash for a bunch of crap and you got scammed just so you could show up online and look like somebody. And he had big fucking teal earrings. He got even bigger, brighter earrings in both ears to look like a bitch-ass motherfucker and be a meth head and never leave the house and have gray skin and constantly coughing up phlegm. Jealous, shallow, envious, narcissistic piece of shit. And I believe you're an agent working off charges. Just snake, two-faced, backbiting scum.
He only cares about his channel, the clout, the ego. He don't give a fuck about truth.
Flow State, just get banned from your fucking chat.
Oh, you better be careful, Sal. I'll give you one mistake to even say his fucking name because I fucking hate him. And I'm going to go at him as hard as I go at anybody. He's a piece of shit douchebag. He's fake and shallow, and I'm going to show him that.
Tommy, do you think Flow State is handsome, objectively? What is your thoughts on that?
I'm going to give you one more time. I mean, you can say pedo, dude. Pedo, pedo, pedo. And I dare the motherfuckers and accusations to come at me. I'm going to give you one more chance not to say his stupid fucking name.
What?
Because you don't want to associate that word. You know that word is a way we can be. You don't have any association with that chode fucking douchebag. He's not that word in any way. He's fake. He's shallow and he's chasing small amounts of paper on this platform. And I watched him get wrecked with his typical ways going against that verbal combat guy, trying to copy his shtick the way Flow State has only walked around looking for stuff to copy, looking for things to act like he's the first one, looking for new things to speculate even though he knows what they are as he brings them up. Oh, I got his game on lockdown and I'm going to show it for what it is when I get to it. He's not a high priority, but he is a fucking douchebag and he's full of himself and he is a narc. He is a fucking narcissist. You want to shut Flow State? You want to shut his show down in whatever he's doing? If you want to totally throw any show off the rails, go tell him he looks like that guy. Whoever it is they told him he looks like, that his dad looks like. Oh, he'll derail any situation and put a mirror up and go back to that subject. I fucking hate him and he doesn't believe me.
Nobody believes you. You don't fucking hate him. Stop that.
I speak more truth on this panel, in this panel verse than anybody. I hate Paul Enslaved. I hate Jack Talcott. I hate Snafu Snaps. I hate Flow State. And I'll even say his name once for his sake because I know he loves to hear it come out in his mouth. That's why he's got so many of my clips that he plays of me saying his name. He loves it. He faps to it. He fucks his wife to it. He says, hold up, honey. I'm about to come. Let me play some of these Tom clips saying my name. He's a joke. And I'm going to hurt him.
Or Slow State the other day was like fucking showing a whole bunch of stuff, man. It was like, this guy's insane. Insane.
Whatever. I really don't want you to do that.
And he's going to want to get back at you for it. Yep. He's really going to get pissed off. Bet Slow State on the one paid have you.
Yeah, can you believe that he actually charges people to have topics changed or people removed from the panel? He's got a whole menu. Like $20 for someone to be removed for 5 minutes, $50 for a topic change. And he never gets any of that because nobody cares enough and it's all boring and nobody cares to hear him speak. Yet he thinks somehow he's Antoine, that people are going to pay him $20 and $50 at a time to throw people out or have topics changed. Very strange sense of self-awareness.
Wow, that's a interesting way to grift.
Well, they stole. They're all thieving off of everyone else's model.
Flow's just a straight up grifter.
Netflix has become shorthand for,
and he tells you right to your
just
face.
sort of a meme